I've never heard of that.
Of course you haven't, because you're not as cool as I am. Would you like me to explain it to you?
Are they like legitimate like war zone pictures?
No. It's just called Find the Sniper. Like, you would find a sniper in a war zone, but it's like pictures of like people who take a picture of their grass, and it'll be like, find the snake, or somebody will take a picture of their kid on a mountain, be like, find the mountain, or like find the mountain lion, or it'll be like, find the spider, just like find all kinds of shit. And it's really hard because sometimes their pictures are like a little blurry or so, and then people take guesses in the comments of like where they think it is. It's pretty amazing. Have you posted in the William
Yeah, I'm
Montgomery?
looking at it right now.
Have you posted in the William Montgomery subreddit recently?
Um, have you?
I'm banned, so that doesn't even that's not even relevant.
What the fuck? You got banned from the subreddit?
No, I got banned from the whole website.
Why?
Spam.
I thought you weren't spamming Reddit for that reason.
Oh, I've spammed Reddit for years.
Makes you spam. I thought it's hard to spam it.
It is, but I figured it out, and then I got banned.
Do you use your bot to build timeline?
No, I did it manually. It's too hard to use a bot.
How would you improve Reddit if you
Well, I read this thing
if you
about
did
it
right?
that they don't want more users. They basically have a dedicated core group of people who are like-minded, and they don't want alternating opinions, alternative opinions, I should say. So they're happy with what they have. They don't want to necessarily grow the user base. They're just happy basically keeping it where it's at, because when they let it grow, all the people who they've banned are like people they don't like.
Like you.
100%.
I mean, don't
True.
they have like enough users?
Well, if you've ever read a Reddit thread, you'll find a lot of deleted, and it's like, why is there so much deleted? It's because somebody didn't like what somebody said, and they had the power to delete it. I'm not exactly sure why I got banned, but um, I think it had to do with the Wall Street Bets Discord, or yeah, actually Wall Street Bets Discord. So I joined the Wall Street Bets Discord, and they like immediately threw me out and said I was advertising. Though I didn't even say anything to them. They just said that my profile was advertising, and then when I joined, the welcome. How are you? Oh, it's too many puppy. How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
I know this guy.
Yeah, you know Riser.
I've seen him before.
Oh, okay. You guys like lovers?
Maybe.
Oh, very cool, Riser. Were you aware of that?
Um,
Too many puppy is
no,
really a nice
I was
person.
not aware.
Ask him the meaning behind his name. Why are you too many puppies?
Why are you too many?
Oh, too many. There's just too many. You know, it's like too many puppies, dun 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 dun. Too many puppies, being shot in the dark.
There are puppies being shot in the dark?
They're being shot in the dark.
Who's shooting puppies?
I don't know if someone shooting them in the dark. I don't even answer.
And you thought, you know what, that's the best username I could find.
Yep.
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today, Too Many Puppy?
I'm saying hello to Riser. I knew this guy once.
We're I think that Reddit should do a better job in like, I don't know, I haven't, is the explore thing even good?
Dude, Reddit's the
Or
best.
is it not?
The Reddit's the best website to just absolutely kill time in the world. Is it explore thing good? Yeah, it's okay. I learned so much from Reddit though. I mean, it's if and when I go viral, I am just going to go through Reddit all day and just comment on it with people watching me. Because there's literally like almost unlimited content. It's like as they used to call themselves, they're the front page of the internet.
Remember, always keep your washer, your dryer, and your stove near each other. Yeah, remember that, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Very
What?
big, don't you?
Why do you have to do that?
So you can wash them, cook them, and dry them.
That's tight.
I want to use some pistachio. Like pistachio? I'm gonna get lox. I'm gonna get some lox with the schmear. $30 for a bagel I paid,
For one bagel,
Six. It's like salmon.
it had lox.
Yeah. Poppy seed bagels. You ever had a Sebastian? I'm Israel. You should go to Israel. What are you gonna go to Israel? Huh?
We're going to Israel as soon as we go viral.
We're gonna go to Israel.
Word,
We're gonna do a
dog.
road trip.
Uh,
Let's drive to Israel. Can we drive there?
I would love to.
I want to go to Sebastian. I want to get an egg sandwich. Egg sandwich. Number one.
Excellent.
I'm gonna take a shower. My shower usually takes an hour and 20 minutes. I'll be back in an hour and 20.
Excellent, man. We'll be counting down the minutes.
All right.
Pete's Too Many Puppy. Remember that time, Riser, when you weren't in the William Montgomery subreddit and you would say that you were a really big William Montgomery fan?
Sorry, I don't give a fuck about the William Montgomery stuff. I care about his podcast and his stand-up comedy.
Well, then why don't you watch it on Kill Tony?
I do watch Kill Tony. I've watched like all of his stand-up on there. That's why I was like, I need more William Montgomery content. So
Did,
that's why I started on this
did you
podcast.
watch him last week?
He wasn't on last week.
I'm the one who told you that.
Yeah. So thank you for educating me on that.
You're welcome. So the answer is no, I did not watch him last week. Have you watched the 24-hour stream of William Montgomery content?
Yes, I have.
Would you like to have a William Montgomery trivia competition?
You've already done that and I won.
You did not win. You didn't even know where he went to college.
I did know. I said Tennessee.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You absolutely are lying. It's on camera that you're lying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Do you remember what kind of car he drives?
Um, no,
Yeah, it is a question. And if you think you know William Montgomery so fucking well, you would know it. Erica would know it.
I never explained to no one
Grant
else.
would know it. Casey Rocket would know it. And I
What
know
car
it.
does he drive now?
He drives a Volvo.
You know what car Casey Rocket drives?
A Rocket.
No, he doesn't drive a Rocket. What? You don't know their names. You don't know what car.
Apologies, I did not know this was a competition about who knows Casey Rocket well. I thought it was about William Montgomery.
Yeah, if you knew anything about the podcast, you know that Casey Rocket is William Montgomery's like number one co-host. And so by proxy of William Montgomery, this information would be why.
In what state was Casey Rocket born? In what state was Casey Rocket born?
Was who Casey Rocket born?
In what state was Casey Rocket born?
Oh, I know this one.
Yo, dog, if you're such a big fucking Casey Rocket fan, you would know this.
I do know it.
Okay, well then say it, douche.
He was born in Illinois, I believe.
That's correct. You look it up though.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. In what state did he grow up?
Georgia.
Dude, you're looking this shit up. You're such a douche.
Why do you think? Because I know more than Casey Rocket than you want.
No, you don't. What part of the state? What part of the state did Casey Rocket grow? In what part of the state did Casey Rocket grow up?
Northwest.
Dude, you are looking up shit on him. You didn't know he was born in Illinois. You did not know he grew up in Georgia.
You see the video of Tony Hanks involvement?
No, is it funny?
No, I just watched a YouTube video where he was trying to make it, I don't know, it's like clickbaiting or something. He's trying to make like Tony like look bad or something, but he just looked like an idiot.
Wait, who's
I saying jokes, but it's not funny. Like these guys are just like just roasting Tony, and they're like literally all talking during each other's backswings and like roasting each other, but you guys are trying to make it like you don't respect Tony at all. They're literally hanging out playing golf, like gripping each other. You know?
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
What is it like to be the second biggest William Montgomery fan in this call and the second biggest Casey Rocket fan in this call? Go.
I don't know if you have some like form of like
sex appeal. I have all of that.
Like 900 million times. One, I taught you everything you know about William Montgomery.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Two, memorizing a bunch of worthless trivia does not make you a bigger fan. No matter how much you think it does, that's just inaccurate. Three, you never listened to the podcast until like a year after I told you it existed. Four, you don't know anything about Casey Rocket.
I don't have to look up trivia on him.
Well, I mean, he's obviously a big part of William's life.
So big that you have to look him up on the internet to find out factoids about his existence.
If you're just gonna make up absurd allegations, two people can fight on me.
I'm not making up anything, dog. I'm telling the truth.
Speculation.
Dog. Do you even know the origin of the crab walk?
You're talking about Casey Rocket.
Of course I am, because as the second biggest Casey Rocket and William Montgomery fan in this call, you should be able to keep up. You should be able to keep up.
Let's do it, Nathan, for you.
Doug, it's been like 10 years since I've seen that show.
Same here.
All right, give me a piece of trivia. You're going to look it up on the internet, though.
I won't. If you don't want me to, I won't.
Of course I wouldn't want you to. That would be unfair.
What is Nathan for you's most recent television show called?
You mean Nathan Fielder? Or Nathan for you? I mean, wouldn't it be Nathan for you?
Sorry, Nathan Fielder.
You're asking me what I think Nathan Fielder's most recent TV show is?
That's correct.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I could probably tell you that he did the rehearsal. I don't know if he's done anything since or like more. That's like the biggest thing that he's done recently. Although I could tell you that there's the possibility. I think he did something called The Curse as well, which might be a little more recent.
You're cheating.
But the rehearsal's still going. What do you mean?
You're cheating. You're cheating. The way you said those words, I know that.
I don't know why you think I'm cheating. It's the rehearsal, but it's kind of a trick question. The reason why I say
your screen is actually paused right now, like so I can't actually verify. I mean, that's the refresh.
I mean refresh, dog. Refresh.
That was the most obvious I've ever heard in my life.
Well, the reason why my voice may have sounded off was because the rehearsal's still going technically, but the curse ended. But the curse is more recent, but the rehearsal's still going, so it's kind of a trick question.
Try decide, did you actually know the answer to that, or were you looking it up?
I gave the answer.
So you looked it up.
What makes you think I looked it up?
Because you like it was the most literally sounded exactly like you were reading the answer.
What about me saying the rehearsal?
Normally you answer in like a natural cadence.
What about me saying the rehearsal and or the curse was unnatural? Wait, how could I say them more naturally? The rehearsal, the curse.
But literally, I can tell, like, I can just tell by the way that you sounded that you must ingested that information.
Doug, I don't have a phone in my hand. Can you see me?
You're probably using some Bluetooth connected to ChatGPT, but I can't.
Now I wish I had that. That would be really cool.
All right, well, maybe you knew that. Good for you.
Thanks, big dog. This is also
You
unfair.
give me
This is
advice
this is
now.
also unfair because he's from Canada, and according to Peter Griffin, Canada sucks.
Okay.
All right.
So every person in the U.S. you can't do trivia on because of different countries.
Um. All right. Let me think. Okay. In Nathan for you, Nathan mentions his collegiate history. What does he say about it? And from where did he graduate?
He graduated from Canada's business school.
Incorrect. One of Canada's top business schools. So that's a wrong. That's a big X.
Um, wait, I'm not cheating. I'm just looking at the options are.
What the options are? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean that's not cheating? And looking what the options are, dog.
Um, I'm literally just searching up Ontario University. I think it's Waterloo.
Well, that's incorrect, dude. So guess again.
Right. I don't know. Queens.
Incorrect. Do you even know who
Wow.
Nathan Fielder is?
I'm. Wait. What's the answer?
Guess again.
It's not Queens.
It's not
Not
Queens. It's not Waterloo.
Not what?
It's
Not
not
Waterloo.
Queens. It's not Waterloo.
What is it?
Do you not know what the phrase guess again means?
There's not. There's like no other option.
There
Not.
are.
It was not War Ryerson. I don't think it was. I said Queens.
I know. I heard you say that's definitely wrong. How do you know he didn't go to McGill?
I was looking at Ontario. Is that the right answer?
No, it's not the right answer
Why would you say that?
because it's the only school in Canada that I know, aside from the University of Vancouver.
Damn, really? Where I thought he
Doug,
was at
let's just get down to
Ontario.
brass tacks. You don't know Nathan Fielder as well as I do. You didn't know where he went to college. You guessed University of Queens, University of Waterloo. Both are incorrect.
Alright, well, I should have got that one probably.
Yeah, you should have. You should have. You should have. If you were a fan, you would know. Obviously, you're not.
I mean,
Look, let me just ask you a question. Do you know who Nathan Fielder is?
I'm his number one fan.
Where did he go to
Oh,
college? Hey, dog.
guarantee that.
Where did he go to one of the top business schools? And
University of Victoria.
you looked it up.
Even though he said in the intro that he went to.
One of Canada's top business schools. You looked it up.
No, you gave me the Vancouver.
Dog, you looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver. I was like, oh, it's not the one West Coast.
You looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver, and I was like, oh, it's on the West Coast.
You looked it up.
No, University of Vancouver, and then I was like, oh, it's on the West Coast.
You looked it up. That didn't have anything to do with Nathan Fielder. That had to do with my knowledge of Canadian universities. And McGill's the one I could name. And it's probably the one that, I mean, basically, like, most Americans can't tell you what McGill is. But McGill is the best school in Canada.
All right. In the final episode of The Curse, what is the main story plot and what happened?
Dog, no one watches that shit. I thought this was on Nathan for You. I thought
Nathan Fielder trivia. He wrote the show.
Yeah, that's
Nathan Fielder show.
Dog. Have you seen The Curse?
This is not a Nathan for You trivia. This is a Nathan Fielder trivia.
When we first started, though, you said it's Nathan for You trivia. Yes, you did. Go back, watch it on the tape.
Oh, and then you're like, you mean Nathan Fielder? And I was like, yeah.
Okay, well, so you admit that you originally said Nathan Fielder. Nathan for You.
I never said it was Nathan for You trivia.
Yes, you did. You said, let's do Nathan for You trivia. And I said, you mean Nathan Fielder? And you said, yeah. So you originally said, let's do for You trivia.
Acknowledging that I said yes to Nathan Fielder.
Doug, all I know is that I'm a bigger Nathan Fielder fan than you are. You didn't even know where he went to college. It's in the introduction to the show.
Want to know the answer to my question?
Dude, I don't listen. Let me just put it to you this way: The Curse could be the absolute last show that I ever watch, and I wouldn't give a flying fuck about it. Okay, that's cool.
Last show on Earth, I guess.
I hope it is not. I hope I have the ability to watch many, many shows. But The Curse, what do you like more, The Rehearsal or The Curse?
I haven't watched The Rehearsal.
Okay, well, obviously you're not that big of a Nathan Fielder fan then. All right. Is this Nathan for You trivia? Okay, here, I've got one for you. Nathan for You. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. Are you ready for me? Excellent. Rise, are you ready for an invitation?
Oh, God. No, I don't.
Okay, so you give up?
You can't give up. You're a champion.
I don't want to hear all the reasons why Rabbi doesn't know the answer.
Right, just one game. Just one game. Please, just one game.
Oh, you guys can do your bowling thing. I'm not good at bowling.
Riser, why aren't you good at bowling? Did he learn it at one of Canada's top business schools?
Sure did.
Ooh, Miss Aquarius, good on you. Getting that spare right out of the blocks.
Alright, I guess right.
I tried. Oh no.
Your finger slip.
That was terrible. Riser, well, and Miss Aquarius probably already knows this, but if she doesn't, we had trolls come into the server this morning and played the loudest sound effects in the middle of the night, and I had one of my computers muted, and so I couldn't really hear it. But they did it for like hours. They were just playing the loudest air horn, trying to awake me.
And they do that at some sites. I just put the volume down.
Good on you.
Sit her down.
And Miss Aquarius
Why
was
are you not streaming Harry Potter?
I was earlier today, but the app crashed, so I just have to restart it.
Yeah, I was trying to join Telegram at pretty high, but you were nowhere to be seen.
Well, I have to figure out a better way.
Oh,
Nice strike. I have to figure out a
thank you.
better way to be able to stream in there. I've just experimented. But basically, like if you leave Telegram on all day, it causes the app to crash a lot of times and can cause issues. Riser, do you like Discord or Telegram more, and why?
I think Discord it's a lot easier to make channels. It's not just one cluster group chat. Easier, I guess, to share topics. More organized visually, it's better.
Yay, we both won.
Nice, you've gotten
You
two
gotta
in
get
a row.
to 250. You gotta get you to 250. So, this is you this time, Rabbi. This is you now.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Riser.
you're okay.
Go ahead.
Do you use Signal?
I mean, I'm not selling organs on the beach, but I'm just don't use these at all.
I've never used it either.
Hi.
I'm not a huge criminal gang member, so
Do you mean the dark web? Why would you say the deep web?
isn't it the same thing?
No. Deep web is like stuff that is on the internet, but it may be like on like old hard drives and stuff, but it's not really that available anymore through like it's not like available through a search engine. That's generally what the deep web is. And then the dark web is like uh, Onion browser. We may have to check that though.
Say so.
No. Double check that. I get them confused.
I thought they were
They're not interchangeable.
Right.
Like the deep web is like non-index pages of the internet, and then the dark web is like Onion browser and torrent and stuff.
How do you even get on the deep web then? Isn't it the onion? It's not like an onion Tor thingy.
You could get a direct link, or sometimes there are like interconnected systems, like universities and such, or
Oh,
nice strike. That's a big strike, Miss Aquarius. Big strike. That's two in a row.
yeah.
That's two in a row. Look at you, Miss Aquarius.
We gotta do this.
Miss Aquarius, you were in the 80s, girl. Get it. You were practicing. 83. Good on
No.
you.
Come on, Rabbi. We gotta get to 250. You wanna get it tonight or tomorrow?
tomorrow.
Yay.
Oh, that's terrible. That's ugly.
And you want to get your 250?
I'll get it tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
Max both won.
We both won. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote.
Okay, Riz, you want to get your 250 tomorrow, okay?
God willing.
Got you.
Absolutely. Sweet
We
dreams.
won, though. We won all game.
I won. You win. You win. I win.
Right. That's right. We
Excellent.
were undefeated in bowling, and we undefeated in
Friendship.
friendship.
100%.
All right. I'm standing here. Good night.
Excellent. Make sure to have your sound down in case anybody else comes in and is annoying.
You said sound down, right?
Well, just, I mean, like, I just don't want them to wake you up. So do whatever you have to do so they don't
Oh,
wake you
yeah,
up.
I do. I have it down.
Okay, good job. Excellent.
Okay.
Sweet dreams. Riser, you were talking about how you're the second biggest Nathan Fielder fan in the call. I don't know. Miss Aquarius might be a bigger fan than you are. I think she knows where Nathan Fielder went to college.
Yeah, I doubt that very much.
Oh, I'm almost positive she does.
I mean, even the most basic fans know that.
Look, let me just ask you this. Are you in the Nathan for You subreddit?
I am, so I don't really go on Reddit ever.
Why don't you go on Reddit? And I'll wait. I'll wait for your answer.
I don't know. I don't mind it, but I don't know. It's like cats and dogs, 4chan versus Reddit. I feel like the people on 4chan are funnier.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
Are you proud of the way that you played?
Yeah, dude, because I whooped your ass.
I don't know about that.
Dog, do you not know that I whooped your ass?
No, that never happened. Actually. Nice thought.
You want to play?
Whatever you have to sell yourself.
You want to play something else? Dog, how many games of basketball have you beaten me one-on-one? I'll wait.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with me being superior to you.
It has nothing to do with anything. Right.
Were you aware that I am a superior? You want to play again? You want to play?
Basketball?
Well, you want to continue the Olympics?
I'm having more fun seeing how little you know about Nathan Fielder.
Are you ready? Dude, I know where I went to college. Are you ready for Blocko?
Can you ever really be ready for blocking?
Do you want a board size of 10, 15, or 20?
I'm playing a game of intellectual chess right now, but you're gonna have to give me like 2 minutes.
That's okay. Do you want a board size of 10, 15, or 20?
Ask yourself what Nathan would play.
15?
There lies your answer.
15? Is that what you want?
20, biggest one.
Dude, Then we both tie.
I don't think that's true. We tie in the other one too.
Dude, this is a dumb pick on your end. I've sent you an invitation and I'm waiting for you.
Always end
Dog,
tie.
dog, I've sent you an invitation and I'm now waiting on you.
Dog, I literally told you 1 second ago that I'm playing this thing called chess that like people smart brains play. You have to wait a minute. I want to play Mancala, but you're on a chess strike. You're on a chess strike. So
You're on a bounce strike.
no, I've played bounce like several hundred times. I don't know what universe you're from, but I've played that game hundreds, if not thousands of times. No,
You lost? Not a surprise.
sort of,
Are you ready?
sort of on me. Am I ready for what?
Blanco, you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. And you're the one who wanted a board
Are
of
you ready?
you're the one who wanted a board of 20, which was a stupid idea. It's not what Nathan would have wanted, and it's just going to cause us to tie. Everybody's waiting on you.
I resign because games are moving to
Dude, you said you lost already. It had nothing to do with how I
on Nathan.
pressured.
No, you just are you gonna play chess after this?
No. Let me just put it to you this way. I'm not playing chess with you until I go viral.
Uh,
Are you going to put down a block? Or are you just going to JR? This was such a bad idea on your part to have us play.
play 20 by 20. Why?
It just was a really bad idea.
Would you like to write a master's paper on it?
I would, but I think I'm just going to beat you.
not even worried. This is the camera approach with Charles Baxter. Stay away. You know that's in his coffee?
Welcome.
Too hot.
It's
Gotta
too.
get out of the shower.
How was your shower, pimp?
It wasn't a long one. It was a long one. Too hot.
Do you know who Nathan Fielder is? He's this Canadian guy who hosts shows like Nathan for You, which is like a prank show, troll show kind of thing, and the uh, the curse and the rehearsal.
What about him? Is he a good guy?
Um, he's okay, I think.
You like watching the shows? Or whatever you say?
Yeah, they're funny.
No, you ain't blocking this shit. Fuck off. No. Are you running out of time?
Oh no.
What?
Oh, wow. Wow, big L. You're done.
No more puppies. You should download an app called Play-Doh and play with us.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the term jail?
Jail?
JYOR.
No.
Pretty well known acronym. What do you think it stands for?
I don't know. That's a crazy acronym.
Stands for quit jerking yourself off. Wrong. Which is what you're doing.
Me?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Sure.
Uh,
Just said that.
I did.
So,
You have hearing problems?
No, do you?
I just said that.
I think you have schizophrenia. I don't know, man.
why are you being mean to him?
If I doing me, I don't know.
No, why are you being mean to puppies?
Why are you being mean to me, dog? Well, you like puppies?
You're, I don't know.
You don't like puppies. He doesn't like Pomeranians. He's unlucky.
Oh, Pomeranians are sweet dogs.
I know, they're Polish and German. They're nice dogs. You know, they go ow, 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 ow. You ever? No, that's not it. Well, no.
Why aren't there more blocks in this game? That's weird.
Dude, I
You
told you
gotta buy them.
we shouldn't have played this version.
I asked you to pick what Nathan was.
And I said the 15. And you said no, 20. And I said that doesn't make sense. If we play the 20, it's not gonna nobody's gonna
I
win.
didn't think that. Why would they not make it so there's no more blocks in possible space? That's like one basic commandment. Possibly. I think I won because you fucked up the parents.
No, we both won, son,
I saw you.
because you picked the stupid board size. It's Moncala time.
I told you no Moncala unless it's only in one game. So.
Fine, it's basketball time. So it's now 3-3.
Mr. Rothschild.
What's going on, pimp?
Remind us, like, how do I get the soundboard? Is there a soundboard in your server? Can I get a duck sound from the soundboard?
Yeah, but no, nobody gets a soundboard. That drive me wild.
Um, people do that?
Dude, I was just saying somebody played an air horn for more than an hour this morning to try to wake me.
Oh, wow. That guy's a knucklehead.
You've got that right. I kind of enjoyed it though because when I went to see, I had a bunch of people, new people who joined the server, so that was cool.
Oh, yeah.
Riser, you ready? That's a miss. That's a make. Swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a swish. That's a miss. That's a make. 8 points. You have that, Riser?
It's all about the second round. I think I can do better. Airball. Oh. The worst in that game is when it like bounces off the rim and then keeps away your money.
100%. 1,000% correct, Riser. All right, this is your round because it's so unexpected where the hoop's gonna go. Look at you, dog. Oh, that one was not good. That was not good. 6 points. Are you proud of that?
Terrible.
Are you proud of that?
Big man. Big man.
I mean, I've got a 3 point lead on you going into the final round. I'm not too worried. You need one of the best rounds of your entire career. I think you should have 3 swishes by now. Not just, you kind of got.
Are you serious?
All right. Are you proud of that?
No, it's that.
Baby, this game is over. 4-3. What do you want to play now?
I want to play my
Okay.
So just play me one chess game for
Absolutely not. I'll play you when I go
You
viral.
don't even have to try. You don't even have to try.
Riser, I don't play chess on here. Riser, you have an invitation. Oh, by the way, when we do Moncala, it's a best of 5. Just because the games are really quick. Do you know that you have an invitation? Dog, did you know that you have an invitation? Dog, dog, dog. Did you know you have an invitation? Dude, so we're not playing Moncala? Fine. Then nope. Are you gonna
actually hurt your brain or something?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible news.
Maybe one of the most newfie moves you've ever seen.
Man, where's Cool K when you?
That was a bad news.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, you're not.
Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J yourself?
I'm interested in what the computer did. So,
Are you gonna go?
yep. In 1 second. Oh, the computer wants me to go now. So that's okay. I think I'm gonna win.
Oh, you're definitely gonna win. All right, that's one of first of 3.
Oh,
Hey, Riser, you have an invitation. Are you gonna accept it, or are you just gonna J your?
they are. Someone has a license plate up there and a vanity plate on their
Just J your. J your. Are you in the Vanity Plate subreddit?
on a Facebook group. You know,
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask about Facebook.
my answer implied no. Or else I would have explicitly stated that I will be in it.
Oh, good job.
You're done. You're done. Well, now you're even more done. You lost two in a row. Are you happy with that?
I'm not done. Dude, you just gave me life.
Uh, I'm good.
Why would you do such a thing?
I don't know. I may have miscalculated. I'm not
You
sure.
fucked up, son.
Close game.
Go ahead, take that.
So you're gonna get your shitty shit out of here? You fucked up, man.
I don't think so. Fuck.
Okay, now you definitely like screwed the food from that one. Here we go. This is gonna be. Oh, you fucked up. Done. That's two losses in a row. 2 in a row, dog.
You're up, pimp. Fuck.
Are you done?
I think so.
Doesn't matter where you're going. Three in a row? Are you proud of that?
You're fucked. Fuck is right, dog.
Miscalculated. What are you gonna do, dog?
Gonna fuck. You just fucked yourself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you did, son.
Which one?
You just fucked yourself. This game is over.
Horrible, man.
It was a horrible move.
Horrible, man.
It was a horrible move. But just good enough to get me the win. Got it. Thanks, baby. 2-1, son. Boy, you fucked up. Let's have you go. I'm going to give you the opportunity to go first because it just seems to be very biased towards the person who starts the game.
You don't say. Really. Are you gonna go? There you go. Terrible, man. No, I hit the wrong thing.
What do you want me to do about it?
I'm still gonna win.
You're done. Oh no.
Sure, that's it.
Oh no.
Because the thunder, dog.
You're fucked. Dog, you're done. This game is over, son.
Uh,
What a comeback.
I legitimately I hit the wrong circle.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it?
I mean, my finger was a little.
Riser, you have like literally an acre worth of real estate to play on which to play. You're up, baby. It's 2-2.
What the hell does that even mean?
Your iPad is giant, is what I'm saying.
You know what else is giant?
This dick.
Human life. I call this strategy the rolling thunder. So, Doc, some of us are actually trying to play. Are you gonna make a move?
STFU, dog. Thanks, baby.
No problem, dog. I did it in the wrong sequence. What do you want me to do, man? I know. I know what they're doing. Actually, no, you're done. You're done. So, no pressure, big dog. Oh, 3 out of 5.
Win by 2, though.
That's not what. That's not what 3 out of 5 means.
That's true. You're right.
Okay.
Darts time. Darts time is 3 out of 5. Win by 2.
No, just 3 out of 5.
Just 3 out of 5. Okay, so it's tied
Darts is
3-3.
possible.
Riser. It's tied 3-3.
We're not tied. I'm winning.
No, it's tied. I won basketball, literati, and something else. You won darts, or you won.
What do you want me to do about
You
it?
won. Oh, I won. Oh, we tied in Blocko, and you won archery, Moncala, and then we tied in Blocko. You're done. It's over, son. That's one game.
English game plus owner. Can I just not play this game and
I
just
mean,
surrender?
no, you can't. You must play. It's 3 games to 3 games.
This is bullshit. It's like getting like a fucking tiebreaker in chess. Hmm.
Oh, dude, I busted. That would suck to have 100 points and then to bust. That's 20. That's one.
Are you serious?
And you busted.
Yo, this is the biggest first mover advantage ever. You literally.
You went first. You went first.
What a bullshit is that?
Oh, on this one, I went first. That's 2 games in a row.
The last game you checked out and I didn't even get there.
Right, because you started. That's 2 in a row, dog. Dude, that should be an automatic disqualification. You fucked me. You have to resort to trolling and pranking. Get that double 18, son. Double 18. That was terrible. What? What are you doing? Are you fucking serious? I busted? That's garbage as shit. Check out. 2-1. It was in your best interest for the win by 2.
What do you mean to win? Oh yeah, no, I see.
Dog, this would be a huge comeback on your part. And a shock because this is one of my best games. Dude, that was great, Riser.
Like, literally cannot do better than what I did. Yeah, you're. No,
All you need is a 20? What a comeback.
go for it, dog.
It's over.
No.
2-2. It all comes down to this.
This would be a ridiculous.
One of the biggest underdog. Look at you. This would be
That landed in the red.
this would be one of the biggest upsets in the history of this game.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
I told you wanted win by 2. All right. I'm winning 4 games to 3. Next, cup pong.
No, no more swinging games.
Dude, it's part of the Olympics.
Table soccer.
We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. But we have to do these. Riser, we'll do that. We'll do that next. This is just a 1-of-1 game. It's a showdown. It's 6-2, big dog. That's a miss. That's a big time miss. Are you? Did you see how many times I bounced? It's over, baby.
There's word or
I've
lost
never
again.
finished that game. That's the first time I've finished that game. Oh, dog. What an ass kicking. 5 games to 3.
The last one.
Dude, I just whooped your ass. All right. You're up, pimp. You ready?
This one's 2 out of 3.
Okay.
No one by 2.
You just got destroyed, son.
What the fuck?
You just got destroyed, son.
Oh, nice 5 letter one.
Okay, so that's one of 2 games. Now I'm going to take you down for 2 of 2 games. And then I'll be up 6-3.
I
And I got the win.
know that's called a tie.
It gave me the thing.
Fucking man.
I don't know why it did that. All right, I got you. Do you want another one?
Sure.
All right. I don't know why I'm being
3 out
so.
of 5.
I don't know why I'm being so nice.
So, Goma, the first round was bullshit. It's been Goma. Oh, wow. Are you fucking serious?
Got you, baby. All right, 6 games to 3.
Wow. Down 2. We got 2 and 2.
What do you want to play
I'm trying to
next?
find the forward.
What do you want to play
I
next?
want to keep on until I better win.
What do you want to play next?
Season 2.
All right.
Bullshit.
No, no, you already said I can choose. No multipliers.
No bullshit unless it's basketball.
No, we already played basketball. You have to understand the Olympics means you have to play everything. And you're up. Fuck you, man. What a start. What a fucking start. How did you start so well?
Wasn't that great. This one just seems more about like luck. So, game of half of it, or most of the games. And the lag is so real.
The lag is some serious shit.
Yes, 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 yes. And
That's a miss. 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 Oh, what a big make. Big make, dog. That was good. Psych.
How? How?
No, I know. That's why I said psych. Are you fucking serious?
No, 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 no. I'm gonna balls here. No. Oh, last one. Last two.
There's such a delay.
Yo, it's my mighty fucking shoe.
Why don't you go, baby?
It's my only shoe.
Close and
I'm literally
reopen.
like,
You have a lot of time. Close and reopen.
that is so fucking good.
Close and reopen. You have time. You've got
Okay.
another 20 seconds. There you go.
Absolutely love the shit. I couldn't like, doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Did you just
No more
quit?
free ball.
Did you just quit?
No, the game is live.
It says you won the riser resigned.
Yeah, the game live.
I'm up 7-4 or 7-3. What do you want to play now?
Go.
No, that takes too long.
9 by 9 go. We're scared? Alright, cool then.
You have an invitation, dog.
Alright.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-or?
I didn't know that there was a pass option. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? No. So late.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I don't think you can put it there. Oh, maybe you
I
can.
just captured my.
Oh, you captured one of my things?
Yeah.
And what do you want me to do?
I just don't believe that was a move. I'm like, what the
I
fuck?
mean, what do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do?
Dang, oh, I just destroyed it.
Well, you did.
Oh, that was bad. How many cost in the game, son?
No way.
Oh, the comeback.
No way.
How did you get to 24? What? Took away a few things. Oh, that's okay. Alright. Hurry up. Hurry up. Fuck up.
Oh, I did. I still don't obviously get how to play this game.
And then the capture, like, um, vertex, like, surrounding the, thanks for the free thing. Yep, you just don't have to be, like, surrounded.
Yeah, nobody knows how to play that game though. I'll learn it though. Okay, it's 6-4. What do you want to play now? Oh, it's my turn to choose. Blitz League.
We actually can't count the mini golf as a victory because we only played one game.
No, 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 no. We haven't played that yet. We haven't played that yet. You're done, son.
This is like low key good.
You're done,
This is a lot
son.
of shit. Absolutely a lot of shit. This game is so bad. It's like not even funny. What is the energy thing?
It makes your shit go faster. Oh, big one.
That man. Get in there, man.
No way.
Go, 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 go. Oh, you're done. You're done. You're officially done.
Yep.
Alright, so now it's like five, five, five. Oh no, 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 no,
Biggest
no, no,
comeback
no, no, no.
in the history of this game.
No, no, no,
We're
no,
about to
no,
witness
no,
the biggest comeback
no,
in the history of this
no,
game. What a comeback. Folks, it's over.
oh my god.
What a comeback. Oh, I had that counted. I was done. It's 7-4. Connect 4.
Here we go.
We end on mini golf as the grand finale.
Yeah.
I'm saying I just have to use the restroom.
Are you fucking serious?
It's 8 to 4. What the fuck happened to you in Connect Four? Riser. Riser.
Dude, you told me, yo, I'm going to the washroom. So I was like, okay.
Dude, you played the whole time. I said, I'm still playing, but I'm going to the bathroom. All right, you have an invitation.
You did not say that.
I did, and you still played, and you got outplayed. So don't tell me
I
that.
was not even looking, and then it was too late. I was like, oh.
You have an invitation.
I'm just getting some water. Drink water, or is that cheating?
Do whatever makes you happy, baby.
Constitution is cheating.
8 to 4, dog. 8 to 4. And I had one. Oh wait.
4 games didn't count.
Okay.
4 games did not count.
Okay. Actually, I think that would have been 9 to 4 because I won Blitz League. So if Connect Four didn't count, then it's 8 to 4. Are you gonna accept my Uno invitation? Riser, you have an invitation for Uno. Ri-
You can't just tack on games that we never play.
I'm sending you an invitation to Uno, dog. Riser, do you know that you have an invitation for Uno?
No one plays Uno.
It's part of the Olympics.
So instead of the Olympics of games that we play, we do not play Uno.
Okay, that's fine. Bounce or not bounce, disco. Did you know that you had an invitation to disco and you were just sitting here J-yoring?
You still haven't won connection.
I know.
So we're playing Connect 4.
Oh, okay.
Can't skip the game, dog. No one's playing fucking Uno. No one's playing fucking disco. I meant to hit Uno. Hurry up. There's people waiting. Not all of us want to fucking stay away.
Oh, dog. What did you think of that Blitz League?
I got 2 copies. Can you send the Connect 4 invite, or are you trying to upstairs? So why does your fucking stream always lag out like anyone that argues there's no host advantage in this game is just on the wrong crazy silly.
It's over, son.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah, it is.
Mm,
It's over, baby.
uh,
Baby, it's over. All right, that's nine,
wow.
9-4,
2 out of 3 on this one. So
9-4, and I
wait,
beat you twice on that bitch. I beat your
two
ass.
out of three.
No, not two. I did beat you 2 out of 3.
No, the first game was not a game.
Okay, I'll make sure you go first this time.
Alright. So,
Win by 2, yes or no?
there. I need all the luck I can get. Are you serious?
Baby, it's 9-4. You got smoked in that game.
I haven't played that game in a long
I mean, what
time.
do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I like that one. I let me go all through and then I'm gonna go.
No, that's the finale. We've got Monopoly.
We're not fucking doing Monopoly. We can go on that one.
Are you going to accept your invitation or are you just going to J your?
Um, we're doing best 101 here.
All right, dog.
You did a 4x4? What the fuck? Mason would never participate in this. This game is literally the who goes first. Right? We have another host advantage Victor. Your bad as your accomplishments for the day.
How did I fuck up?
Uh-oh.
Fuck you, dude.
Uh-oh.
Fuck you.
Uh-oh. Boom. Oh,
9-5.
oh.
Disco. Terrible shot. I mean, the whole board's open and you just fucked up. The thing I like about this game is it's really not over till it's like literally over.
Yeah, I want you to get a real lucky dog.
Right.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh no, I knocked myself off.
This one's gotta be 2 out of 3, yeah.
No way. No. Oh, I got fortunate that it hit twice.
Oh, look at this shot.
No way. Riser's turn. It all comes down to this.
No, 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 no.
That's not that bad. I've seen you do worse. 10-3
That is stupid
or
bullshit
10-5.
right here. That's not 2 out of 3.
No, it's not 2 out of 3. It's not 2 out of 3.
I said it's 2 out of 3, dude. Did you not hear that?
No, you didn't say that.
I said it's 2 out of 3.
Dog, you know I won.
I said 2 out of 3 win by 2. Oh, are you serious?
Oh no. Well, I guess it's not that bad.
Oh, come on.
Dog, it's 4-0.
It didn't give me a good touch. It was my only good punch.
You need a big shot here. That was okay. Bye, dog.
So what a shot.
What a shot.
I might come down to an overtime win. This doesn't count as a win. Though.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
Oh,
All right, I won by 2 or whatever.
the overtime one doesn't count.
Fine, I'll beat you again. But that's fucking bullshit that you say that after I already won.
Gosh, those are obvious rules. And if you can't beat me, then that's a law.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh, that was genius. Oh no. No.
Oh, you're going. It's over, Doug. It's over.
Shut the fuck up.
That's not going to do it. Nope. Get over there. Are you serious? I'm going to need the overtime. 1-1. And 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, I beat you.
You did not beat
This
me
is
in my
just because
book.
I have a good heart.
No, no. Come on.
What is your fucking excuse now?
Or you're always like making up bullshit. Oh,
That was big time.
anyway. Yeah, big one.
No way. No way.
Go.
No way.
Oh,
Terrible shot. Stop. 2-1. Though it's really 3-1.
2-1.
Dude, what is this bullshit that overtime games don't count?
Oh, the tiebreaker is bullshit.
Fuck. No. Perfect.
Perfect.
Stop. No way.
Thank you. Thank you.
No way.
You're done. You're done. We're done. It's over. Yep. I just need to not fuck this up.
How many big ones are they going to give you?
Oh, just try about it more. Come on, let's see it, guys. You got the mini. You got the mini. Oh, two.
Dude, this must not be random, or it must be random what you get because you got a bunch of big ones there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get shitty letters, sometimes you get
No,
good
shut the
letters.
fuck up. Fuck.
Oh, you're done. You're done.
Look at you with these big ones.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, what the fuck is up with these little ones?
No way.
Fuck yeah, dog.
What a big one.
Get your shit out of here.
No.
No. What?
I'll take that.
No.
Oh,
Look at another big one you got.
No, 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 no.
That's 3-2.
This will never end, probably.
No, I'm gonna end it right now, son.
Oh, you got to go first. Right. Are you serious?
Oh fuck! I blew that big one.
So you're actually in trouble because you have to go first. No.
No.
Oh my god. No.
It's over, baby.
No.
It's over.
No.
It's over.
No.
You can't get all that shit. You're done, son.
The best guy you've ever seen.
You're done. It's over for you, baby. Oh, dude, you almost had something interesting. All right, that's 10 or 11, 11 to 5. Next up, clocks.
No, we don't play fucking clock.
We've played it before.
No, that's not the game that we play. So mini golf and then I'm leaving. They have to
No table soccer? We don't play pool. Tactical, tactical or tactical or active? Active. We're gonna keep it sexy.
Is that where you close to?
Yeah, dog. Are you gonna pick your team or are you just gonna J your? Are you gonna pick your team or are you just gonna J your? Oh,
Is this the passing one? No, this is what we both say.
I don't know why that was considered a pass for you. Oh, is that a pass? Don't fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
I'm going.
Oh, get it. Get it.
Oh no. Oh no.
That doesn't help me. I can't score. You got really fortunate. No.
Oh.
Get in. I played that angle beautifully.
Dry. I'm just gonna hide in the net the whole game, or are you actually gonna play?
I am playing. I have. That's how I scored. That's how I have the lead.
Are you just hiding in the net the whole game?
What do you want me to do?
It's fine.
Are you gonna go?
I'm ready.
I am as well. I'm going for one of the greatest shots in the history of mankind. Get the pass.
Oh, what?
Get that pass. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J or?
I'm going. No, no, no.
Dude, just get it down there. What a
No,
pass.
no, no.
Look at this block.
Oh, what a save. Oh no, my fucking finger in the way. Are you fucking serious?
Is that a pass?
No?
Our guys got there like exactly the same time.
Oh. Down, down. Oh, give me a break.
Get it.
No.
Do you know what the dragon attack is? Are you fucking serious? I'm going for it.
Oh, what the fuck?
That was a huge risk. So is this. I'm going for it. Oh, maybe the easiest goal. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Double hump dragon.
I've scored 4 goals in this game.
You mean 3?
4, because I scored your goal too.
Alright. Okay.
Are you gonna just JOR yourself? Or get that, get that. Oh baby. No way. No way has this happened. This is too easy. Oh, you gotta steal. No way.
Oh, thank you. Good decision. Yes.
No way. Oh. What are you gonna do?
Oh, hit the pass.
Come on, baby. That's my 5th goal of the day. Oh.
How did I not pass? Get in. Get in. Alright. No.
12-5 or some shit like that. Karam, 120. You're done. I just won.
It's actually, you don't want to go, well,
Oh. Excuse me?
I don't want to go. It's better to let the other person clear most of the board off, and then there's an advantage when it's more clear. More regular.
Are you fucking serious? Don't go in. No. Yeah, it didn't go in. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
You just missed.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Dude, that was not good.
No.
Oh, what a big miss. Dog, what a big miss. Dog, 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 dog. Oh, speaking of big misses. Speaking of big misses. How did I miss that?
Terrible. You may have just lost yourself in there.
No, because after you get this one, you can't get the others. Keep going, baby. That was a big miss, dog.
more. Go for a new
It's like 12 wins or something.
Oh, I already won 10.
Well, but we already counted your win.
Yeah, no.
Bowling. Bowling.
No games left.
You never beat me in bowling.
Games left.
Amazing start, though. But I matched you because I'm a pimp with a big dick and a beautiful heart. Oh, look at you. Just don't fuck up this. Whatever you do. That was great, Razor. Are you going to dedicate any of these shots to Zoot's comedy career?
You do that shit yet?
No, I talked to him about it. 2 weeks. Look at you, dude.
Still won't done it?
No, I don't know. He said he's serious about it. This. Oh no, what a big miss. Oh, good one. Get these two, pimp.
Oh.
Get it. Big score.
Oh, this would be a big hit. Oh.
Big miss. Really big miss. All comes down to this. Get it. You need to get this. You've got to lead by one, son. Oh, big time. Big spare, dude. Big spare. Yeah, you get to go again. Oh, dude, you might have won. I have to get
Oh,
this.
that might be bad.
It is bad. Baby. I'm so. Oh, no.
It's pretty messy guttered it here.
And I almost did. Oh, that's my 250th win. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. I was supposed to get that Miss Aquarius. All right, that's all right. All right, I won. That's like 13 wins or something. All right, you ready for Monopoly?
Oh, fuck no.
All right, you ready for mini golf?
I sent you an invite.
Dude, archery, fuck this shit. Fuck your archery shit.
Accept it right now.
You have an unfair advantage.
Bill is not an unfair advantage. Being sex is not an unfair advantage.
Having an iPad is.
Actually, it is.
iPad is. No way.
No! Bullshit. That was my 40s really terrible. That's not good. You're wasting way too much time. Oh, no way. No, yeah, right. What?
Wow, bullseye. That was great. Dude, big round. Get it. No way, that shouldn't have counted.
I had 3 seconds. I got it. Some years are like, you take 1 second to shoot somehow. If you get off 2 shots, that would be big. You get the shot off. Oh, yeah, right, bro. The time.
What do you want me to do? 9, 8. You have the lead. 8. Bullseye. Oh, big time, dude. 9. Dude, you're tearing it up.
No. I mean, it's a 5 rounder, so it's really better.
I did not know that.
Oh, let's see if you can get. Oh, no way, no way, no way. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Starting off with a 5?
I should have slowed down all that, man.
Oh, what a miss.
So it comes down to this.
We're tied. Look at all these 9s and 10s.
Oh my lord. That was clutch. That was a big round. That was like 9, 9, 9, 9. What? How did you shoot it so good? No way. Unless it's the game or it's like, oh no way. Oh shit. Oh, it's gonna come to the wire. You have to make it. Oh man. That was close for a 5 rounder. That was very close.
A win's a win, baby. Are you ready for mini golf?
Yeah. This game counts as 12 games.
All right. Best of 3 or just straight up?
But I have to go first because you get to go first every time, and
Then you send me the invite.
yeah.
All right, I'm waiting on it. Where's the invite, dog?
Oh, why is it free person? What the fuck?
Dude, you suck at this. Send it
Sorry,
again.
my bad.
Send it
My
again. Send it again. You're dog shit.
Yo, it is weird red ball. Let's go.
You're a cunt. You're an absolute cunt.
Oh, wow. That was perfect. Oh, you're done. Good. You're done. Go in the hole. Go in the hole right now. In the hole.
Go in.
Go.
I want
In
it
the
to go
hole.
in.
Oh,
Oh,
you actually had a chance. Oh, here we go. So,
what is that bullshit?
ask yourself. I don't know. Playing the game, bro.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Short, 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 short.
perfect way.
Hit the other tree.
Calculation. Calculation. No, 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 no. No.
Are you fucking serious?
I calculated this way.
It's an easy putt.
No. Mm.
Great shot.
That this was
Oh, no. Oh, no.
oh, you're done. Oh, you're done. Nope. Nope. Not a snowball again. Oh, well, dude, I'm mathematically guaranteed a victory. Shit, you'd like to study this one.
Game winner.
Oh,
He missed.
no, no, no. Winner. Of, sorry, what is 5 plus 12? It's 17 to 12.
That's not how it works. Okay, that's fine. If you want to believe that, that's cool.
Alright.
That was fun. We should do that again sometime.
Like every day.
I like it.
Alright, man, I'll talk to you later.
Peace, man.
But,
This was great. Take care, big man.
alright, later.
have to be so after a month. You would have to run right after a month. If you kick it real hard, you fight you. Yeah, but if it runs like fucking 100 miles an hour, you're gonna find out. Like, you find out. The next thing you run, it's worse because you're tired. It's probably right down watch. You're just trying to catch your breath. You see it's looking at you, and you're pushing the bush. No. It stays just far enough from you that you think you have to run. If it's really trying to scare you, it doesn't want to jump on you. And once it gets really close for a long time, so it wears everything out. I want to wear it out. Like, that's how you do it if you're chasing a person. You don't just run up on them. That's just spoils all the fun, right? And I like going to the hunters too. It's like chasing a pack of deer for, that's what human hours to run so long. But that's a different thing. They're overheating. It's called persistence hunting. Yeah, that's why there's so many amazing marathon runners come from that part of the world. Because like these guys have a history of literally running animals to their death. Right? I'm fucking. I had to figure that out too, bro. I was like, well, I got 5 miles. Yeah, let me just shit on your tent. Let me just keep running until this deer stops running. Like, how would you ever think that a deer you would eventually catch it? Right? Especially if they're so fucking fast. They're so fucking fast. Like, how would you think that one day that antelope is gonna get tired? Like, how would you have that in your head? Yeah, that they couldn't just take a break. It's gonna be 300 yards ahead of you like that. I love those high Texas breath. They didn't even know that it's the issue is the animals don't have sweat glands. So they overheat. Yeah. So we have sweat glands. And of course they were biologists, so they also didn't know that either. Well, that's why we're so weird. We're such a weird animal. And that our bodies really can kind of adapt to different climates and they self-cool and regulate like some animals. If they're outside of their climate range, they're fucked. Yeah, like they're in deep shit. Yeah. You know, like we have to, we're going to exercise in Texas. We have to do it in the morning. We're going to jump in the pool because, his body's adapted for cold. He's got this crazy wool coat. It sucks. But for us, man, we sweat. And they figured out, I guess, a long time ago that these animals, if you just keep running after them, eventually they just can't do it anymore. And then they lay down. And then you fucking stab them. So fucking wild. But it made insane runners. Yeah. The only way you're going to feed your children is if you run after that deer. You're going to become a fucking runner. And now the evolutionary process is like you go to the Olympics. Yeah. This is the cover of Waiting. It really is interesting because like that's before I started doing jiu-jitsu, like that was what I was doing. I was running. But it just got fucking boring. Yeah, it got boring. And that's when I was like, okay, I gotta find something else. That's what most people probably have with the gym. And jiu-jitsu is the opposite of boring. Jiu-jitsu it's one of the most rewarding things in life because it's super hard to do. It's really good for your head. Like jiu-jitsu people in general, like you get dickheads in all walks of life, sure, and female dickheads too. But for lack of a better word, but you get the nicest people. Like for the most part, you get people of character. Yeah. Because you have to have character to stick it out. Yeah. If you've been doing jiu-jitsu 8 years, I can 99% sure I can hang out with you. You're a dude who's got shit together. It's almost like we're like this family members or something. 100%. Yeah. 100%. It's like you recognize you've been through this thing. I started doing jiu-jitsu at 96. So 96, I was at CrossFit Games. I was 29. Yeah, see, I started at 30. Yeah, around the same time. And I started right after. It was kind of like a year or two after I first saw the UFC. It was right around that time. Yeah. And so I started at CrossFit Grace's place in LA. That was right down the street from the Comedy Store. It was real close to the Comedy Store. And that was when Vitor Belfort he had just fought John Hess in Hawaii. Yeah. He was about to enter the UFC. And that was that first crew in California from Brazil, too. Exactly. Yeah. Roy Bustamante. There was a whole ton of these guys that came from Brazil. I think Medeiros was there, too. Mario Sperry was there. I got to train with Mario Sperry. Yeah, that was a white belt. That's why he had no idea who the fuck I was because I wasn't anybody. I wasn't famous at all. in the world. He explained, Mario explained to us how he got his triangle really good. He would make his girlfriend sit in his guard, and he would just triangle, and she would complain, like, stop. Just let me do this. Let me use your body to practice triangles. I mean, because that's what it takes. It's like kind of hard to do by yourself. I have a dummy, but I don't use it. I used to have a Grayson dummy back home in LA. Yeah, every gym has one that just sits in the corner and nobody. You really want to do it with people. Yeah. It's not just, the difference between the rolling and the drilling. Like the people that get really good, they put the shitty work in. Yeah. The long drilling sessions, the boring ass shit. Yeah, you have to. I have to, because I teach now. And, like, why don't you know? I'm elective. Oh, but I met you over here. I was probably a purple. How did we meet? Shit. I don't even remember how we met you so long ago. Well, it's like, I get the. I went through the side quest. It's so funny. So my sister worked at the coffee store in La Jolla as a waitress. She's a nurse now. And we were doing a show at somewhere downtown. At I think the Balboa Theater, probably maybe. And it was sold out. And I just hit her up. I was like, hey, can you give me tickets? And she knew everybody from the store in La Jolla. And Ari ended up getting a pair of tickets for me. And so I went to the show, and as you know, Ari, my sister was friends with her. I didn't know anybody yet. And maybe 2 weeks later, she hits me up and is like, hey, can you do a poster for our marquee? It was Ari, Tony Hitchcliffe, and I think it was supposed to be Duncan Trussell, but maybe it was Duncan. But regardless, and from what I remember, you must have seen that poster at some point. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And we did the Atlanta 420 show. Oh yeah. So that was probably. I feel like I met you before because I popped in on one of those Ice House Chronicles from back in the day. Oh, those were fun. Look at that one, man. What a great one. Yeah, that was the 420 show. So that was 2012. God damn, time flies. Yeah. And so that ended up becoming the graphic logo we had to make the phone. It's perfect. Duncan with a little bit of acid on his tongue. It's the perfect logo. I mean, you fucking nailed it. Now it's over. That's gotta be weird. Yeah, it's fucking strange. It's like almost like disconnected from it. Yeah, like I feel like of course it's grown. It's like its own thing. But every time I see it, like I know, like I drew that by hand. Like I have the ink drawing still. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. I put stuff out into the world all the time. I have thousands of paintings, thousands of different fucking places. But I mean, more people see this image than guaranteed all the other ones. Well, more people see that image than anything else I've ever done. Yeah, that image is everywhere. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Well, that's a weird trip, right? I mean, I went to the show on Tuesday, and you were doing the Q&A at the end, and somebody had asked you about what your goals are. Yeah, and you were like, I don't have it. I'm kind of in that same routine. Like what I was saying, I do the work, zero expectations. Like what happens will happen, and I'm just along for the ride. Well, I think as long as you put the actual energy into the work, I think, at least for me and you, because it's the way to do it. I don't have people. There's a lot of people out there with vision boards. Those sort of things. He's got this vision board. He's got his goals he wants for his company, goals he wants for his life, and this that. I get it. That probably works too. But for me, I feel like I only want to think about the process. I want to put all my energy into thinking about the process. Because that's the rewarding part for a creator, right? Like me in the studio by myself painting. I get that clear mind, right? Where it's like I feel like I fucking meditate 6 hours a day, just for every day, just for art. Because at some point in the painting process, the paintbrush turns into a mantra almost, to where everything in my mind, just like in jiu-jitsu, everything shuts off because we're in a hyper-focused mode of accomplishing this, right? And that's for me. Painting But it's like there's a little like there will be a reward when it's done, when it's complete and done. You're like, look at that. Yeah, it's like catching your breath. Yeah, I used to feel like that. No sketches. I used to feel like there were drawings. Yeah, but on a smaller scale, obviously. I think it's the same thing with martial arts because people are talking about martial arts being like meditation. Yeah, I think that, and if you thought about martial arts, like if you're a white belt and you thought about all the time that's going to take before you become a black belt, you're like, oh my god, I can't do this. But if you just think about the process will get you there. You just have to just only be thinking about this idea, this process of improvement, of dialing it in. And people oftentimes refer to martial arts as a moving meditation because to do it right, you're kind of out of your own way. Like, did you do much striking? I did a year of Muay Thai. I got punched in the face a lot. I found my brain not functioning quite the same way. And I even found myself like getting frustrated, which was stupid. Like where, well, like in the process of Muay Thai, like I had a coach, and this was forever ago, who was kind of a prick, and just we had 8 boarding students who knew fucking dick, and we were terrible, he wanted to be coaching pros, that's what it seemed like very, very distant and like phoning it in, and I recognized myself kind of getting frustrated with it, but when I was in jiu-jitsu class, if somebody caught me at something, I found myself like interested where I was like, wow, I never got frustrated, I never got like down on myself, because my whole first year, I don't think I did a single person my first year. I was in a tough gym, it was a Noguera gym, and so like the whole first year of them being open, I mean, guys were there's like pros training, like here 6 months, 3 days, he came over, he was purple belt, just fucking like vanilla gorilla, and he tossed me. Oh no! And I was like, what the fuck was that? Like I had no idea what had happened. I was on my back, trying to catch my breath. Like holy shit, what was that? And at that moment, like I knew I thought I was tough. And I had those toughness in me, and I was like, just a complete humbling experience, but also like encouraging. Like I feel like it was that singular impulse, like led to me in my interesting. So because it was so overwhelming, I would learn that. And I was at kind of like a weird phase, so that was probably like around 2008, where shit seemed to be, there was like a little moment of like everything going to shit, and like I had this weird feeling, this is like the financial crisis, this was one of the banks, everybody's money was weird, and it just gets collapsed, and I felt like shit hits the fan, like maybe I should know how to do something. It was such a weird it's really abstract. Like to me, it wasn't like I was like super concerned or like really serious about, but I had the thought that like if I needed to defend myself or if I needed to, that's what I wanted to do. It's like let me fucking chase it in here, until it all keeps and it just gave me a little bit of a motivation, and then I just found it going. And I would say if I ever opened a jiu-jitsu, I would call it jiu-jitsu. I mean, I was talking to Zach, your security guard, at the coffee club, and like, I mean, I've been in street fights. I've been in street fights since I was a teenager. Like, I've broken up fights more often than I've gotten into them. And one thing I do learn is for this when fights break out, don't be nervous. How beautiful is that? I had that because I remember when fights break out, your anxiety shoots up, your heart rate. I get worried if like someone close to me is with me, and I'm worried about their danger. Yeah, but the fact that two people are fighting, I'm so used to it. No. I saw it all sort of kind of unfolded, and I ran up there, and I just whispered, cat call. He like looked at me, let go, and it was alcohol. I actually grabbed the guy who was alcohol and picked his face up. That's a great way to handle it, the way you talk to him. Yeah, and he immediately looked at me like, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. So, this kid did it eventually. Nothing happened. Like, straight, you're just defending yourself. You're going to jail. Yeah, long time. Yeah. Especially if the guy's out, you're holding on to it. It's like it was tight. He might not have known he was out, but actually he's probably so jumped up. Like, you know, Street Fighters. So dumb. And if I see them, I just get the fuck away. But what just weird I've seen so many people beat people up. I have seen, like, firsthand, there's probably like 90% of people on Earth that have seen more fist fights in person than me. Yeah, I can't imagine, especially in that close range. Close range with world-class fighters. When you're at a UFC event, like, those fights feel so much more intense and so much more, like, you gotta figure out when you're there. You gotta come into the apex. The apex is the place to see fights. The apex is the UFC's private little auditorium. It's tiny. It only seats like 100 people. Is that where they were doing the fights during COVID? Dude, I saw Francis versus Steve Miocic in a small cage with no audience. It was wild. There's out if you don't care, bro. It was wild. Yeah, it was so different. Francis's punches and kicks without all the cheering. Yeah, to hear that sound, it's a different thing, man. Yeah. You're experiencing what that is. States not citing racist legacy and influence. You feel it. You feel like you're feel a small little right. Feel it. Touching in the air. When he collapsed, punched my kids down. It was so interesting. I was listening to acoustic concert and going to see a concert in a gigantic arena, right? You know, you go see someone in a club do an acoustic set, like Gary Clark Jr. did an acoustic set. It's different. That's why I always like the prelim fights for the fights that I've gone to, right? And it's interesting. I notice myself getting nervous before the fight, or especially that first fight, like first prelim. Like I had like 10 people in the room. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, that's weird. That walkout moment is so peculiar. Yes, like, and I don't know if everybody else feels it, but it's like I can almost feel their anxiety. Oh, like as they're walking out. And some guys you don't feel that at all. Confidence. It's crazy confidence. That's fascinating too. The guys do.
Manawashi. So, paano mga, saan ka ba? You say something about like, konnichiwa. What's that?
I don't have a whole lot of time
I hate this one. This one's so fake. Mel's full. Mel's full of some shit, baby. I wonder if there are any. I love me some Mel's full. The one they can get and figure out. Yeah, so.
House guy with the never-ending hole. Ask him about it here in a moment. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Bill, are you there? Yeah, I am. First of all, Bill, thank you for your drink. What are you doing up at this time of the morning? Well,
Bullshit.
House guy with the never-ending hole. And we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Bill, are you there? Yeah, I am. First of all, Bill, thank you for your drink. What are you doing up at this time of the morning? Well, the money in town here now because we had a couple of our buildings out there caved in after the snows that we had out here last month. And so they're buying out some of the construction in the hall. When did you discover this hole? Well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now. And, the hole's been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there. The previous owner there was quite elderly. And I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we moved in. And then, so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole for a long time. Yeah, it's been going on, for as long as the hole has been there. So when nobody knows that, I guess. All right, how do you pronounce the name of your town, Manastash? Manastash. That's right. And actually, I'm in, right now, I'm in a town called Ellensburg. Oh, I know Ellensburg. What's called a rodeo here. Oh, sure. Okay. Well, night after I read this, exactly. Oh, man. Well, not too bad. I was growing up. 25 degrees, so it's not too cold. Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything? Well, I mean, mostly to do with that, like yelling out there, see that going. I've never heard of that going out of the thing. No, it couldn't at all. That's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing. Back to the suburban and hung out over there, so it was kind of I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just take their feet and they do not want to go anywhere near us. And so, I don't know. We've got miles and miles of, I think, I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles it is. I assume it's a fair number of miles. Well, 280 feet is a mile, so you really think you could eat them? I get mine is 5,000 yards. And so I've gone through that many. Oh, you've got a whole land that goes over, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles into the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that. Well, my wife does work for a local university here, and we've been talking to them about it. And one of the things is, I find it quite incredible that I've let that much light into the ground, but that's what I've been doing. Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again? Well, when I went out the first 1,500 yards of line, I reeled all of that back in, and I wanted to know if I hit water down there too. That's a lot of feet. You bet. That's 4,500 feet of line. Did I hit water? So I did. What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers. Lifesavers, yeah. So when I hit the water, the lifesavers will fall. That's true. I see. So they're very smart. So they know certain fishermen's trick. We used to send our bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers, and the bait would go out in the ocean on the tide. And then eventually got lifesavers to melt in the shrimp that they would fall. They couldn't cast the old mackerel up there that far. So what do you got any guesses? I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing about it is the surface part of it's been very well cared for. I mean, phones have been very lovely all around it. And all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough at least to examine the side of the walls. It is stone for about 15 feet down. And but it's the story of a resurrected dog. This is, you know, as you can all imagine, it's all Native American land around here. It's one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is, you know, is there anything about this whole in regards to Native Americans? You know, that's something I haven't really pursued right now. If you had a fatal disease, Mel, yeah, would you jump in the hole? I would. You would? As based on the dog's life and in my will, should I meet my demise, that you would be thrown in the hole, disposed into the well. I'm not sure the health department would allow that. Well, you know, one of the things that we, you know, I thought about later on is, what if this is like contaminating our water, you know? And, you know, we had, you know, I'm sure you do this out there, too, you know, your water checked all the time. We have no personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy, yeah, but, you know, as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible along the water supply. Well, again, so far it hasn't. You know, whereas the water around that area is absolutely pure water. It is, you know, and so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, nothing has polluted the water. No, I mean, you know, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but so the amount of that has been showing up in the water that people draw from their wells. I mean, you know, the water's as clean as it's ever been out there. Really is. Water comes off the cascades or something. Yeah, it's really wonderful water. Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg. No, I'm not. And one of the reasons that I went out to the property tonight, other than just, you know, something that weighs heavily on my mind, I was afraid that after I set the facts out, that there'd be people out there because it's, well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is. Well, there aren't, as far as I can tell, too many big holes like that around. And so these people in my neighborhood are familiar with it. And you know, I kind of almost expect to see a small party of people. Well, there may be. I mean, you know, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is private. It is posted to audience. So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur. But there is going to be substantial curiosity about it now, Mel. Well, you know, and I think I've, you know, let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep the deepest hole was ever found. Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this. You know, I thought maybe this would be like World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as, you know, things I thought it would be like, could have been like an old mine. Well, now here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Mel, that it gets hotter. Right? So you have to think your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or, you know, something. But there's still weight on it, huh? Yeah. The line is not moving freely. I mean, you know, it will fall and there's no weight. Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions. Okay, I'll be thinking to do that. All right, because I just might be missing something. Well, Carl, you're on the air with Mel. Hi, Dave. Yeah, I was listening to this. Very interesting. Yeah, it is. Well, I just want to let you know I looked up an encyclopedia and the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about. That's in the ocean, right? Right, 36,000 feet. So this is certainly over double that already. Right. And it also says that under mining, that with current technology, we can only go down to 1,600 feet. Wow. That's great. That is great. So you got something here that already qualifies for Guinness. That is wonderful. Oh, I like that. That's great. You said 1,600 feet? That's radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down? Well, you use radar, but that's out in the open. That's not, I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea. All right, that's how about a cop's radar? All right, I'll tell you how fast the hole was going. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. That was very fun. Good evening, Mel. Hi. That's very I'm sticking it from my friend down here again. All right. I'm also surprised I haven't heard of this before now. Well, now Mel hasn't made this public as far as I know. Have you, Mel? Just on my land. Wait, this is the first public announcement of the hole. As far as I know, there's no newspaper accounts of it, not in the Daily Record or in the. Well, there will be now. Here first, folks. Before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of point things up here and ask if you consider making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County. Probably take them on this. I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggest that. Listen, here's another possibility for you. You know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump. Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit, well, you may have something that the U.S. government wants, so I could, rent this thing out. You're damn right. And no way is that going to be anyways, I wanted to mention here, we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, was on something. The kid was, came out and was good. They're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're going to. Maybe the way to go is to have some lower sensors package, which is some of the measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus a radar, probably pencil thin, and just hook it up to some sort of cable lower down. Be interesting. Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down. When I was out there this evening, it's kind of a sort of a full moon out there, and one of the things that occurs to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing. What do you mean? Well, it's like, how, the various pyramids and things in Egypt, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever. Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole? Well, no, but I just, have noticed, the full moon and all this stuff, and just sort of put two and two together there. You never felt drawn so personally, have you? In terms of, you could term this some sort of spiritual involvement or suicide, no, I keep going on it there because it's an attractive business. Local kids, they're putting on the wall again. There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in. Because they not in my down with the refrigerator. I can find out something from the local Native Americans, maybe with some sort of burial thing, or you can drop a big rock and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, picture tubes. You can drop picture tubes now. I've dropped, I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there. probably, I know, but these days, Mel, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you always want to wind up like a tanks and Buttress Gully. That's true. All right, East of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Sarasota Park. Really? She's saying if something obviously was pulling on what I do, you know, I run. Yeah, I seal that damn thing up and I'd never get near it again. I put the lid down on it at that point there and say, nothing's going on. Yeah, I asked that too. The first theory of letting down a line, I got about 4,500 feet down there. I had a roll of lifesavers down at the bottom to determine if there's any water down there. And of course, there's water to lifesaver belt. And I didn't do that. But since then, I've let the lines continuously go down and just spliced onto the end of the line. Yeah, just trying to find out where the bottom is. Yeah, that's my main question. Like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? You know, well, if it goes into the earth, you know, how far does it go before it stops? All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera. I mean, Mel, you could have a special as you got down past what did they say? It was keep its whole 1,600 or 1,800 feet. As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel. That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it. What's his name? Rivera would come. And they've already went to the whole. Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies are on there with Mel. Hello. Hello, Jerry. Oh, you up in Washington again? Yeah. Right. Well, I was wondering about how much does this miles of fish on weight? I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I've not realized it's already hit the bottom. Got fish line on it. That's right. Now, yeah, I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them at 5,000 yard spools. Yeah, and so I should weigh a spool, but sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would end up to in terms of how much that weighs. So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago and simply the pure weight of the line, right? And it doesn't feel like it is weight bottom. There's no slack in the line. But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight, but you know, even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world. But the weight of the line is blowing the line down. Yeah, but there would be so much line down there by then. But how do you have line down there? I mean, like 20 pounds, I think more than how much I can put on the line out already. I mean, you think you have 20 pounds of line it's supposed to get hot when you go down, right? And also, what about the fact that it's, the magnetism, you're all into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, you're gonna contact your wife works for a university of local university. Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this? And if so, what did they say? All the people she talked to that I nag her about it occasionally say, they're telling her, that they, so in other words, they don't blame her. What I'm trying to do is have entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is. Well, would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? They're crazy. They'd send someone down there. Well, I don't talk to on the phone right now, on the radio, but I'm not sure if anyone Amy Crow, so you're not sure you want that kind of publicity? No, like I said, I can put together a website on it and get people, informed about what's going on, because, I'm sort of making this money, and people would accuse you of going to the well one time too many. Probably true. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Yes, sir. Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about the whole. Well, I've switched it because I have milk. Mel has not found any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel? 4,500 feet. 4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right? Oh, yeah, they were fully dry, they weren't dissolved, they were just perfect. This is pretty good. First time calling a line, you're on the air with Mel Line. Mel, hi, this is Conrad at Groundsville, and I've got to solve this whole well problem. Sure. First of all, if he's putting a line down the well, wait a minute, sir, we've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There's never been any water found in this hole. Yeah, thank you. All right. If he started out with a 1 pound weight, and he starts adding fish line to it, right? And the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right, now, if he knows the weight of the line increases, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was breaking on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down, that's a good point. The 1 pound weight he added is significant. And he wouldn't think could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and then he would never know it. Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still by a long shot the deepest hole ever. Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought you had that was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground. So that's what I think that's right, isn't it? Oh, yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet in the ground, when the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. If the 100, well, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there. A volunteer, not a cat. No, not a cat. No cats. But a person, maybe else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university, and yourself. I guess your neighbors know about the law. Oh yeah, they're just probably good. Oh well, not families, but individuals, probably good 20 people that use the hole regularly to throw junk into. They've always been done. Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit on. Never heard anything. I mean, if you hit the line, of course, but if you just drop it straight down, and 9.5 feet goes straight. 9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got the center dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right? You can just, lean right over there and get it going straight down. As far as anything I can see, visually, with intelligence and flashlights, the light just fades away in my house. You got nothing after a while. You can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it. Does anybody have any theories about you said the dog was thrown into the hole, dead, and then came back alive again, right? The story is the guy was out hunting and he saw the dog, and he knew it was his dog, and it was the same dog, it had the same color, it had the same terrier on the whole thing. Does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine? I'd like to think that this is something like really benign, like, cows have gone down there. I've heard of cows coming in back in our release that you would know, but I don't believe, well, sounds creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Bill, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State. From the hole. And good night to everyone from coast to coast. And beyond. Thank you, Bill. We talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Bill, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch you up here in a moment. I received the following facts last week. Dear Honor, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington, near the Anastas Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up, so I got curious, actually obsessed, and began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament, trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know, you get facts like this, and I jump right on. So I called Mel. In the middle of the night, we put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week. And we got the story of Mel's home. But now, proceed as rationally as possible on as transpired since my earlier facts. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel and were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their threat. I asked one of the guards what's going on. He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I know there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban to let me know that I would have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear collected smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a front lab on my property while I got the credit. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So, there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel. Hello, Mel. Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out. Oh my God, it was. I'll tell you, I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you. You were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up your property. You're going to example because we were talking about. I'm sure you had interest. And they stopped you there, huh? Yeah. Well, originally, after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening, and noticed there was some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day, and so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your podcast, and I think. So I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. It certainly wasn't intentional. When we talked yesterday, you felt that probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter, and that's right. Your best protection is to be public now. Well, anyway, so there's a lot of activity around there, and I've had some thoughts about this, and if they knew what all was, I would imagine the mega tanks are being something happened with the whole. I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from ground. I'm not sure about satellite. Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the airplane back. We did have that situation. And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there? Well, there was. I'm telling you, I'm a little confused about days. I guess this is now Tuesday morning. Yeah, that's right. But since what they had originally there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically. Armed soldiers. Since then, they've erected some further down the road, maybe getting accept the quote generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight? Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today. I want to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is, but on one side you have possible drug land, on the other side you have a very generous offer, and so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was. Well, that's a carrot stick approach, no question about it. Yeah, and they're working the whole thing here, I think, and like I say, I feel a lot calmer about that than I did before. It was you were almost panicked, weren't you? It was just a little bit too much. All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the whole land. So what have you determined? I did some real quick and dirty work here. When this year, first of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure our way the line is in the hole. Basically, I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales. Okay, it's a little spring operated thing there, but I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound saver on there. It looks like it weighs about 17, 18 pounds. What does the line that's in the hole? In totality, yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards. Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds. Yeah, it's 20 pound test line, right? And then you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it. That's right. So one of the things is that and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break. And probably at the top of the line, that's where all of the pressure will be. So you believe you're down 80,000 feet? Yeah, without a doubt. 80,000 feet with, what is that? 4 zeros on there. 12,000 miles, 5,280 feet. I believe I have on the map on there. I always forget how long the oil is. But how long you own this property with a whole? We've had the property about 4 years now. And, the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he's been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service. It's just raw property, right? Well, we have some buildings and the house structures, all those were basically damaged with the heavy snow. Well, a lot is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high voltage electricity in the earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Bill's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Martin built? The earth could have its own, in effect, time machine over the centuries through various quakes and so forth. All of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes in the apparent depth of the hole. Two mountains of lower rocks locked down there. Let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about earth geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average on the earth, is about 20 miles deep. Now, underneath the crust, and this is something a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the moho. It's continuity. That's what the moho, M-O-H-O, is continuity. What is that? It's named for a guy named Moho. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this continuity. P waves, I guess those are seismic waves. Through this continuity, move faster than they do through the rest of the earth. They like speed up. Okay? Normally they go like 7 kilometers per second. These are going like 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. It is believed that it has to do with like chemical difference in the type in that area of the earth. So you've got the crust. You have the all this continuity. Then you have the mantle one. And so that range is very little known, as you can well imagine. But you really can't get to it. At least not yet. And they really, the scientists really don't understand that. But we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that. All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, we were going to go on by it. I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole. But now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property. Yeah, it is my property. That's the critical thing. I did not step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. And that's, I was way away from that thing there. How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole? Oh gosh, you'd have to travel. Gosh, I would say it's an access road kind of. It's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all those spots there. You might go about a mile and a half or more, and you can't even see the little light valley that I'm in. Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened, and almost rode on. It's funny you should mention I almost rode on the last time I was in London. But I didn't, so I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it. I rode right by the entrance to it. I have a theory of going into that thing. Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? You could. I anticipate what will be going down the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. We'll be going down there on a voluntary basis, I assume, because, I mean, you know, if we're talking the government here, which is obviously the trespass, they have every piece of technology they could ever want. They can send out cameras, they can send out whatever they want, you know. And so, you know, I assume at some point if they determine that it's safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, you know, they take air readings, step out of air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that, you know, they would do that. You know, I'm, you know, just like a ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology. Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Bill, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that? Well, we talked about that over coffee with that guy that told me about the stones up there. You know, I mean, you know, we're pretty good. We're big on property rights here. Yeah, this is your home, not theirs. And you know, I mean, you know, we're very militant about that. And they say, you know, how can they do that here? You know, the truth is, you know, if they say a plane crashed on property, you know, I mean, I expect to see some smoke. But, you know, if they're telling people this is an accident, look at the investigation, you know, they're paying all the business there. Did they tell you what kind of airplane civilian military or what? No. All right. Were there any reports that you've had from all? You can check on plane crashes, right? Well, first of all, over here, you throw the smoke wall at your car. You know, every time they make the newspaper. I mean, so that should have been big news. If the plane went down, you know, you've had planes go down here before. I mean, we've had planes go down, you know, on the other side of the mountain. It makes the newspaper here. I mean, it's big. All right, but then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I mean, I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group. Right up to the barrier. Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug coder. I am, you know, that's, you know, they actually said that to you. Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. You know, we can find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Yeah, it's very easy. All right, now let's see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're here with Mel. Hello. Hello there. Hi, Robert. That's a bunch of crap. You know, don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel. On the subject of cloning, you know, all they have been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do that. It's utter garbage, and when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't will or won't is baloney, because we know, I guess you could say, should we? But we will, I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mel's Holiest, first time caller line, you're on the air. No. Yeah, I am. Where are you, sir? I'm in officers with Mill and Tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, sorry, this is a crime scene. Who are you? Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel. Well, I have to tell you that, as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of small properties been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow pier was there for. We call it. So you can't see it from there. And two, the military is out there. There was a plane crash, I think, the week before whatever plane it was. I will see the thing is I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash. Bill, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Bill, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here, they crash, and you see the military cordon miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. This secret aircraft that fly and crash. But I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you. I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was a beautiful clear day. I mean, there was it wasn't particularly windy. There was a crash to be, but it was smoke. I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Bill, about accepting a generous offer for the property with the hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Bill, your hole is worth millions of dollars if it's what you say it is. If it's as deep as you say it is, then you can fence property and sell tickets. Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved on to the property several homes. One of those like temporary buildings. They moved them onto the property. Really? One of the neighbors said he's almost like a parade of these things going out there with 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too. How long after the broadcast did this parade begin? Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late. sure I call their bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you have a property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, and they all roped off, and they said, go away, and we got to come back with a gun. Well, and they followed them up. Then right away, you'd be a dead martyr. You take a gun up to a mouth. I've had friends with me, and I mean, I would not go into this alone. So I see, but they're not going to drag in a bunch of military trailers to abandon a drug lab. Well, I agree with you. So they're obviously under the secret of the whole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hi, Stan. I suppose I could do that because there is a small airport here in Ellisburg, and I'm sure that can be arranged for. What I'd be interested to know is if actually planes can fly over that area. I suppose I'm trying to get some photographs. But again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They really did a really nice job with what they brought in there. Keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation. They go look here out. This type of, kind of dress it up a little bit there, so that, anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion. And the thing is, I got it out of the asshole over there. Why? Maybe they did the operation and that's why it's Maybe. I mean, that's very conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it. The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs. So that they'll visit. They'll go there. But put them on a leash and try to drag them there. They'll dig their feet in there, and they just will not move. You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family going. So we used to go to Florida, drive Florida to it, and we once got near a slaughterhouse. And on one of our stops, and man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you pull, he wouldn't get in. He could smell the death. When I was in college, I had a school in human skull, and when I was going to say, my cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards. He got 8 feet by that when he saw that. What did the cat know? They sense these things. There's something about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Bill. Hello. Hey, yes, sir. Oh, hi. Washington. Not only Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of it for a little while, but born and bred Utah, and graduated at Central Washington University. Man, it's been a lot of time in Ellisburg. In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors, who is one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down at one of the restaurants about a pretty big hole that going to the bottom of it. Wow. We'd actually heard that this was back, 1989. Something about there, we heard that. And the one thing that really impresses me, this guy that was saying, well, you can go to the media out there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 to 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest on the Western United States. The Aquifer Center is where case you're on there with mental alone. Yeah. Yes, sir. There was Rothschild'S that I saw on I think about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was in early 80s, late 70s. And they were reenactments of like these true occurrences. And there was a whole story about a boy who I think it took place on like when they threw horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something. He went looking for his dog and fell into a hole, except, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out. And went and told his dad, and his dad went out there and they heard noises coming out of it. And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him. And I guess a bunch of guys went out there. They thought, well, we'll float a rope in and somebody's going to have to go down on it. And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog. They lowered him down and he made this scream. Deadly scream. So they brought him up and I guess after that, they brought him up. He went quietly insane for the rest of his life. All right, well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel. But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? Was that Sunday afternoon? Sunday evening? Something like that. Yeah, I do go ahead, but you were just a wreck. Yeah, I was, any negative, fearful emotion I had in there. I mean, I was shaking, I was sweating, my body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was a wreck. What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out? I can do that in terms of, saying, I think there's something interesting going on over there, and, send them out there. And what I assume that'll happen is that they did go. They thought it was a valid story. They'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see, and I think that will be in the States. It'll be someone. And I asked him, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, I'll believe anybody. You can tell me anything you want. Why are they going to believe you? All right, well, first time you're on here with Mel alone. I see. Oh, yes, now. And I feel somewhat responsible. Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some, they're working me from both sides here as far as I can tell. But it sounds like, I mean, it looks like, I guess it's like the Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse. There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight, tell them to go to hell. But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can. If I get to, if I actually get to talk to somebody in a position of authority who wants to sit down and talk turkey, I'm talking about my real estate agent. Honestly, I'm going to do like relocation to another country is what I'm going to do. You want to be sent out of the country? Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance, something like where West Van Dale is, was still an American at this moment. Hi, Brad. Scandinavia. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard these screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony. They said that was actually a AP story. Now, it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story. Since there's not a sound, I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel? Yeah, I mean, unless you find anything there, when you drop something in, it's like close to the surface, you know, you hear it there. So after a certain point, you won't hear anything anyway. Now, when you drop your refrigerator in, I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator in. Now, 9 feet 9 inches, pretty good size thing, but how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it so that you don't slam it into it? Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, you get it over there on his, you know, something like leaning over on his back, and he's laying over on the stone wall, and just kind of give it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down. Yeah, it's nothing difficult. We've been throwing stuff in it, you know, all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, you know, we've done it. You know, a cow is a pretty big thing, but people got cows down in there, so it's just actually almost disgusting. Yeah. In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting, a mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind. Well, they say this man is lying, his voice is shaking so much, he's stuttering, he's searching for words, he's in mind because you're paying attention to his fate, you know, spade of story they're saying, and you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his life. So here's another one that says, Mel's hooks. Are you falling for another one? Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Is it, I mean, do you swear that this is absolutely the truth? Well, I would rather not have talked or called or faxed or anything regarding this subject at all. Yes, people need to understand, you asked me, but I'm the one who called you. I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down at the hole, and just going a long way, merry way. And can you on the air stop all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking up your, you know, when you have a situation about belief, what you believe in, what you don't believe in. You know, a couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people in the Empire State Building. That's right. The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today I heard that they put metal detectors in the Empire State Building. Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. Some beliefs change. You know, and that's how I view belief. You know, and they had a metal detector on it for 60 years. All right, let me ask you this. You have neighbors. They know about the home. They've been there. They take their trash in. They put their trash in. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too? I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you. All right, and you know, I'd be happy if they want to talk. I'll back you on the phone. That's great, Mel. Work on that one. And that's at least one other angle to approach this with. He's to the Rockies. You're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please? I'm in Cameron, Texas. All right. It's 9 3/4 feet. 9 feet 9 inches in diameter. He said, okay, Mel, matter of fact, here's a fact, Mel, say, regarding the whole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the whole and give Mel the shaft. That is what it sounds like. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello. How you doing? Well, another fantastic story. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you taking my call. Sure. I have a friend of mine who also believes in the Holocaust story. And I've read two scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote them, and I can only talk about that. That's right. But there's one that talks about making graven images of things. And that would be even things that are not there. And then there's what are you driving at? Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a Holocaust. And so there's one in Revelation that talks about they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scroll or the seal or something. And even under the earth, no one was there. All right, Bill, are you a religious person? I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person. So then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole. You trying to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole. Yeah, the dog part and the other thing about the beam of the blackness, that certainly would lean that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand will seem as magic. But yeah, they do. And those are things that I cannot understand, and so I have to say I don't understand it. All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out, and we can help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily. Well, my local congressperson is Doug Hastings out here. He is one of those guys that, believes in property rights and so forth. That would be an avenue. Again, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as I'm also disseminating it. I have to make a decision. I go in one direction or go in another direction. That will be it. There's not going to be a point where I can take it back. Right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections in Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I can have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat. Now, once you decide which way you want to go, believe me, I can have either media power or government power representation to help you out here. I'm going to have to make the main thing I have to do is decide, is this tantalizing enough for me to move forward and, say, well, I want to claim this as my own. I want to deal with it on my own basis. Do I want to get out of it? Do I want to get in trouble? I mean, these are considerations that I have here. All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? That is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. You have a good local sheriff. We have a local police department here, and we have a sheriff's department, and they're all great. They're all wonderful people. Every last one of them's a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. My property is being illegally used. I don't question about it. No question about it. You have the deed, right? You can prove this. Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, how can the government use your property? At what point they develop an authority to use your, let's say a plane crash there, which is what that was told. Well, then they have a right to, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do. All right, now let me get established right. All right, here's Daryl in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's home, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of truth. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure, the government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash. That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old trailer out there that's been gutted. As far couple good mile for us.
I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that obviously people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this.
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay, well,
But I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to our Bill's program, and that you're taking us for a advantage.
Sorry, you gotta remember, dear, I called him.
Didn't he originally,
Actually, yes, he did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read the fax at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight. And I read it over there. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him. He didn't ask me to call him. And I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word. And I can't imagine why he'd lie. I'll be honest with you, and since you're from Reno, and to me, if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the material I'm working from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that have provided me with the line of research that I'm doing. I have, this whole thing is secondary. But if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about, it would definitely be, all right, I understand, all right, East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Mel. WTDY, Madison, Wisconsin. Hello. Hi. Allegedly scientists, allegedly anti-religion scientists, with billions of U.S. dollar profits. What does this have to do with cryptocurrency, future derivatives market? All right, well, I don't know where it's always going all over the place where it has nothing to do with our topic. First time caller line, you're on the air with Bill. Hello. Yeah, hi there. That is a thought. I mean, it's after, if I decide, to basically take the money and run, I still want to know what's down there. I want some mechanism to know. I mean, my original line of inquiry really was, is this the deep soul around? I mean, that was my original question I put forward. And, I think I got an answer to that. But now I'd like to know, what the heck is this thing? That's where I'm going from now. And one way or another, I mean, I think I'm at the point where I'm open up. My beliefs are such that if we had a psychic look at it, a remote viewer or whatever, then I would be willing to accept, what they had to say about this. They looked into it and saw what was at the bottom or what was going on over there. I think at this point I can accept that. Boy, I tell you what, if I accept in the last couple of days here, I can accept anything at this point. All right, thank you. All right, thanks, dear. Yeah, go ahead. Well, we've had his full name on the air for one thing. All right, so Mel, what do you think the odds are that somebody will? I mean, obviously, as a result of the first broadcast, look what's happened. So the media may descend on you, Mel. It very well could. And as the guy said, that court of justice, we already know where you're at. So, what are you going to do if the media? I mean, suppose tomorrow KOMO or one of the big Seattle broadcasters comes to you and says, "Look, we got a camera crew. Go tell us where the property is. We want to go and investigate." I suppose that if they wanted to go there, I would lead them to the access road. Trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can close the cards in your right side. I don't want to talk about it. First time on our line, you're on the air with Metal. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed him. On the line, you're on the air with Metal. Good morning. Yes, sir. I have a couple questions that come from Metal. Jim, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO out there in that area? No, good question. You know, out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that they get pretty remote. They're very, Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town. Matter of fact, Bill, I've got a lot of confirmation of that faxes and phone calls, people saying it is a very weird area. And they've heard stories there about moles. So, this is not that far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Sitka, Alaska, all right? Yeah, and like, y'all just disappeared with the Reagan administration. And Mark, very disappointed that you are becoming a Sitka on your last experience. Well, I'm going to be investing out there. We're in quite a few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel.
This is Paul in Kansas City, and I want to tell Bill that I believe him entirely. And I think that Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda's old house to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great. And I think he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened that they're going to possibly accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something. And he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence. They would never be able to follow through on that, especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think he should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right, well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he asked me. But I'm the guy who dug out the red call. He didn't really want him on the air. For the record, Wildcard, when you're on the air. Hello, Mel. Hello. Okay. Mel, now with this whole and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening to this radio program right now. I'm absolutely certain. And you also have to understand these are military folks. They are doing whatever they're doing right now. And anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there's radar coverage of that area. I'm certain. There would be a record of it somewhere. Well, unless if it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB? Well, yes, sir. Hold on. Well, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that crashed down here. It does not get into the media feed. The military wardens off the entire area, and trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's true. All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the NTSB, if it has anything to do with these are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious false. It's a lie, and Bill, again, they told you, look, they can find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover, and the story about the lab was obviously a threat. Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're gonna do now. I guess I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him. I would prefer not to talk to him, to talk to someone. I would ask him too, who is making the offer? They'll tell you who's making the offer. Sure. Well, this property is not for sale. I mean, I don't have anything out there. Well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything, though. I suppose you could. You can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do, Mel. If there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you, and I feel a little guilty about having sent you on the air in the first place and causing all this. Usually I've been more articulate than I have been, and I apologize for that. People in these stressful situations, no, I understand. People are just nasty, Bill. That's all. No, that's fine. And I generally find that usually the people that are the most well-spoken are generally the ones that you really have to watch out for. So, I know. I think, always a good thing to bear in mind. So, I got some thinking to do. I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I think overall, I think I'm moving forward in terms of, actually be able to resolve this within my mind. I think that was good. Quite honestly, your involvement with this may not, it may be happening now because of your involvement, but it may be happening a year from now without your involvement. And everybody out there ought to consider, something like this can happen to anybody. 10 million people, or how many are out there, they know about this. Now we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend. I'll keep in touch. All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. One of the greatest stories ever told was told on this program. How long ago was it, God? I don't even remember now. About a hole in the ground that had no end, or no end that anybody could find. It was the damnedest story you ever heard in your whole life. Anybody remember Mel's Hole? Well, yes. Oh my God. I think. Mel, is it you? I can't believe it, Mel. Indeed. Listen, brother, I just spent an hour red-faced, embarrassed, because I thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And I really thought it was real, Bill. I really thought it was real. I'm still got the hook in my mouth here. And so, I guess the first question I had to ask you is, how long, Mel, did we do the shows that we did? Oh, gosh, this must have been about, I'm going to say 97. Well, it was one of the greatest stories, no doubt, ever told. In fact, it spurred all kinds of things. Television crews went up to Ellensburg, Washington. So I must begin by asking you, before I go forward any further with you tonight at all, Bill, is Mel's Hole, the story of Mel's Hole, another Blair Witch Project? I will not drop any bombshells on you in regards to this being Blair Witch Project. This is not the Blair Witch Project. Real as a hard night. My property. I may end up telling you things that will story I ever heard. Let's, radio, if you have time, let's tell a lot of the audience, would not have been around and would not have ever heard this story. And I've never heard one like it in my life. So if you would, sure, I'll recap. Especially after all these years, it would be good to see if your story now fits your story then. Okay, well, sure. I had this property, well, we're going to get to that later on. But you own the property at the time, right? Yeah, it was actually my wife's property. Okay, was it an empty property essentially? We had some outbuildings on there, a couple of trailers. It was really unimproved land with, all I could was living there. It was really, we left the property. Okay, so you lived in the trailer on the property? Yeah, okay. And then there wasn't a trailer or two on the property. Yeah, and there were several buildings out there. I basically was doing a lot of research in various Indian herbs, medicines, all the more. I remember that. That was my thing. And actually, I spent a lot of time going to dealing with the various bands of Indians down there because the herbs that they use are the ones that I've been researching. You might talk a little bit about that too. Sure. I think you might find that interesting as well. All right, now the location of this is near Ellensburg on the Manassas Ridge, which is now Ellensburg. There's the prominent mountains surrounding the Ellensburg area there. Ellensburg is a little town basically in the center of Washington State, right off I-90, right? And it's a very nice little place. But yeah, I hear you. How long have you been living there? Oh, we've been there for several years. I married this woman in Ellensburg, and we lived there for a while, and then we got broken up. Well, at the time that you faxed me, you simply said, I don't even remember the facts now, but you said there was a hole on your property, into which, I guess for years, people had been dumping stuff. Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I didn't tell you about, one of the things that regularly was dumped in the hole was an old Mexican fellow used to come around about once a week, with like a big truck full of tires that he used to dump in there. The guy used to pick them up at various used tire places. And I guess, it costs money to dispose of tires, right? Oh, yeah, they got because they have these big yards where they have these tire fires. But in the state, I don't know, you pick them up, wherever have them, if they were too old to be used as retreads, whatever this guy, the Mexican guy, would pick them up, bring them over. He must have dumped like thousands of tires. Let's describe the hole. Was the hole just a hole in the ground, or was it a well? Well, if you look at it, if you were walking up to it, you'd say, it's kind of interesting looking well when it was about 9 feet across. 9 feet across. There was stonework around it, and I don't know where the stonework got put into, but it was sort of, it was round. Yes, it was perfectly round. And you're saying it was not a 9 feet in diameter. The diameter was 9 feet, and what I did is I built a cover for the top, so when it wasn't being used as garbage disposal, for lack of a better term, it was covered up. So I didn't want any problems, people falling into it, kids falling into it, whatever. Oh yeah, you turned into a crime or something. Well, yeah, I begin to wonder now if they would have ever been heard from again if they had gotten into it. I don't know if they say this here screamed this very, just kind of going on into infinity. But I went to you and I said, I basically went like 80,000 feet worth of monofilament fishing line. But there's even more before that. You said that people were throwing like dead cows. Cows, I used to love one of my favorite things. tuck in there was like television tube, man. I television tube, the picture tube down there. And if you, and it was big enough so you could drop it. In other words, the whole, I think it for as far as one could see here, went straight down. It must have. I would, if I would hold something over like towards the center of the whole, I could go all the way to the center because it's going 9 feet across. That's more than 4.5 feet across. But sure, if I held something up like the size of a picture tube, a 19-inch picture tube from a Dolby set, drop that in there, I would never hear it hit anything. It would just fall and fall and fall and fall. And that's what made me curious. How come, you know? I mean, I didn't hear a splash, no crash, crashing, no. I mean, I could hear something if I didn't get things like dead center there, and if it's spun, and if it would hit size, but then eventually that sound would give up too. So, and by the way, going back, do you have any idea what this whole originally was? Was it anything? Was it something that anybody done? Do you think was it something that was naturally always there, or what do you think it was? As far as I can determine, and everyone that I spoke with, that hole has always been associated with that property. One person that I talked to says, well, as far as we know, the hole there, your property's been there as long as the whale bone has been the tree out there in Ellensburg. We've got Ellensburg is a huge place. We've got a tree out in Ellensburg. Yeah, someone's yard. Yes, there's a whale bone jaw growing out of the tree. Awesome. Yeah, the jaw of a whale bone, and it's like embedded in the tree. Are you telling me the truth? Yeah, you can go to. In fact, I was familiar with because I used to walk the neighborhood there and see it. You can see the tree, but you can actually go to the Yakima Herald newspaper. You can see a picture of it. How in that central Washington, that's not the ocean. No, the ocean is, Puget Sound's good, 90 miles. How could there be a whale bone growing out of a tree? There you go. The whale bone's been there like for 100 years. People tell me that, the ones I talked to, well, the Urkel's been there as long. I mean, Ellensburg doesn't go back much further than, I'd say 150 years. 150 years, so I mean, it was a town, so that hole was probably there long, way before that. Other people held the property, and, I don't know at what point did, the rockery get built around it, but it's kind of nice, it's nice. So you're telling me like thousands of tires, refrigerated, even dead cows, dead animals, dead dogs, whatever. So you didn't have to burn trash. Oh, no. And we're kind of, what I would say is sort of ecologically sensitive people there, so we don't really generate a lot of garbage trash or anything. But yes, we did put our trash in there. We didn't use it for compost and things like that. So we threw a lot of stuff in there. So after years and years, you finally got, and I understand, incredibly curious about how deep this damn thing really was. It was just moments that, all of a sudden you think, good grief, I got to get to the bottom of this, right? So to speak, unintended. So I used to, when I lived in California, I used to a lot of shark fishing, and so I had some of those big old, reel type fishing poles. And so, the first thing I did was empty, it must have been about, it could have been about 1,200 yards of fishing line down there. What did you do? Did you check a rod, or I mean, how did you the first adventure that I had with this, and this was kind of, before the obsession began with finding out more about this, is that I basically sat down into a hole from just my big, shark fishing pole, a fishing weight, and next to fishing weight, I also had a roll of lifesavers. The reason I had the lifesavers at the end is that if you hit water, it was all shark fishermen's I see what obviously if you drive, by the time you got to back up again. Just fishing pole, and then when I got to the end of the line, just let it sit there for a while, and it takes a little while for all the legs to develop. But that's how it was determined that it was went down. It was went down there to hit water. So how much initial line did you have on that first? I'm going through trying to remember what these big pin reels held, but there was like there must have been about 1,200 yards on there. 1,200 yards. That would have been about 3,600 feet at least. That was the first expedition that did all. So you let it all the way out. That's right. Could you feel at any point like the weight? Of course, I suppose at some point when you get the line reeled out, you've got weight, period. But could you still sense the weight at the end of that line is rolling on? Oh, yeah. At that distance, you can actually move the line. You can move it, laterally, side to side. But it was kind of an effort. You could actually, you could actually get a swing to it, but it was really hard. Think about that. You try to say, I don't think it's 3,600 feet. It's difficult. And as you let it down, you didn't feel any turns or twists or no twists, no obstruction. Basically, I let the line go down freely with the weight on it. One fishing weight at the end of this line, and basically it went down and down and down and down and down. It's at the same pace, basically. At that point there, when I got the line, when I got all the line up there, I looked at my, you must have been scratching your head saying, how many feet was that again? 3,600 feet. I guess there are holes that go down 3,600 feet. I'm not an expert on holes, but that was quite a little more than half a mile, right? Yeah. And so I guess there are holes that maybe go down that deep down. That's right. After the program we did with Bill, and the one we're doing now, I found out quickly that there was an abiding, gigantic fascination for this kind of thing. I mean, people, I guess, I don't know exactly what the fascination is. Frankly, I really don't know. All I know is I had thousands of emails and faxes from people wanting to know about this hole and telling me, in fact, about other holes. Bill's hole is not the only deep mystery hole in the world. Bill, there are others. People have told me about them, but yours is quite spectacular, to be sure. But there's some fascination, and you must have felt it. When you went down 3,600 feet, you must have been saying to yourself, what the hell? Well, at that point there, it became kind of a quest to find out how far this will go down. So I went basically hit 3,600 feet, came up with dry, lifesaver candies, dry. I said, well, what would I need more fishing line than this? So basically, I let out the 3,600 feet, put another 3,600 feet in from similar reels, down at that point to 3,600, 7,200 feet. So you're down over, you're like a mile and a half down, a mile at that point there. And I was still going, I was still going down. At that point there, the line's still going down, I'm going down, I'm going down. Now, a number of people said after that first show that after a while, the weight on the end of the line would be insignificant with reference to the weight of the line itself. Yeah, and in fact, I quite in fact, recalled that, and I was curious as to about it myself. And the best I could do is that I was going to bring all the line I let down at the point that I took, we talked about this. Yeah, you'd be cranking, I would want to get like some sort of motor trip was like 17, 18. Somewhere under 17, 18. 17 or 18. I have this written down, so I don't remember exactly, but the combined weight, the weight that I had on there, plus the weight of all the line that went into the whole. I had when I did the final, rating of mine, was about 17, 18 pounds of line down there. That's a lot. You think about monofilament fishing line. I mean, that stuff. When you have like even a small bit, it's pretty insignificant stuff. When you get that much out there, it's going to weigh a lot. No for sure. And total of how much you got down there. I got down exactly at the point that I'd given up putting line in there. When I contacted you, I had 80,000 feet worth of line down there. 80,000 feet narrow. And I don't know, that translates to like, what, 15 miles worth of line? Oh, my God. 80,000 feet. And is there any way that you could be sure? Now, eventually, did you reel all that back in again? No. No, I did not bring that line back up again there. So you never saw the lifesavers from that far down? No. There were lifesavers at the end of it for sure, because I just simply go down there. But it was only, it was just because it was already there. But I never brought it up. About 80,000 feet. No. And how far down again? I'm sorry, one more time. 80,000 feet. Just 80 with 3 others there. Tiny was I going to buy fishing line? Oh, yeah, I would buy it. Like, if you ever go, I don't know if you're fishing shark. No, I'm not. That's why I'm struggling a little. We're going to go to professional fishing store where, fishermen buy their stuff. They sell the line in, they have the line there in huge bowls. Now, these things are like about a foot across. They hold things there. They will fill each fisherman's reel from that. So you go home, I would buy both of mine. That's what I did. I said, I'm going to need this much here. I figured I'll get a good deal on the line by the whole darn thing. That was my way of doing it. Were you telling anybody about this when you were doing this? I mean, when I was doing that, when I was doing it, I had a couple people doing that. When I went to my fishing line, I didn't tell them that I was going to, use this to measure all of my property. They don't really care what you do with a fishing line. I mean, as far as they don't care. If I fishing line there, there's not a lot of reels to fill, so I think that was the thing there. So I didn't have any problem with that. The only thing that really different at that point, and how I help the line is that when I exhausted the two fishing poles with the line, I hooked the line up to what is known fishing as an outrigger, which is kind of like a short little fishing pole that you have like about 1.5 long, and it went through that. Like I swivel it over to the side if I needed to, but it didn't. I was going. It wasn't like going down to the middle of the hole. It was kind of about 1.5 way from the side and let it go down from there. So I let the line go through the outriggers, basically. How could there be a hole? I mean, even if you had hit bottom at 80,000 feet, how could there be one? Let's say it stopped running at 50,000 feet. The line stopped running at 50,000 feet. They got a rating there 50,000 feet. It stopped. Because it was a deep hole at 50,000 feet. But 80,000 and no stop. Stop at that point. Had anything ever coming out of that hole? Really, the only thing that came out of it is some guy who had a hunting dog that passed away. say no, we'll see you later, a rabbi. That's right. In fact, there was one other, I always wondered, Bill, you once told me when you die, you wanted to be thrown in a hole. That was in my will, and that's how I wanted my remains to be dealt with. Or reverently dropped, I guess. Well, I was willing to take that journey, I thought it would be a great journey. I believe that whenever the hole was kind of, my dogs wouldn't go anywhere near it, things like that. It kind of had a weird feeling. Yeah, well, maybe they knew that another dog got thrown in the hole. It was a weird, which is an eerie sense about it. And, I thought about that yesterday. I talked to him about wolves. And actually, I get kind of a strange feeling to it. I'm going to describe the feeling to you. All right, please, sensation that you got there. Have you ever been surprised by the moon? It's like you go out and look at the window and the moon is up there, and it's like for a second you don't realize it's the moon. Sure, you get that eerie sense, and then your brain puts together that it is the moon. Sure, that's happened to everybody. You get that feeling. It's like you got that feeling of around the hole there. You felt that feeling. It was that kind of feeling that you had to get that sense that you were constantly surprised by the moon. During the day or during the night, it didn't matter if the moon was in, the moon was out, it didn't matter. That was the sensation. I finally was able to nail it down. It occurred to me, and that's the same feeling I used to get when I was at my property. There's that strange feeling. Well, you said there was one other thing, too, that happened with that hole that was unusual, besides the story about the dog. There's a lot of unusual things about it. There's a specific unusual thing that you know about it. Well, the one thing that it was said, are we talking about the thing where people would see like the dark black shaft of light coming out of it? No, but tell me about that. Well, that's something again that was told to me, but it was people who said that from time to time what they would see when they would look over towards the property or if they were on my property, looking at it that way, they would see like a shaft lined as black that they'd never seen coming out of the hole and extending up into the sky. Oh, it was like just that is weird. Yeah, that is totally. And let me ask you this, Bill. It's pretty wide hole, 9 feet. Could you take a real high-powered light? Yes, I did. I did shine lights down there, and it get very far with the lights that I had. I would presume you would see the signs of the hole. I could fly out that side. I could see where the rockwork went down several feet, ran out, and then it was the base we were out there, where it was like dirt or rocky below that. But I could see that. I could definitely see that part. But I guess the light would just flat disappear. You just run out of light. And I'm not sure if I had one of those huge, 250 candle light power. I don't know how far it was gone down. I've got a 6 to 8 light. Yeah, but even that would just go out. I mean, those kind of things are cool to like shoot into the sky. I rather found them useful for pointing at photographers hanging around. Those are, I've had similar uses. Yeah, they do their video cameras and they split. I mean, especially if they have the night vision on. So then, you were so much of a believer in All right, what happened was that you came on my program. Yeah. Maybe your biggest mistake. And told this whole story, and innocently, that's right, absolutely innocently, and then it was like the next day or a couple of days, or how long was it? It was, I talked, the day I sent you the facts, I sent you the facts, and I sent you facts, I believe you read facts that evening, and I went up to the property just to take off the grief. I'm going to have a bunch of people down there, And so I went out there, and then I came back home. I was living at the property there because they're telling you that they're getting kicked in from the snowstorm there. Some of these old tent shacks are going to hold up the power. They get 2 feet of snow on top, so we moved together. I rented an apartment in Ellensburg. And so, I went back to the apartment that night. That's when I talked to you. I don't remember. All right. And then it was a day or two or whatever. You went back to the property. Oh, yeah. After the show. What happened? It was like the following day. It went I went back to my property. And there were, it's not like a lunatic here, but there was like armed people on my property. I couldn't get in. There was barricades there. There was already a whole bunch of your moving equipment was at my property. Oh yes. And I was basically told that there was an airplane accident. There, an airplane crashed on the property, and that I couldn't go in there. You told them it was your property. Okay. Yes. They knew it was my property, and we had to, there's my property. Well, we have to, we have to deal with the situation by NC, small NC. There was a plane crash or anything, but they were not going to let me out of my property. So I decided, well, I'm going to go back to town at that point there, okay, this is going on. And I believe I had talked to you again at that point with you, Jen. I remember you called me that night and you said, my God, there's our people up there, and I pull them in. And that's exactly it. Okay, and so, again, all this idea, what I have is a situation where my property was taken over, and why they were out there, how come they chose to go to a different property and they still live there or that? Obviously, there's only one answer, and it's that you were on this program that I'm about, and that's right, but for someone to have that incredible level of mobilization, curiosity, wherewithal, and all these things here to deal with that, I'm saying? Like, this is a big production. Well, they wanted this, maybe all of this kind justifies that kind of big production. I mean, maybe there's something, I can imagine there's something really unusual, special, that there has been some property that someone was highly interested in, that they thought was very valuable to have, and that they had to have. That makes sense, doesn't it? They, to you, meaning the government, right? Or these government employees. I had both civilian and military people that were there. That would figure, I gotta tell you something. I mean, I was in the Army many years ago, and I don't agree, what it looks like in the fatigues and so forth. But I gotta tell you something. I didn't do everything about it there. I couldn't tell you which army they were. Which army? Yeah. All I knew was they were in military uniforms. Okay. Or I couldn't tell you if they were U.S. I couldn't tell you if they were German. Did they have any? Did they have sidearms? Did they have? All had weapons. Everyone there had weapons. As well as like semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons. From what I could tell, they also had fully automatic weapons. Well, that's really intimidating. I've been in countries where I've encountered people with fully automatic weapons who frowned at me. I didn't like it. You went to Israel, you got used to seeing people everywhere you go. There's Israel, that's right. Somebody just sent me a really interesting fact. Okay, somebody named Squirrel. It says, how far is Mel's Hole from the place where Dr. Reed had his encounter with the alien? And that never hit me until I found out this fact. They are similar areas, I think. And indeed, also not far from where my property was. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, is where they found Kennewick Man. Kennewick Man, yes, right. Along the slabs, and that's a very unusual area up there. I was talking with my nephew about how peculiar Ellensburg is. I mean, it's a little town of about 12,000 people. Half of them college students, actually more than half of them college students. They basically got about 6,000 locals there. Pretty small place. All right. Let me stop you. And when you and I last spoke, your encounter with those strange folks up there, you had another encounter with them, and they made you an offer you couldn't refuse. Look, first they intimidated the hell out of me because basically they said, look, one of the civilian fellows there said that if you don't want to find a trouble out here, we can put you out of business in a hurry. That's right, I remember, yes. And for all intents and purposes, sure as heck going to look like I had a trouble out there. I had a lot of strange non-native plants growing there. None of them, I have to say, of narcotic nature. These are just your typical desert, high desert type plants. And they basically say, we can shut you down and you don't have to worry about all this. Ultimately, they did make me an offer that I could not refuse. And I will tell you the offer that they made me. It had to do with going to Australia. I needed money for going to Australia. I wanted to continue my research in medicinal plants. And so we put together a very interesting package and a very interesting piece on the land this party. Well, as a matter of fact, you told, did you tell me you were going to Australia? Yes, you did. You told me that they had made you an offer for the land, essentially, which was going to be, if I recall correctly, leasing it in perpetuity. In other words, forever, or for your life anyway. That's the exact. And so that you were off to Australia with a parcel of money. They basically gave me $250,000 a month for property. $250,000 a month. My God! And so you were, and I know you were in Australia because you sent me a number of emails, which I did mention to my audience from Australia. I mean, there was no question where the book was. I was in Australia. I actually, for a good while, lived out there in Perth, which I love living in Perth. In Perth? Oh, it's wonderful. I love Australia. I thought, here's Mel on Australia. No idea you're getting that much money. Obviously set for life. I'll tell you, it was great. I built some facilities out there off the outback, basically, where I can grow the various plants that I was allowed to bring with me and cultivate them over there. And we also did a fair amount of wombat rescue out there, which was very gratifying. And wombat rescue? Yeah, they're native marsupials out there, kind of good-sized critter out there, but a lot of them were becoming endangered. And I can tell you this right now, the wombats now, I do believe to some degree with all the work that I had done out there, to make a compact out there. Oh, that's wonderfully back. But what the hell happened? In other words, here you are in Australia with all this money, and now you're back here and you've fallen on hard times. So, I'll tell you, I accepted the offers. I was basically, it was to leave town. I left town. I actually told to leave my car and wait at the rest stop when I was get off the road outside of Ellensburg, and I was taken to the airport, taken to San Francisco, and taken to Australia. And so I left the country and taken my two dogs with me. And they want to knock on right back here, and as you recall, I was making an appearance on the show. Yeah, that's right. You sent me, I told you I was going to be in town. I actually talked to you here. I promoted it. I said, Bill's got a hold of me. He's in the States. He's going to come on the show. And then, of course, you were a no-show. Well, I'm gonna relate to you the chain of events that occurred place from the day that I was supposed to appear at the show, right? And as much as I can remember, bring it up to date for a while, all right? Okay, on the day that I was going to be on the show, I phoned my nephew, a little bit from this apartment, right? We got him a place down in the Olympia area. here. Oh yeah. I mean, back then at the time there, I was still 40 something back in the mouth. I could still taste blood in the back of my mouth there. So it was pretty ugly. Oh, you were screwing with somebody you should have been screwing with. Well, I would think that the easy answer would be that it had something to do with I'm going to get on the air and blah blah blah. Say this and that. In other words, since I had promoted the show, yeah, but that's really not it. If that is it, then you could be in danger now. Well, I don't believe that was it because there's a lot of things that I've been doing. I haven't got myself in trouble. Yeah, but Mel, if you think about the fact that look what happened after the first time you came on my show, then look what happened after I promoted years later that you were going to be on my show again, and you're gone for 12 days. You have to imagine there's a possibility of a relationship there. We can take the connection and we can put it on the back burner. But, I'm a curious fellow. I mean, I didn't get the line into curious guy, curious guy. I got back to my nephew. I'm still with my nephew now. And don't even say where. No, I found out that I don't know if you can appreciate this or that, but the next thing that happened to me is I found that there was some legal action taken against me. Legal action was taken on behalf of my former wife. Your former wife, basically I had the property on the Manassas. You had said it was her property, it was her property, and it was basically she had leased it to me in perpetuity as part of our divorce settlement. I had helped her go through school. All right, Mel. Yeah, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. I just get. They took your belt off? Yeah, I know that's really low. I mean, chicken versus cheap, but you take your belt off. Well, it was just, I had everything else, and there was another belt buckle on there. I had made belt buckle out of silver fork, eating fork. Yeah, and I used to metal and do all kinds of things with it. And it was actually a nice belt buckle out of that, and that was gone. And I used tumble stones and stuff too, and I just had nice looking rocks that I had out there too that I picked up and put on there. And it was like I had my pants, I had my shoes, I had my socks. Why take my belt buckle? That might be getting ahead of myself here. But anyway, I get back and find out there was some legal action taken against me here. It was initiated by my former wife. I see. Basically, I had property to part of the divorce settlement there, and I helped go to school, and it was pretty worthless land, and she said, well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement there, and so then what was the last? Did you want to go back? Well, what happened is the neighbors I was served with said that I was in violation in terms of the lease with her. With her, exactly. Part of the divorce for example, the Mexican fellow, he's a the tire guy. Why do you want him? What do you want a Catholic priest yogi for? That's right. There's a priest, there's a Hungarian fellow that I need to get in touch with. People want something to do with the whole. My question is, after all of this now, what do you think you can do? Well, maybe they should run this back to my time in Australia, okay? Right. And, I did bring some of the very plants that we grow on the property by the whole there. Just various plants. And if anyone wants it, they could probably do a little research and find out exactly which plants they are, because the plants themselves, they've been written about for the last 100 years. And they had remarkable properties. Like one, right? Like one. Well, I'm not going to say these plants there. No. Properties wrong. They were used, for instance, during by a certain RV doctor dealing with the great influenza that we had at the turn of the century. It killed all those people. Yes, millions. Yes, and the people I reserved received this. So, enemies. It doesn't matter at this point. In a lot of ways, I'm 68 years old. Yes, sir. I'll be 68 in June. I mean, I had this bowling before this. I had an extraordinary run for the last several years. And I still need to get some answers from things. I need to get hold of the guy that I gave the gun to. I believe I contacted you. Where did you get that gun? And I dug up on the property. I planted various things out there. And, from time to time, when I'm clearing a piece of land to plant on, I'll dig up rocks, I'll dig up metal, and all kinds of things there. I found this gun and holster, and those blue rods and went in there, and I just basically took this and threw it in my drawer in my little workshop there. My office that I had on property there, and I had moved. I gave it to this fellow, and because I need to move into the apartment, I gave it to his deposit on the apartment. So it must have been a decent gun. It was, from what I could tell, I'm not a big gun man. It was a German B-38, like one of those, like the Nazis used to use back in World War II. Yeah, you might have really had some on your hands there, and you gave it to the guy. Well, I mean, I'm not a good person. I figured it might be worth it. Why do you think getting hold of him now would be meaningful? Well, number one is we can't get hold of him. And for some of the things that I remember about the gun now, and I also found out what he had indicated to you about the gun as well. And what I had found out, and I talked with his son is basically the next fellow is, he left the family, left his wife, he left everyone there, he found it all, like in contact. So he's disappeared too. And he had the gun that I gave him there. And suppose you found the Mexican and threw down all the tires, thousands of tires. What would you do with him? Well, part of this is also connected with the gun. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this here. I found out about it, but I might be able to verify it with some of my own experience. Fire away. I had talked with this guy's son, and this guy said that, this is the father who kind of became obsessed with this gun here, and I believe what he indicated to you is that check this gun into a stay there. You might still be sipping pina coladas and stuff, you know. I wish I was there. I got to tell you, on the beaches in Australia, the women there really boarded two band-aids and a postage stamp. I've heard that about it. I mean, it's gorgeous. More women than one out there. So the money's gone, the postage stamp girls are gone, the weed is gone, the dope buckle's gone, guns gone. I'm trying to get hold of a few people. The Hungarian man, he lived in the area, and actually, I have a lot of interest in getting to him. The priest fellow, same thing. He's connected to the Hungarian fellow. Bill, you know, I'm going to make a suggestion to you. Maybe you should do what a lot of people do, and you should write a book about this. Have you considered it? I don't know. I mean, my nephew was writing something based on me. Just he thought it was great. You know, his boss was a celebrity kind of guy here. People wrote songs about what happened to him home. I know my nephew just showed me the other day compact disc called The Ballad of Bill Soul. That's right. I mean, it's incredible. People told me they had Drake's name after all of this. Bill's Old Drinks, you know, at the various bars in town and Ellensburg. It was quite a remarkable phenomenon out there. So, it's really amazing. It's really great way to start off in that part of the country. Well, you know, have you tried, this is a key question, have you tried to go back to the home, or the property where the home is? No, I can't say that I blame anything, but right now I'm getting some of my cards close to the best, because I'd like to put some of the screws on my former wife there to see that, hey, I'll let her know, I hope she's listening, that, hey, you know what happened to me, can happen to you, it happens to you, and it might be worth your while to keep me around me quiet about things. Say 25 grand. Look, I'm happy for an acre or two of land and a trailer I can call my own, you know, where I can keep doing my work. Well, this is so honestly, this is so given through now. All over us, well, I was going to say state halls, unusual hole. Yeah, basically, the hole that I really did get the shaft in the end. It's not funny, I'm sorry. Has been a remarkable thing. I don't know, did you read the fact that I sent you, or yes, maybe did you read it to the audience, or oh no, because there were names in it, I didn't want to, you know, is there anything in there you wouldn't want me to talk about on air? Only the names, no specific names, specific incidents. Well, we've covered a lot of that. Okay. Can I say this? There is a very, very, very strong connection with the Heaven's Gate incident and my property. Well, okay, I will say this. You wanted to make contact with anyone who saw Rothschild White up in that Ellensburg area prior to the last Marathon Coast. By the way, Mel, for your original appearance here was the day I had here in February of 97. It was February 21st of 1997. I got a call from my board up during the break here. He said February 1st, 1997. So you think somehow there's some connection to the whole Heaven's Gate thing. I do believe, and that happened and occurred, as you recall, about a month after my appearance. I recall on this show, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Well, there's no way for people to get some corrugated metal and stuff on top of it, kind of to secure it. By the way, you said stolen. Was there any protection? Was there a sign up that said beware of the hole? Oh, yeah, beware of the hole. No, I think would fall in the category of attractive. Are warning people and against people in heist. So how about protecting people? I mean, well, look at that. With the corrugated on top of the board, it was secured on there pretty good. So you can, you could open this up without basically busting the mechanism open. That's how you began lowering the fishing line into the hole from this centerpiece, right? First I used to do a lot of shark fishing, so I have a couple of big fishing poles with a lot of line on them. What was here? What I was curious about is to find out if there was anywhere down there, what the heck. So I lowered big reel full of line into it, and had a roll of lifesavers on the bottom. The roll of lifesavers was put to a point because it made water the lifesavers in all. Absolutely. An old fisherman's here. So that's what I did. I lowered down. I realized there's about 500 yards of line on this particular reel. I did that with another reel, so I connected them up there to get down to about 3,000 feet. The same result. And then finally, I got about the whole thing there, so I went and bought basically monofilaments in wholesale quantities. They fill the fisherman's reels with the 40-list monster reels. So, basically I started lowering this stuff down there on a 1 pound lead weight. Oh, by the way, did you have any help, or were you doing this all by yourself? Well, the project was conducted by myself. I didn't have, an assistant or anything. It was your own property. It was my property. My wife was becoming a stranger to me, so she wasn't hanging around or anything. I was sort of there at the property doing this just to satisfy my own curiosity. And basically, at the point where I reached 80,000 feet of line into and I had a little, for lack of a better word, I had a little winch that kept track of, it's just like a little, it's not a mechanical, it's like a mechanical digital counter. What it was made for measuring how much line goes down, so I knew exactly how much line I put in the hole at that point, which was 80,000 feet of 80,000 times 10, or 80,000 feet, something like 15 miles of line went into that hole. There are people who have questioned, weight, of course, of the exactly. And then you had the weight of the line itself. Now, at some point, people say the line would be so heavy, I would have no idea what you actually get bottom on. Well, I think so. And again, the only thing I do recall, I got back to you, and what I did is I actually measured the weight of the line in the hole. I had a little spring fisherman count on the thing, and I believe I had somewhere between, with the weight on the bottom, between 17 and 18 pounds of weight attached to the top. I don't know. I mean, to me, I think about it now, and I think about what I've been through, and I think about all these things here. And I don't know what to make of any of this stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I know that. Did you have somebody talk about they're drilling like these huge deep holes in Russia or something like that? Okay, you deep holes there there whenever I go back there. And, my property, even before I get anywhere near the property, I'm met by basically uniformed people who are telling me that there was a plane crash on my property that they have to investigate 30 accident. And then not to, they will let me know when I can come back. Now, this bear in mind, everybody, this was after our, immediately after our broadcast. Nobody knew about the whole field broadcast, immediately after broadcast next day, he goes back and they're giving him this plane crash. And I'm looking around, I don't see any smoke, I don't see any smoke, I didn't see any evidence of what was being plane crash, so I'm pretty much believing they're handing me a bill of that. Right? And, I looked at my property when I got onto it. And basically, there were some guys saying against me that, I was being told that it would be fairly easy for people to find a drug lab on my property there. Basically, a deal with herbs and Native Americans, herbal medicine, and money, or we got you. I mean, what I do, what I have there, I suppose could be construed as a drug lab. I mean, I don't know, but that's where it was. Well, it wasn't a real drug lab, or I had some various plants that grow native in that area there. I had some plants I brought up from Nevada growing over there, but none of these things or anything but plants doing fine, growing in a high hazard environment. And there are a lot of psychedelic most of the time. I did not deal with anything like that. That's normal. That's all over the desert. It may not be what we know, but it's the truth. There's all kinds of hallucinogens that grow naturally in the desert. The people that know, I've worked extensively with Native Americans, and they come on through an area, they can tell you everything, and they're not like a meth lab up there. They were applying, there was herbal stuff already fine, so they scare you the hell away. Then how did you come to make a deal with the government? I have a hard time figuring out what went around here. Basically, I was putting back on. I was basically talking to the press. You are the press, ourselves. And so what they did is offered to lease my property from me in perpetuity for a very healthy sum of money. I'm talking like $250,000 a month, and almost $3 million a year. That's a lot of money. And I had agreed for them to let me relocate in Australia, a place that I love and actually wish I could go back to, but that's neither here nor there. And the impact of Australia, because I have a ton of emails telling me you were there. I would contact you from time to time just to let you know it was okay. You were in Australia. Oh, that's true. So you had taken the money, and I figured you were probably sipping martinis at some nice Aussie outback location with lots of nice, very Australian, and just having a nice life, holding my beard and all that stuff. So what the hell happened? Well, and then I was doing well and did a lot of good work over there. One of the things that I was allowed to do is to bring some of my plants with me. Did they send you the money? Oh yeah, it appeared regularly in my account. I got the money. Johnny, I responded to it. It was great. They allowed me to bring my dogs with me, which about transporting dogs across the seas, but normally they bring dogs while they're not quarantined for a long period. They were not in quarantine. They just said, hey, they got you right now. They got me right there. I got me right there. You were the king of the whole, no doubt about it. That was it. I was living good. I was happy, and they basically doing fine, doing my work out there. Did a lot of work out there on wombat rescue and wombat restoration. There was great. How many $250,000 payments did they actually come through with? Well, I was there from. I haven't tallied it up there, but I was basically there from March of '97 until right before millennium. I mean, the year 2000. I felt keepers of the network holds time information informed me that Will Waters was find a disaster and you have to come back from that, obviously, but I still want to know, well, what the hell happened to all the money? Well, what happened was that when I had got back and I was with my nephew, I found out that I had been served with legal papers that said that basically the terms of my divorce with my former wife were basically they canceled and I had lost my rights because of the various modifications that were made to the property after I was no explains it. I mean, time travel would not explain it. The only thing that I even began to think about, like over the years, I have had stuff, but it was like, I've noticed this, but in the middle of every intersection, on the road, yes, always a little pile of nuts and bolts. If you drive by, you'll notice them. Those springs in right in the middle of the intersection. That falls on the cars. Right? That seems to be like that property was like there's all kinds of odds and ends. We're over there. I mean, why would I find this? I don't know. Well, it's strange that you would mention all of this now. I remember you're telling the story of your belt buckle being gone, but you didn't go into the detail about your belt buckle before now, because I didn't know the significance of it. I just look at it as a couple of silver times. Suddenly you related back to the whole exactly. I see. Exactly. So I guess this, so that kind of explains why the buckle was hanging from me. I suppose so. It might be proof of something other than it should be. Yeah. But that happened over there. And I just wanted to bring it up. I haven't been able to track down my former wife at all. I mean, she is just like vanished. I don't know where she is. I don't know what maybe she's going under. I have no idea. Here's a question for you, Mel. The military obviously still is in possession of your property, yes? Well, we have been saying military, we have been saying government, whatever, whoever they are, they've done it. There is no one in possession of the property. So if a person were to go to this property, they would be sort of stopped before they can go on and make any sort of investigation. I'm going to assume a number of things since I have not actually gone anywhere within 5 miles of the property. That there's chain link fence around it. There's probably a sign that says agricultural research do not enter or something like that. That's what I'm going to assume. Okay. I'm also going to assume that what it looked like when I owned it or had it in my possession doesn't look like it now. I will also include everybody into one thing. Are you familiar with the terror server? Yes, the satellite imagery. Yes, you can get satellite imagery of almost any spot on Earth. Okay, you go to the terror server. Yes. And you see the pictures where my property is in the Manasseh. Why don't you tell us how to do that? In other words, what specific photograph are we looking at? There should be a number or something. Well, yeah, I don't have that handy, but if you found Dick Dillonsburg, yes, you zoomed out, the picture got smaller, right? You'll see where my property is, and it's very easy to see where it is. How would we identify it? Because it's been expunged. Those pictures do not appear on the satellite server. But what's taken in June of 2000 instead where your property ought to be, what do we see? 2 white squares. Are you serious? Absolutely. You go to terror server, that's provided by Microsoft. I'm not going to give any URL. A lot of people know how to do it. And look at Ellensburg, right? So you get them. And then you will see over where the Manasseh Ridge has my property blanked out. Actually, quite a bit. There's quite a few. Wow. So that is, you don't have to go by what I say. Oh, no. Listen, you can look at it yourself. Trust me when I tell you. One of my listeners, anyhow, I can guarantee we'll find the exact photograph you're talking about if it exists. Send me the URL and or send me the URL and we'll get it up and take a look and you're claiming. But that's much how expunge away they might, but that still would identify the exact location. Well, it still covers a lot of ground there. But where it is, and I assume that because this picture was taken in 2000, okay, this I believe was in June or something of 2000, right? That there's been a lot of differences made in that area. And none of these, you get a really good picture on a terror server. Well, pretty good. You can maybe see a car on the road with a terror server. there's a good piece of evidence we can go hunting for to go there, but whoever controls the satellite and releasing it to the terror server people decided not to let them have these pictures. Oh, isn't that something? Okay. So, I mean, every listener can do this. I mean, I've been, people want to go out there, and the only thing I tell them is don't go there. I don't know what's going to happen to you. I don't know what people will do to you. Of course, it's harder. I mean, these guys who go to Area 51 know that people have made treks to find Mel's home. Right now, I tell you, look, it's there. Don't go there. You don't have to go there. It's there. But don't go there on my account. I don't want to be responsible for anything. Anyway, so that was, that's kind of like, bringing this into focus here. Okay, it brings us certainly up to date. Yes, and, I got a couple of other interesting things. These things are kind of loose ends, but they're not loose ends. You're going to have to hold on, because we're at the top of the hour, and then we're going to shortly get to the next. Well, that's a new. We've got one Terra server you mentioned, which says it's covering an area about 5 miles southwest of Ellensburg, Washington. Is that sound right? That's about the neck of the woods we're talking about. Well, in this neck of the woods, there's one great big white blotted out area where I presume, where I should be able to see it. And it does look like a very interesting area, actually. There would be Mel's hole somewhere there, huh? Yeah, I think that lot is there, covers like a 4-mile by 8-mile area. My goodness. But what a launch. Isn't that something? Yes, and my nephew told me about that, and I said, well, you son of a gun. Well, he's right. We've got it up on the website right now. People can go take a look at themselves. So now we have pinned down better than ever before the area where Mel's hole actually is. Thank you, Mel. That was that's damn good research. The way not too far from there on the highway that goes to Yakima. 84, 85. Yes. The rest of it. And I had a lot of reports from a lot of people that they look towards the Manasseh. They will see the black, the light. They have seen it. I have had truckers. I've had people in town say, that's where I was. I was looking towards it, and I saw the flash of black. Like maybe my audience is not aware, but a television crew went up to Ellensburg after we did the last program and researched this. And I'll be doggone, they didn't find the hole, but they did find near the area where you were talking about a lot of military fluids and all kinds of information that would indicate military in fact had been there or was there. Oh, they would have probably seen a lot of yellow gear tread marks on the ground. You name it, it was there. But my nephew caught that little piece of information out for me, and I thought I'd pass that along to our listeners. Wait till people get a load of this, then they can ask why this is that. That's pretty innocuous. I mean, from all intents and purposes, there's not a military base right there. So who knows? Well, I mean, but you know what I'm saying? Not an obvious one. Very close to my property there was the Yakima firing range. And I will tell you that they have expanded the area of the Yakima firing range and also expanded the fly zone over it. Correspondingly, that's also interesting. It's all there. All right, before you got on, Mel, somebody asked last of me, and I consider this a really good question. Okay, it is what are the odds of any single one person finding 2 apparently bottomless or endless holes in one lifetime? The odds against that have been make it zillions to 1, but then in fact, you don't even consider odds. That's right. So outlandish. And by the way, one other thing before we even get to that, Richard Hoagland called at the top of the hour, because what are you right? Normal time travel could not explain what he just talked about, but there is one thing that could, and that is a parallel universe. They were all Israelis. What? They were all Israelis. Now, it's really going to tick me off if the Israelis ever. Well, this is what he told me. I mean, that is our home. It's a U.S. home. It's on our land here. That's right. But he said the people that took delivery of it were Israelis. So I talked with another trucker. I love the truckers. The truckers are, I can tell. I love them. They're good guys. I know that the best of the world are delivered apparently to the same warehouse in number of created instruments, large created instruments from Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. Oh, California ended up in a warehouse facility in Ellensburg. So that's pretty much where I am with Ellensburg. I told you about the coin, I told you about the delivery. Yes, pretty much up to date. Now it's suddenly brings the whole belt buckle thing down in San Fran into focus. My God, that's incredible. That's incredible. I mean, it's funny, Art, you look at some things and you don't, what two and two, you say the time. I mean, I told you about it in 1943. What was it? Okay. What do you know, going home about your time. But then you realize, well, it all was a lie, and I went all through, to me. All right. Yeah, that was me too. I had these things in my hand. I did a little fluttering around them and stuff. I mean, don't feel bad. All right, now, in view of time here, let's move this forward a little bit. Let's say, when you connected, obviously, because I guess of the plants that you grow there and all the rest of it with Native Americans, right? Yeah, and all I'm going to tell you about them, I don't want to give names to try because I don't want a bunch of people writing down to me there. These are very poor people. As you know, a lot of the Indians on the reservation are very poor people. Now, this is in Nevada, right? In Nevada. Okay. And there are tribes up there. Well, because of the kind of work you did, the talent work you did, Bill Buckles and the Urge, I can easily understand the connection you would have with some Native Americans. So you connected with these Native Americans. Well, they connected with me. They actually contacted me through email. And said, look, would you be interested in coming out and discussing with us, what you're doing, the research that you're doing? And, talk about, I have no, believe me, Art, I have no commercial interest in this at all. But they do. Okay, that's fine. There's not going to be a patent model of milk magic elixir here. Okay, fine. This is their thing. We swap notes, we talked around a lot. And there are some specific, they knew who you were because of my program. They knew the issues you were in. And so I went down there, and this was in early September of last year. Okay. So actually before 9/11, right? Okay, but that's really before that. Early September. Pretty much incommunicado basically during that whole time in Strange Enough. So a lot of this stuff is news to me. So we're over there, and they had done a lot of good work. They had cataloged a lot of plants, and we talked plants. I'm sure all this plants know the story. And I asked them if they looked it up, and I told them mine. I said the plants that seemed to work the best were the plants that I had been growing on my property, and I described to them which ones they were. And this was a hole near Washington, right? And so obviously you unravel the story as a whole to them. Well, they were where they were. All right, so I says, can you, in your gathering and in your research and your studies, have you found this specific variety? And I said, because this was the variety that grew by the property. And that's where I ended up as the second hole. And because they took me directly to not Google. Well, and it's obvious to me that they knew your reputation, right? Knew the whole story of the whole and the real motivation for inviting you down there. wasn't, from CNN or the FBI or CIA or whatever. And so I went there and I got to see what's there. What it is that if you walking up to it, and first of all, this is a fairly pristine area. Okay, so there's like no real sign of civilization around there. There's no roads leading into it. There's no telephone wires, nothing like that. I mean, we're talking pristine area. And no signs of, except for their habitation, no signs of habitation. Okay, you're walking up to it, and what you see sticking out of the ground is a 9, well, the hole itself is the same dimension as the one in Ellsberg. Wow, okay, 9 feet in diameter, 9 feet in diameter. This one has a metal collar around it, a metal solid metal collar that grows from 2 feet high to about 2 feet deep. Metal collar, and it has some notches in it that you could look like, in my estimation, you could make something with it, to lock it in place. It could pop it in like a locking collar. Something was, in other words, it looked like something intended to lock to it from above. Exactly. Something would be lowered onto it and locked into place. Okay, but the best tell me that this property or this hole here has been there for all of their experience, and they have been there since the 1800s. Just the way it is. It's the same hole. Not their land. They don't own this land, Archie. This is probably government, U.S. government land. The majority of land here in Nevada is BLM. Well, exactly. Your land management. They don't own it. They use the land. They graze sheep, blah, 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 that sort of thing. And how long have they known about this whole thing? Well, again, the one fellow I know said from when he was a young man, he was well into his late 80s. So he know it from probably for the last 70 years. Part because of what you do, we know a lot, at least quite a bit about your home and your Ellsberg. But this whole, what do we know about this whole other than its diameter? It's the diameter, and apparently it is lined with that same metal. As far as you can see, you're kidding. It is solidly lined as far as you can see. So this is not a natural hole by any stretch. There's nothing natural about this hole at all. Nothing. Can you tell what kind of metal it is? No, but I'll tell you one thing. It was kind of an accident. I dropped the box wrench on it. When I hit up on the ledge, yes, it made no noise. No noise whatsoever. You drop a box wrench on a metal floor, like nothing. Yeah, we need things for everything. Like nothing. It makes no noise. You sit down on that thing with a sledgehammer, and it won't make noise. Okay. Oh, now, this is what I'm telling you about right now, is that this one here is so different from the one that I had, it's like totally different. Almost because of this metal. Well, around when you touch the metal, does it feel metallic? Is it cold? What is metal? Wow. This is interesting because a lot of the metals that's there's 5 of us that, towards the end of it, start with 2, I mean, that would 5. But when they're up there, even in the winter time, they can like put their dead sleeping bag right up against it. Keep them nice and warm. Or it keeps them nice and warm, but it is not hot. It's not like like a fire hot. But the metal itself over there radiates. I don't even know how to describe it there. In other words, if you touch it with your hand, is it hot or does it just radiate heat that there is heat around it, but it itself is not hot? This is really weird. So that's what that's the thing there is. So we have this over there, and they from my understanding, they have known about that hole up there for it has been known since the 1800s. It has been known exactly the way it is. I can tell you that some of the people that I talked with towards the end of everything on my way back said it was a spiritual night for them up there. I So I hold it right there now. Good cliffhanger for you, so to speak. Sorry about that. Middle waters to thus far. Detect more in a moment. An advocate of the hollow earth theory, and that may in some way relate to what we're talking about tonight. I have no idea. We'll find out. In the meantime, middle zone, you've got this metal around the hole, about, you said a foot or two high, 2 feet high, 2 feet high, and 2 feet wide, and then the hole is 9 feet in diameter. And as far as you can see, the metal continues down. This is no geographic hole. This is no volcano vent, or if it is, it's been modified by somebody. Well, if it's been modified, it's been modified. I'm going to say long before the technology that we have today to do it. And it looks like there was something that should be latching to this hole from above. This was I'm going to call the thing a color, okay? And I'll call it the color. And then it looked like there was notches in it. It looked like if it locked something into place, or lined something up and it didn't touch it, it didn't move. I mean, the whole thing was solid. It's solid metal. But there were places where there are notches in it. Something is meant to orient. In my opinion, what did the vast or the Native Americans tell you about what they knew of the depth of this hole? In other words, I'm sure they've thrown things into it or have experimented with trying to find out how deep it is or something, right? But actually, they didn't know anything with lowering line it or anything to it, but they related to the same phenomenon as that I had described on the fear of animals going by it. Their dogs won't do it. They have nothing to do with it. They just walking off their black beaver. They was smoking of that. What do you mean black bean? From time to time, black bean. This is a contradiction, but black bean light, okay, comes from the hole. It lasts for a very short time, but it just goes directly up into the sky. And when you look at it, it looks like a black beam. In other words, as opposed to having it in the sky. If you had a flashlight and it was capable of throwing off a black, not a black light like we used to have back in the 60s, you know, with all that stuff, but it's black, solid black. You know, that's what there's no way to describe it. There's no, I am one of the few people that I have had other people tell me about it. I have never personally witnessed a black beam. You did perform some experiments on this whole thing. Okay, let me talk about the first one. And I'm not a scientist. I mean, I'm a researcher, but the first thing that we did is we had a whole bunch of Safeway or 7-Eleven bags of ice. That you buy, you know, and we had a couple bags of that. So we had one in a bucket on the surface, and we lowered another bucket of ice into a hole 1,500 feet. 1,600 feet away. We had access to a nice wedge and about that much. We only had 1,500 feet of line. That's what was the idea of lowering ice into it. Well, first of all, you know, my curiosity was that I wanted to know was it hot or cold down there? Okay, so we basically waited for the ice to melt about halfway on the surface, but we would hoist up the ice. So your chest ice on the surface. It's moving along. Your garden variety convenience store ice, right? That you can buy anywhere. There's nothing magic about it or anything like that, right? And so we lowered it down there. We waited for ice to melt on the surface there, and it got melty, you know. So it's in a bowl of in a bucket of water with a few bits of ice on the ground. We put it up, and the ice in the bucket did not melt. It didn't melt. It was not melted. So we said, let me just put it away right now. The hole had been radiating in some strange way heat enough that people would camp by it. Yeah, they did that in the wintertime, but it doesn't melt ice. Melt the ice. I came up there. We looked in the bucket. We had ice cubes in there. ice cubes. We had ice cubes. They had to reach in the bucket of ice cube and they put up there. So in other words, nothing else, dirt, water, anything else. So they just this stuff appeared pretty much the way we had set it down, with the exception of when I put my hand in the ice. And it wasn't cold. No like ice wasn't cold. That's all I'm saying. It wasn't cold. You pick up a piece of ice, you put it in your hand, it's cold, it melts, and it's cold. In fact, it makes you cold by melting. That's how cold works, right? So it wasn't cold, and it didn't melt. So now they're more like blocks of glass. I would say, so we said, okay, what we'll do here is we take this bucket and we'll stick it on the fire. You had a little place to cook there, stick with the unmelted ice and melted ice. You put it on a fire. We put it on like a cooking fire there. Okay, that little table cooking area and stuff over there. So we put it on there and the ice catches fire. Launch, you catch fire. And again, maybe catching fire might be wrong word. We took it off the fire right away. So we set it on the dirt. And the stuff in the bucket was still burning. And again, burning might not be the right thing. It wasn't even off heat. It was a flame. It was not so much a flame as a kind of gas stove. Sure. Okay. It was like turning a gas stove on. It was going like that fast. It was like before you turn it off completely. That's what it was like around all the cubes. You could knock the cubes around and separate them each one, with exhibit the same properties. Holy smokes. I will tell you that this bucket, well, some of the bucket there is still sitting there. As far as I know today, still doing what it was doing today. We put it into the ground and brought it up. So, now this was September, this is January now. That's how long it's been doing what I call burning. One guy took some of this stuff home. He put it in his wood stove. And he's got a cabin out there, and it gets damn colder. He has the things that keep his place warm. In northern Nevada, it's very cool. So this is like giving off eternal. I'm not sure I got this right. It was neutral when it came out of the well. It was neutral. In other words, you put it on the fire, it appeared. Again, my terminology of this is very bad because it acted like a fuel. It looked like, if I understand combustion, it was like it was doing combustion in a different way than we would attribute combustion to, mixing air with fuel and creating heat and flame. It was doing kind of the same thing, is what I like to say. And it's been burning like that since. Again, burning is the wrong word, but that's all I got for it. I don't know how to describe this process since early September. I had a guy he took about a coffee can worth of this stuff and took it home and put it in his wood stove in his cabin. No wood in there. Yes. And the thing has been going since then. Now we have tried this experiment of just lowering the bucket because we figure we like to have a lot of this stuff here. But of course, so and sometimes we would go down there and we would get sometimes we would get melted. Sometimes, not melted but realized. But every so often this process duplicates itself. So we come up with the same thing, but it isn't like every time you throw you lower a bucket full of stuff there, and it doesn't happen every time. It doesn't happen every single time. A quarter of the time, an eighth of the time. I say 1 out of 3 times. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. And I don't know if it was the amount of time that possessed any of this made no noise, and we did not notice anything from the surface, anything particularly unusual. Okay, at all. I mean, it was, but are there any markings on this metal that were discernible? In other words, anything marked or scratched in English or any other language? We went at it with a hacksaw blade. You couldn't hacksaw it. You couldn't even test it. No, it's not metal. Metal from what I can determine it. I mean, normally if you have a metal thing that's hollow, you can tap on it, and you hear it as hollow, right? But with this thing here, if you're beating on it with like a tire iron, it always makes noise. That doesn't give you a gauge as to whether it's hollow or not. So it was absorbing probably all noise. I mean, there would have to maybe just sucking it up, and maybe it radiated into the ground. I have no idea. It's not my area of expertise. All I know is what I can see with my own eyes, and hopefully by the end of tonight, maybe somebody will have some answer. What did the locals believe about this whole? Well, I mean, you literally just got back from Nevada tonight. Were you there this last weekend? I got home the night that you did the show. That's the repeat. That's right. It was one of those, it was my original, one of those synchronous moments there where, I'm talking to this guy, and he's talking the water, in the truck. And then I hear myself, and it's like, hey. And it was just too much, so I had to get in touch with him. Well, again, what did these locals, what was the lore that they told you about the whole one? What did they get? One of the older Basque men that I talked to, and this was practically as I was heading out of town, they told me it was a very, he felt it was a very spiritual place, but he knew the things from the issue, that it wasn't there exactly the way it is. And he was this lady, so initially he's known it for 70 years. So he's known it at least from the 30s, and from what he tells me, it's been there as long as the Basque has been in that part of the country that goes well into the 1800s. It's existed like that. To be honest, the Native Americans that I talked to were aware of it, but they did not want to deal with it. They did not want to interact with it. Good word. All they would is pick some of the various plants that I needed that were in the general vicinity of it, because I wanted very specific ones that I recommended they know. Are they now growing some of these plants in the vicinity of this whole group? Whatever plants are there, they appear to be indigenous to the area. And the harvest, early on in the season, you saw similar vegetation around this whole Chevron bush. Well, that's why I asked them more if they knew. I described for what it was, the shape of the thing and the size of the bird. And we know that there. But in terms of why the hunter and I assume that the Native Americans know about this all along there. And I assume that they must have had some conversation with the master there that, would this be okay? Are you interested in this guy? Whatever. And apparently there was no objection. So I have access to this property. I want to respect my access. Okay. What about an experiment, Mel, similar to the one you did in Washington, lowering some sort of line, or better yet, some sort of camera on the end of the line, or we didn't do that between the Basque and the Native Americans. We don't have too many nickels to rub together, but I will tell you what we did. One of the best wise figures that he wanted to lure some marijuana into the hole and see what improve its stability. And that would be a possible reason. Well, I guess something could be that I hadn't thought of it that way, but he wanted to do that. one guy wanted to be lowered into the hole himself. Well, now you see in the hour proceeding, I heard that. Oh, did you? I would actually like to be lowered into such a hole. Now, I know that you believe in the powers of the law in Washington to the degree that in the original agreement, now voided, I suppose, you would be, upon your death, buried by being dropped into the hole, right? How I wanted my remains to be dealt with, yes. Now, that apparently is not going to happen because of subsequent events. Oh, I'm down on a place to go now. Would you really want, if yes, would you really want to be, I suppose, with some ceremony dropped into the hole? You know, just give me a decent, I don't know what it is when you put someone in a hole, is that interned or what you call it, I don't know either. But what do these guys wanted to go to, you know, literally, he wanted to be lowered into the hole. He wanted to be put in a gondola or something and lowered, you know, from the winch into the hole and go down as far as we had line, which again was 1,500 feet. I can assure you how we could get sponsors for you who would get you all the line you need. We talked about going into the hole because we said, look, see what it is, that's a good point. We said, look at the ice down into the hole. It had no surface burning. I mean, what are you made out of, mostly? Water. What's going to happen to you and me down there? What properties are going on over there? They had, you know, the Basques are as a race are fearless. When the Moors invaded Spain, they refused to go into that country. What did this man say his motivation was for wanting to go to the hole? I mean, obviously, he was just a young, too wrong. You know, it's probably late 20s, early 30s fellow that wanted to go into it. He said, this is going to be the right adventure. I want to go in here. I want to see what's going on. But he wasn't thinking with his brain. Well, there are obviously a lot of people like that, Bill. I had two of them the first time in the program, and they said they would love to be lowered into such a hole. And is anything this one sounds more attractive? Well, we determined to do, and I'm ashamed to admit it, that we decided to lower a sheep. Really? Really? Sheep. We had a great sheep that we could attach the cables to, or take the sheep to go, you know, take them in the creek and lower them down, you know, to the 1,500-foot level. That's all we had, like the ice. Yeah, that's all we had, you know, we had enough line basically to go that far. It was stout enough to handle, you know, but, you know, I'm not no sheep guy, but I can think of a sheep, so 120, 150 pounds. Unless I get from the size of a small human, would you say? I would, 115 pounds, yes, or sheep. Yeah, I would say that's about size. I'm not a sheep expert, but, you know, if I had to say how much does that sheep look like weight, I'm about 150, 120. But anyway, are you telling me you did this? I'm telling you that we, well, first, all right, I'll tell you what, don't say a word. Please to get back to no waters, and he had brought up the subject of a sheep, which apparently they were considering lowering 1,500 feet into the hole. Now, we were having fun last week with the Bill's Hole, talking about it a little bit, what your show is going to be on. And somebody said, well, why not toss a cat down Bill's Hole and see what happens? Now, of course, you know, I'm a cat lover, and so this is not cruelty because nobody is seriously suggesting tossing a cat down Bill's Hole, but some very creative person with a sound blaster and some talent and a little manipulation created what it would sound like if a cat were to be tossed in Bill's Hole. It's meant, obviously, as pure comedy. This is not actually a cat being tossed in Bill's Hole, but here is the way he represented it would sound. Not the first one. The first one is pretty good as you hear the sort of the echo of the cat staring down the hole. It's the second little one. What somebody thought it would sound like Bill. Anyway, so you decided that you would lower the sheep 1,500 feet down as low as the ice had gone into the hole. Well, we had decided that we were going to take the sheep and put them in the rig, lower them, and the hole we let the sheep to the hole, and it just started freaking out. And, like every other animal. But I mean, it was like, holy, not happy. Not happy. And I have a lot of respect for animals, and it's amazing what animals really know what they said. We read about that, and so it was terrifying. I was terrified knowing that the basket sheep went fall, and what am I going to say now? I was thoroughly ashamed of, and that's all right. Just give us the wrong sheep, basically. Stunned sheep, like knocked it between the eyes. Got into the crate. Got the cable and line hooked up to it, so it was all securely attached. And just about when we got to the hole, the sheep just started making horrible noises. So they stunned it, but they didn't kill the sheep. They just knocked it out. So it's like when it was in the box, and then it stirred when it got to the hole. Anyway, it was just making worse. Got all the noises. We were getting it about ready to let it go into the hole. And even though it had been in the hands of the steward by the time we got it graded up into the grave, there was enough room for it to lie down, and I guess if it wanted to, it could stand up. I don't know. This is not pleasant to talk about, but we did take the sheep, and it's screaming, and just the most piercing, horrible, ghastly noises coming out of this grate until we get it right over where we're going to let it into the hole, and then everything just stops. It's silent. There's not a sound coming out of that box. There's movement coming out of the box. You can still tell no sound. There's no sound anymore. Well, there's something about this hole and sound, isn't there? I guess we will make that assumption. And so we started switching this sheep down into the hole, and you can feel from the line as we're lowering that thing is struggling, fighting. I don't know if it's screaming down there, but we're not hearing this thing screaming. And we got about halfway down into the hole, and but it's about 700 feet. Any movement that might have been coming from Ada, Randy couldn't feel anymore. No, they couldn't feel anything. So I don't know if 700 feet or so what happened. What happened over there when we got to this point here with the original experiment with the ice? We were kind of nonchalant about it. We just kind of lowered down there. Well, with this one here, we were all gathered around the top of the hole there looking at it, seeing what's going on. Very apprehensive. This is serious. When we hit the bottom, we felt like a vibration on the ground, on the collar. At a point in time when I was down there, it just kind of hurt this ride. Well, what do you mean when you hit the bottom? When we hit the bottom of the rope, the cable line assembly that we had, when that was all the way played out, we felt it, and it vibrated. It felt like a vibration, and sort of like a electricity type kind of feeling. That makes sense. Yes, that we could feel up there. And so we got it down to 1,500 feet, and then we left it there for about half an hour. decided to, bring it back up. Right, sure. So, we're hoisting this thing up here, crank away, get this thing up on there. It's kind of a jump. So, we finally get up to the surface. We got the box out of there. And, one thing we noticed is there isn't big movement in the box. Okay. Once we get the box there. And, but the box from the outside looked pretty normal. It didn't look like some weird transformation that occurred or anything. Well, I wanted to describe to you what made me do it. We're going to tell you about that AI thing about that didn't melt, right? What it felt like. You get a lot of electronic equipment and you get those heat magnets. Oh, yes, the desiccants. Yes, you ever take the desiccant out of the magnet? Well, if you take it out there, you feel the desiccant fingers. That's kind of what it felt like. That's the best thing I can describe it as. And sort of read it. You try it someday. You'll always just lose away. Oh, well, you don't eat them, obviously. No. Okay, so it just struck me there that, try to describe this thing in the detail that I can, and so I just went back to the desiccant. But when we opened up the sheep, it looks like a sheep. It looks like a normal sheep over there. And it's dead. There's no sign of life. You look at it, there's nothing going on with this sheep here. He's dead. Well, I'm saying here, but at the generic key. And I don't know from me. Okay. Show me a sheep. I can't know what it is. Okay. But we take it out of the box, and one of the best lays it on the table that we have over there, and he is going to dissect the sheep. The outside sheep looked just fine. And then the hair, the wool, whatever sheep it has, looks fine. Look like. We said that the sheep looked like how we set him at home. What is up on the head? Well, he started serving from that. When he started cutting into the sheep, and it looked like the sheep had been cooked. The flesh was hot underneath. When he started cutting through the sheep, it looked like the sheep had been cooked. Oh, that's guys, they're pretty good at butchering a sheep there. They know their way around a sheep, and so they can butcher, and they know what to expect when you open up a sheep, right? So, we got the sheep on this table that we guys eat at. This guy's got the sheep open here. He gets it so he's to look inside the internal organs like he's going to eviscerate the sheep, except they're not what we expected. What do you mean? It looked like there was gel in the cavity there. Something that looked like this huge tumor, and almost taking up the entire length of the body cavity. It was pretty hideous. I'm getting kind of sick. I get kind of sick. One of the big too, but I was getting kind of sick while I was there, so I wasn't as close to all of this as I wanted to be on the side. But there's this huge tumor taking up most of the internal organs would be so forth, the heart, the lungs, whatever part the sheep comes with, they weren't there. And one of these guys who are doing this singing at this point, some of them are muttering, why that's what is over here. And, they're freaked out there. And, I remember saying, I told you don't want to go into that hole. That's right. And you guys volunteered my first hour, probably rethinking it right down to that. If they want to click on the life insurance, fine, go for it. And that's what one of them said. Anyway, so we got this Joe and the guy's good with a knife here. He is able to get the tumor out of this thing here. Joe, that guy is about as big as the sheep cavity. Well, in other words, the tumor was almost like the entire inside of that. Okay, that much, as we gathered, you don't make the same distance away from it, but not too safe, you know. So we can easily see it, and they can easily see us. At this point here, even the breeze is fast. We're like, kind of freaked out. I've been long on milk. Well, again, the past are great. All right, well, Mel here. Hold it right there, Mel. Here's this thing on the ground now. Moving around much, but carefully studying each and every one of them. By now, retreat to a safe distance. The heart will pick up when we get back up our distance.
Christian vision and the Jewish thought of Jesus is giving out alcohol to the rest and having concentrated parties and those things themselves for the family and the whole idea of the history of the for his own concentrated Christian. So with regards to the Jews, they decided for most of the Rockies and one thing about 618 255 each of the Rockies one thing about 255 First time callers they recharged at 1775 727 1222 and low oil guard line is open at 1775 727 1295 to return off toll free international line call your AT&T operator and at the dial 800 833 0903 this is coast to coast AM with our bell from Monkey on Time. I knew that Melody on another call and I didn't know anything about all of this. This is freaky stuff. A number of questions. We'll try and get the phones in this last half hour. Everybody stay right where you are. Our bell is coast to coast AM. So here's this thing staring at each and every one of you, examining you, obviously intelligent in some way. It looks like a seal, and not like a lamb, a sheep at all. So that came out of this godforsaken tumor that was in this thing. What happened? Well, I guess the feel when they kind of grabbed wobbled around a little bit in a direction the whole one is sort of watching us from or we're sort of kind of in a safe distance away. We kind of approach them on a little bit there. I'm telling them, okay, you're the big pretty fast, Gary. Don't be afraid of that thing here. Just an ordinary old guy here. We went up to there and I just looked. And here in the month, it was skinny good. The only way I can describe it was like the most compassionate look that I've ever seen from anything. The way
I didn't know what else to do. We thought about burying it, and it just didn't. I don't know. It just didn't seem right. I thought it would. That's what we did. I want to tell you something that is I believe related to this experience, and that is prior to going to Nevada. This was in late August. I was diagnosed with several other things.
I don't want the tribe people up there to be overwhelmed by people. You know, I shot a Reno to get up there and right, which they would, and do all of that. I am going to go back. Do you think you can politely approach that and but without identifying the specific area, get photographs? If I feel comfortable with, I will do that. I will also at this point, and just have a little bit of what I have that happened. I have had experience left, but I know we're running out of time. Is that anyone that can help me understand some of these things, and they can send an email to me, I'd appreciate it. All right, you have an email address, right? The Mel Waters, right? ATTBI, it's like all ATTBI.com. That's Mel Waters at ATT, that's Tom, right? He is in Hawaiian, I is in Indian. ATTBI.com, right? And Mel Waters at ATTBI.com. I guess you want, I cannot promise, like maintaining a dialogue with people, but what do you want other people out there that have had any type of understanding of this that can make some sense to me, and those who've gone on a listen with fascination to your program on the hollow earth business. Just, that's something I don't know about, but I sure like to know how there may be a relationship, obviously. And so that I'm going to look at. But I mean, what do you want in email? Do you want some support? Do you want to get media contact? What I really want is the people that have good, serious opinions about this, that understand some of this. I described a lot of things that occur. I don't understand any of them. I described them. Maybe going back to what I started with talking about Ellensburg and bringing it up to today. I get it. You want somebody who might understand, right, this, and that may have been studying these types of matters, theories, whatever. That's good. But I'm going to be away from civilization for a good part of time, so it's going to be difficult. Because I'm going to be going back probably February, mid-March, somewhere in that timeline, and then I'm going to go there for a period of time. I'll probably give you another contact when I get back to some sort of civilization, probably from Nevada. Probably won't be in touch with you again. Okay. By all means, Mel, please try and see if they will allow you, without identifying the area, to see some kind of photographic evidence. Now, I'm going to be afraid that people are going to be scouring that church for now today. Well, they probably will. I want to bring the final thing, because we were talking about the vast elder stuff. It was always a very profound experience for me to talk with him. And Billy was not that much older than he is. He was a great deal older than me. Beyond that, so I know I can respect it, but we were sitting, there and talking about it, and I drinking it, but ask drink that we like to drink and all that good stuff. And he got tired. He was going to retire for the night, and he took my hand, to clasp it. And my hand, put something in my hand.
They prematurely surrendered, and they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea. You don't trust the betrayal from within, stab in the back. You're seeing this Austrian propaganda period. What really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed, dazed as he bravely.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Isaiah and Joe Diaz. My name is Joe Rock, and I host a podcast called The Experience. This post is from Joe Diaz.
Strange kind of French style map. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the Theos and the Cypriot,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with with Leonard Skinner and the Rolling Stones. We're talking about this on the way in here. At Water Festival from 1976, America's Confederate Rockers, Leonard Skinner, and then underneath it says, along with the best rock and roll band in the world, Britain's own Rolling Stones. It was kind of weird, because you got one band that's the headliner, they're the biggest picture, and then the other band with the best band in the world. No, I don't. No, it's just these guys are bringing over the it was a powerhouse, the 76. Cat Scratch Fever, you know that, Cat Scratch Fever, and the Live Out, Strangle, to this day, you know, he was messing with things hunting, he would feed money on, didn't know he had heard these things. He was hunting with some shitty ass equipment too. They had like old school archery bows back then, like recurves, and like real shitty compound bows. He had like a whole compound, and like the animals, and like the figures. His family has had property in Michigan. He's got a couple places. He's got one place in Florida, and he's got one place in Michigan. They're both like these gigantic private hunting grounds. He didn't do any cooking. He just took all his money and then he bought just a giant chunk of land. And then he's got one in Texas now. Go sit your ass out. He didn't do any of that. He doesn't know, you know. He drinks a lot of wine. He's fucking crazy. But it's like when those guys tried to beat him, like you ever see Ted Nugent versus Piers Morgan on Gun Control. He let him up by a Christmas tree. Because Piers Morgan didn't have all those things. Piers Morgan is like, you know, he's a proper sounding British guy, but like when it gets to the fucking red line, the arguments he falls apart. Like Ben Shapiro need him up, and Ted Nugent need him up. A lot of the conservative guys that are really spicy talkers, they can eat him up when they get into the really like the high revs of the conversation, because he didn't understand that a lot of the gun deaths is also bad guys are shot by guns, like people are shot by cops, like all that stuff is sort of calculated in it. Like he didn't understand, he didn't have all his facts in order. So if you're arguing with a guy like Nugent who does these kind of arguments with people, like gun control arguments, he's got like his words down to a T. He's done a couple of these. Did one of them in a gun store. They were in a gun store. Hilarious. I'm gonna rock and roll stage. I just sang a song about feisty. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. You ever see Richard Pryor live? I'm gonna say again, I'm one of them. Get over it. That's so funny. For a man who is a patriot, I love his country. That was quite shocking. This was my life. I can put in efficiency. Anybody that wants to disarm me, anybody that wants to make me unarmed and helpless, people that want to literally create appropriate places where more innocents are killed, called gun-free zones. We're going to beat you. We're going to hook you out of office. All the sucking money is pathetic. Take it, pretend like you love the suck money. The whole point of why the field debate is that a lot of people do something. So I think they're all and I do like you remember, 18 people write this down. See, you write this down. 18 people a day die both sides. Nobody had guns. There's no guns. Nobody getting shot. They do something. So they're saying 75 out of 80 gun deaths are criminals and like that. I don't know if the numbers are, but that's what they're saying in the argument. They're saying something along those lines. And people that died, when we talk about people who died in gun deaths, a lot of people who died in gun deaths are cons, ex-cons, people out of jail, people who've already committed violent crimes in their life, which makes sense. Most of the violent shit is going to be happening by people with a history of violence. Well, it's crazy the penalty you get for like you're still they got like Gucci Mane just got out for 2 years. This other guy had been like put over to prison for like 7 years. Like this guy who said he's Prince's son, he's in prison for 7 years. Yeah, he was a felon in possession of a handgun. But yes, why like a guy like Gucci Mane, who's a big time public character, right? He's a famous guy, right? Nice tattoo on his face, fucking crazy. Right, when a guy like Gucci gets caught for something like that, do you think they make an example out of him? Did you think that they take that guy? You already have that law. That you get caught with a firearm. You do period. I don't know exactly what the parameters of the law, how the Korean law or something. You do 3 years, you go to the law, it's 2 years or back. You get caught with a gun, you have a bid. I don't know exactly. Parameters. Does that keep people from doing crimes? What's that? After 2 years, not carrying a gun for 2 years, you're on yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. Some people carry a gun or something. I'm not going to what I do for a living. Whatever. I don't know. It's like you're saying Gucci Mane right there. He's a high profile guy. You're out at night, you see some crazy shit at night. There's times I'm driving, I have to warn them, like, I should carry a fucking gun tonight. Just in case. Just in case. You never know. I don't know. We just talking about when you came in about Denver and Texas. Again, the make my day law. I know people who move to Colorado for that law. That you teach you ever see the video of someone that pulled a gun. Yeah, your mom. You ever seen that before? No, you told me about it. Yeah, Angela told me about it. We were at the ice house. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. There's a video of this? Play that. We'll play both of them. I won't tell you that. I'll tell you where this place was. One of the red guys. So he was apparently like screaming shit at Ali everywhere he went. And Sonny Liston was just tired of his bullshit. That is one of the craziest things you're ever going to see in your life. All that gun out on Ali. In the middle of a casino, shot it in the air, and it's just blanks, no big deal. Want to go back to his crap game? Like, dude, what kind of environment did that dude grow up in? He's still a lot of people that are carrying fucking startup pistols and shit in the 70s just to get the fuck out of there and carry those type of pistols. Because you never know, right? Well, even if you get the one thing you fuck about that, then you know it. Then you fuck it. But that Sonny Liston thing was so crazy. First of all, how casually he did that. He did it so casually. And then how he shot his jacket, whatever, just blanks. Relax. Like, no big deal. Let's just go back to the game, right? Like, he just went back to the game. He didn't know, I gotta get the fuck out of here right now before TMZ shuts down the car. They reacted sadly one time to this man fucking that shooting. He just shoots that nigga, they all run out. It just shows you, like, wow, it was so crazy. Should have done it for Asian in Africa. Did he? Somebody shot somebody in Africa, not shot, pulled up to the hotel with a gun in Africa. Whether it was Foreman or Frazier or somebody. When Ali was in his hotel room, they went over there, it was Frazier. What? Frazier went over with a gun and pointed it up at the building and shit. And I'm like, yes, some ego or something crazy. Like, dudes are just relaxing. Never very high level, but you gotta go back and look at the old, at least maybe sometimes I forgot how good it was. He had been like that before. He showed up with a real face. Yeah, Joe Frazier. What does it say? He's the most colorful fighter. Cassius Clay, the world's most colorful fighter. This was back before he didn't change his name. Cassius Clay. Wow. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that that was in our parents' lifetime. And it seems like a different world. Your parents' lifetime. Oh, man. Guys, there's some Frazier. I still remember a little kid going home to living in New York City. What year was that? What year was Sunny Liston? I want to say that was when I was a baby. I think I was 6, 6, 7. Like in 1967 or something. I don't know. What's even the title? Might be Sunny Liston. Yeah, Sunny Liston was fucking crazy. Oh yeah, they didn't know who he really was. Not knowing who he was fucking 90. I was in 64, 64, so I wasn't even born. So it was 3 years before I was born. And that was a different world, man. It's a different world. You watch that video, you're like, wow. So America was just a different place. So when Kendrick was fighting, people couldn't stop. Like everybody would just watch the fight. Well, I remember when I was a kid, I was in San Francisco, and my parents we went way out of our way to make sure that we watched TV because Sonny Liston and Muhammad Ali, not Sonny Liston, Leon Spinks and Muhammad Ali were having a rematch. And the rematch was a big thing to everybody because Muhammad Ali was such a hero. He was so much more than just a fighter, especially then because he had gone over the 3 years of not fought because he didn't want to go to Vietnam when he was the way guy to Muhammad Ali was in the early 70s. I want to say, Leon had no team. Yeah, Leon had no team. Who was the one that fought Tyson knocked out in Atlantic City? Yes, right. Yes, that's Michael Spinks. Michael Spinks was the James. He was the former light heavyweight champion. He was a light heavyweight champ for many years. He's a really good light heavyweight, really good boxer, very smart, and beat Larry Holmes for the heavyweight title. Like it was, he beat Larry Holmes, and Larry Holmes couldn't pull the trigger anymore. And Michael just was real slick, real smart. He wasn't dangerous enough to like threaten Holmes, like to try to knock him out, but Larry just didn't have it in the tank like he did later in Rondo's controversial decision anyway. But anyway, he beat Larry, and so he became the champ. I guess it was the AF champ or something like that. I don't remember. And then Tyson just worked him through. It was awful. It doesn't have a real heavyweight, light heavyweight. Like, there's just a difference in frame of the top. Michael Spinks was so good. He had a nasty right hand, and he was fucking dudes out at light heavyweight. But he was also had a long career, fought a lot of really tough guys, and gets the line fight the night that Tyson knocked him out right into it. Yeah, I was never so pissed off in my life as I was he left the house to go watch the fight at somebody's house. So here I am, chasing the fucking Johnny Gilliam's type of doing a fight. I'm still calling the window, fighting the dog off. And then all of a sudden I get caught as I get my fucking car, I got the coke. So I'm like, he's coming back, and he calls me like, no, wait, somebody right my house, please don't. Oh, God, I came home early because he knocked him on 13 seconds. I beat that, what the fuck? I'm living in Boulder, Colorado, on McCauley Way. I was casing the motherfucker out. Those are the days where, remember the closed circuit days? We used to watch fights in movie theaters. Really? Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, your friends would get together and we'd all go to a movie theater and watch a fight on like closed circuit, or they even have it at the Boston Garden. I used to go to the track, like in the Middlelands, and that's where I saw the Detroit Tommy Hearns fight. So like a great fight, like I don't know if it was Duran or Duran. They fought somebody. We watched on the track on a Monday night. You ever see that knockout that Hearns? Have you seen VCS? Pull that up. Tommy Hearns, man, was such a freak of nature because he was so tall and long, and he had muscle. Like, he wasn't just tall and long, he was tall and long, but he was fucking strong. And if he caught you in the air, that right hand, it was one of the most devastating punches in all boxing. Which is why it was so crazy that Hager was able to just walk right through him. Hager just walked right through him. Hager could just take it like nobody else. Hager had like nasty power, but one of the things that was most impressive about Hager was he could just hit him with anything. You would ever see a fighter. Oh yeah, that was a great fight. That was a great fucking fight. It seemed like Hager really respected Durant in that fight. He really did. Take it to him. He knew how dangerous Durant was. Durant was still a real sneaky boxer after he beat David Moore. But see, Hearn just had this distance, man. And he could fuck Durant up at distance. He would just like come in with that whip of a punch. God damn, dude. You don't know if they realistically cool. Oh, there's a right hand drop zone. Oh shit, they really weren't. Durant started off his career as a 135 pounder, then moved up to 147. And I don't know what this fight was probably 154 if I had to guess. Find out what this fight was at, what weight class. Because he fought as high as middleweight. When he fought Hagler, it was at middleweight. He was fighting guys at some pretty heavy weights. 154, yeah, so that's light middle. Or super welterweight, depending on what organization called it. But yeah, Durant was like 20 pounds over his ideal fighting weight. His ideal fighting weight was lightweight. He wasn't a big frame guy like these guys. He still was skillful enough to hang in with them for the most part. But Burns worked. Yeah. That's the work shot. That's one they didn't count for. You get hit like that, and they bug out. So let me ask you something. How do you feel about guns right now? Just, with a family and what's going on in your life? How do you feel about guns? This is the real problem with guns. The same problem with everything else. People are fucking stupid. There are a bunch of people that are fucking stupid. Now, if you had to ask me, do I think that everybody in this room, do I think that they're responsible enough to handle a firearm and own a firearm? Yes, absolutely. Everybody in this room is. I believe so. But is it everybody in the world? Fuck no. But you can decide. That's the part of the law, the whole point of the law is you can't let some tyrannical dictator decide who can and can't be armed. Because at the end of the day, what we really have to worry about, as much as crime, is you have to worry about the government turning into a crime. Because the governments of nations all over the world have fucked the people over and done shit that people don't want. Imprisoned them, enslaved them. We're supposed to ignore that. We're supposed to pretend we're past that. We're past that completely. People never be like that again. An armed militia is in the possibility that it all goes wrong. That's what it's for. It's not for when everything's going right. It's for when it all goes wrong. Just deny the possibility that it could all go wrong. To me, you're lying. You're lying. You're pretending we're better than we are. Because you look all over the world, there's war everywhere. There's war everywhere in the world. There's murder everywhere in the world. There's robbery and thievery everywhere in the world. It's not equal with the amount of chances people have. It's not equal with the amount of time you do in jail. You get caught for things. There's all sorts of inequalities and all sorts of real fucking problems in the world. To deny, to say that we've reached some utopian place where you don't have to worry about the government turning into a tyranny. Bullshit. No, I don't think the government right now is a tyranny. I don't think they're controlling us. I don't think they're doing anything unbelievably oppressive. I think they respond to, in a certain extent, to the amount of pressure that people put on them. And when people say things like, hey, we don't want to go to Syria. Remember that Syria thing? When we're all on TV, we're like, fuck this. No one wants to go to Syria. It's better to Syria. It's better to Syria. At the end of the day, people that are used to going to war like to go to war. They make a lot of fun of you doing it. And you have to be aware of that kind of shit. You have to be aware of people trying to force you into things. You think about Kent State. Man, that was in our lifetime. You know, during the Vietnam War, they fucking shot kids who were protesting. They shot them on a college campus for doing nothing but protesting. That wasn't that long ago, man. It's not that long ago. I'm not advocating that there should be some fucking uprising and people should pull guns. But I am saying you can't just have one group of people running other groups of people with no recourse, with no, the people don't have it's got like corn and greasy peelings and private prisons. Like, there's a lot of fucking weird shit going on in power. So to say that we're just like, oh, it's gonna be fine, we don't need to, it ain't gonna be fine. You're still a queen. You're still in some weird fucking quasi-imperial states. The scariest thing though is like, you go on Facebook, you scroll through this video after video of people fighting. Like, that's the biggest thing that was world stars, people fighting. It's scary people have guns. Like, it does scare me. But to be honest, like with all the wrong rage happening with that guy a few months ago, to pull out his car with all the blowing up fucking gun, to be on the offensive. I want a gun to be on the offensive. I want a gun in case. Last night, him and I were talking shit at 12:30 in bed on my side street. Three cops, a guy came from a certain guy. We talked to him about what truck came by. So we actually go and borrow the cop and said, there's two guys standing out there. Oh shit. And they just telling stories at the college. And when that white car came around the second time, yeah, you had any gun. I don't know what people are thinking. Oh, you don't know what people are thinking. You could say what you could have zagged. You could run into someone who's out there fucking running their fucking arms. You never know. I mean, I'm not an advocate of being armed all the time. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you can't let the government tell you whether or not you can have a weapon. It's just not. It doesn't make sense. For years I had the felony. I still have the felonies. And the government tells me I can't have a pistol. Now, Mike Ryan was with a pistol. All right, did it go long? No, but there was a potential for violence. There's also always a potential for violence. In my heart, in my mind, I did a probationary period already. That was 1997. I did a probationary period again. More than the probationary period I feel in my heart right now. I'm capable of carrying a gun as much as I hate. I fucking hate those things. Because I know what they bring. You know what I'm saying? I know what they bring to some people. I'm not going to bring it to me because I'm not young and stupid anymore. Do you understand me? I really wanted to protect my daughter. I really wanted to. There's weird people doing it every time you watch the news. I see something stupid. What happened yesterday? Still, what happened to soldiers now? 4 fucking doors in Afghanistan. And he got some fucking machine gun. He shot somebody at a gas station. There was so many fucking bullets at the gas station all over the suburb in Houston. The cops wanted us to see the cop cars. It was like 8. Some of those cars with the machine guns and shit. So down in Ridge. So one of those gas stations shot us through. And from there, the party started. Walked down the street shooting. One dead 6-inch. Shot up 30 fucking cars in the middle of the street. I'm walking with my daughter. I'm minding my business. Late less than a fucking let's walk to the taco place. Right? That can happen. That can happen. I know this going in. When I leave my house, I know this is possible. You have to let them work because he has a gun. He has the right to have a gun. But if someone else believes right now, I mean, I'm going to some of that 6-inch randomly just that one. You need that anyway. I'm not a sharpshooter. I like to shoot him in the fucking leg. I believe in shooting him in the leg. It's a great cover. Yeah, I'm not looking to shoot the fucking cops, but you should have heard the tapes. It's great. That's Texas too. How it is armed. But you know, many people are not trained. That's also a big part as well. You have no idea what this is. You have no idea what happens to your body when you hear a gunshot 10 feet away. You have no idea. No, I don't give a fuck what the whole like Trump ever what Trump would do. I know you're not gonna fuck out of you. Never heard a gunshot go off. Or the devil machine gun. You gotta see people's faces. I always was machine gun to see people's faces. You get that clip from real. This ain't no dumb stuff. I'm was paying more. Like that's crazy. What does that say about people? And I'm not judgment. I'm not all judgment. What does that say about people? What I'm saying is, what does that say about the way the brain works? Like how strange is it that people can get so excited about being in danger and the camaraderie that comes from being in danger. It like reawakens us almost, puts us in this like primal state that we used to exist in. And now instead of that, worst case scenario, some guy fucking snaps and he's on the shooting people. That's kind of like worst case scenario that we all worry about. But most people fucking keep it together, which is what about being a person. But when the experience is flat, there's not enough excitement, there's not enough happening, there's not enough stimulation, there's not enough creativity. So you live a different life. You live a different life. You guys are podcasting, doing stand-up shows, there's all this outpouring of creativity and all this room for expression. And so people just feel like compressed, feel like just they've got bored, tied to their chest and to their back, and every day someone pulls the fucking strap on that board, and that's every day. It's boring as fuck. And when they deploy, and they're over there, and half the time it's their family, they're risking their lives. Yeah, all those things are 100% true, but for them, that experience was the best time of their life. That's amazing. We're strange, because where you and I work on an office together, me and Jamie, we work on an office together. We go every Monday, we talk about the UNC, and then we inspect the fucking stocks and bonds, whatever the fuck we're doing. And then we go away on Friday, and that's it. The same works for the people I did crimes with earlier. I still talk to those people because I want your weird experience with them. Something that you don't do with most people, something that they said to me long from. And I told this kid Timmy Holloway every fucking day at 5 in the morning we talked. He was the getaway driver when I robbed the jewelry store. I have a loyalty thing. We had a light, the cops came by and the trunk opened up with a gold chain and shit on my hands. It's something about that. I always had the respect for the camaraderie. What gets you through those first 6 years of comedy when your life is shit? Yeah. What the fuck gets you through? Yeah. What gets you through? Just talking about it right now. When I call you, I go, we're driving to Quincy tonight, motherfucker. And we just said that. Holy shit. How much hold it? I got like $11, Joey. I got like fucking $9, dog. We gotta stay. My man. That was fun. That's the best part of comedy. It's hard to believe, right? That's the best part of comedy. I don't give a fuck what anybody does. Standing ovations, selling tickets. That part of comedy you gotta remember is when we go with Brody Stevens in a car with Josh Wolf. And I got Brody in the back tied up in the fucking back of the ball. It's called That He's Really Stop It. Yeah, baby, what the fuck like this? Because I'm in that fucking box. On my mission to where the fuck we're at. That's what I'm thinking about. How good of a time I had when I had $3 in my pocket reading the Brother Sam book. Brother Sam, about Sam? Yes, I did. Sam didn't send his brother Bill. That's part of that fucking story. That's part of that whole story. So every time I see Carl, I give him a hug because I can relate. Because when they talked about how broke they were, and they would walk to the comedy store to eat the fruit from the bar, and the bartender would chop up. Who admits that? Who admits that? Wait, you and I know that secret. It's the same thing, man. Well, there's that thing that's happening too when you're going on those gigs where you don't know if this is going to be successful. Not just a gig, but just as a career. Like, you're not like, I'm a comic, fucking I'm a comic. You're like, am I pulling this off? Like, is this, like, am I getting now? I'm trying. I'm out here, this is like me and Fitzsimmons to these gigs. Both be like, barely should be talking to people on stage. Barely. We're rookies, man. We're fucking rookies. In Boston, if you can stream for 20 minutes, they had so many rooms. Everybody was working. It was crazy. Were you able to have fun during that time? Well, it's fun. I mean, really fun. So fun. But I was like terrified it wasn't going to work out. Terrified that I was wasting my time. Maybe there was a big chance. I quit everything. I knew it was big. I'm like, yeah, I kept looking at papers, but I quit teaching in Boston. Boston University, and I quit teaching classes. I said I don't want to do it. I said I don't want to have house it. I'm thinking about the ways to do that. I was teaching before. It was like I was teaching life. And I was teaching people kicking and punching. It was like as important as life. It was everything. I was thinking constantly about techniques and movements and strategies and constantly. So when I was teaching people, I wanted people to be as into it as I was. And I really wasn't into it. They were. I had a bunch of students that I took up to pretty good level, below black belt, but pretty good level where they're getting really good and starting to win tournaments. It was really exciting. I was doing all this from the time I was 19 to 21. And so teaching and competing at the same time. When I first started doing comedy, I realized right away, I was like, I gotta go out and do everything. I'm just gonna do this. So it was such a fucking, and every gig, I was terrified. I was like, this is a stupid thing I'm doing. I'm retarded. What if I think I'm funny? What if I can get people to pay me to talk? And I'd see the guys that were doing it in town, the guys that were making it, it was just, they felt just out of reach. Just out of reach. So you never, then you go and do some gigging, and hell, eat dick. Just fucking ball on stage, and they go, oh my god, what else can I do? If this doesn't work out, what else can I do? Because there's nothing else you wanted to do. I would go home at night after a bomb and just cry. Except just collapse, which made it. Yeah, and I remember the back section of the club, state by state Alabama. Yeah, and it was sort of the clubs that just want to show that some bag. Show that barbecue up in the state of the ground. And one day of it, you're like, wow, blood is so weird. There's so many different life you can pay for. You can't pay for love, and you can't pay for camaraderie. And there's something about the camaraderie, a real camaraderie. Like sometimes you go to jiu-jitsu and this guy fucking is on you, and he taps you. At the end, you get up and you hug him. Yeah, man, that was great. He sweat in my face. Jesus Christ, I can smell the cheeseburger over the night. And that's camaraderie. You can't pay for that. But it's weird that, listen, if you're running with people every day and they got your back, but you have back for that camaraderie, that's real. Yeah, so the camaraderie that we're talking about, that this makes you understand, putting that story about these guys that won the back, like that weird rocker. But that was a bit different because that guy was kind of addicted to disarming bombs, right? He's one against sniper. He couldn't press back because she couldn't figure it out. Why did people want to play that? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And this kid, I don't know what's going on. Let me go and let's kill people because then you feel okay. Like, oh, you're right. I throw out of school. You fucking, power mechanic. You lost, but all of a sudden you realize you let it take your mind. You think that you put yourself in that position when you're 18 years old, 19 years old, you're and you realize that you're taking your first tour back to the United States. You finished your year, but you survived the 11 that went over the 6 and 11 and you survived. And in reality, at that time, you have 18 kills. Nobody knows that. And like a 19-year-old now, you go back to civilization. And you get paid $10 an hour to change time with the tides. Why do you think? For years I kept saying no. Because nothing really can compare to that. Excitement. This is excitement doing something else supposed to do. I'm sitting with my wife, trying to pay the chores for the fucking family. We killing motherfuckers right now. You get there really there, and you get a lot of love for doing that. It's like you get love and respect from the people that you work with for doing your job correctly. For me, when you're not there, when you're stepping the motherfucking antennas got to get this stuff, and you're on it, they're not there, brother. When it's like a shark, when they get that taste of blood, those 18, why did they ship you over there? Why did they want you when you were 18? But when you're 31 and trying to go, when you already got beliefs and shit, that's why I think your central nervous system is already been set. You can't get hit, kill, and forget. But an 18-year-old, she had my fleet. Was that Marine sex at the fire point in Cuba, definitely. So, yeah, I got thought about that. adjusting guys. Those first reacclimating them back into society. They don't have to explode one idea of growth. We can't do it effectively. It's like you're not getting out of prison after 20 years. We haven't figured out a way to do it effectively yet. That there's no mishaps. There's always going to be a small percentage for this guy I'm using as method 4 doors. How old was it, Jamie? 4 doors. What the fuck? Are you going to do in this United States? It's going to give you that bonus one stage. So even that, it's nothing in comparison. You said earlier like how crazy our brains are. It's crazy how like, when I was 18, it was 2007, banners were back in high school, so like Iraq and Afghanistan were all over. It was right at that time I had friends who went over. Like, when you start saying it's exciting, what were we doing? No more than 5 years old, 4 doors. Oh my god. Yeah, well, you're a smart guy, Lee. But there's smart people there. Yeah. But it's just people that are willing to do the stuff that's more dangerous because it feels better. Because it feels like even though there's risk involved, at least you feel charged up and alive. It's a life of excitement versus a life of, why do people climb rocks? They climb rocks because it's actually enjoyable climbing a rock. No, they climb a rock because it's fucking scary. And you don't know if you can make it. You're pretty sure you're gonna make it, but there's a real risk that you get a fucking hand spasm. You just fall for a long time until you splatter on the bottom. When you watch someone crazy like Alex Honnold, they got no ropes. Because with no ropes, we had him on the podcast. He's a super nice guy, real interesting guy. Lives out of a van, just travels around, climbs rocks. He's an adrenaline junkie. Okay, the climbing of the rock, it's like, I guess it's kind of cool to be up high, and it's sort of like a version of hiking for him, because he can kind of make it. But what's really going on is you recognize that you're on the edge always. And so even if you're not, like, your adrenaline's not flying, you're not freaking out, your heart's not pounding, your heightened focus and sense is keeping you where you're back a waterfall of adrenaline. You're keeping it together. And so a lot of times guys are doing like crazy shit like tightrope walking and stuff like that. They're sort of addicted to trying to control. What is this guy doing, Jim? Oh, this part of or something?
National sovereignty was rolled and it was not passed by the Soviet Union.
Oh my god.
To regain territory that they had lost.
This guy jumped and he's still coming to me.
The population growing.
Have you seen that video of like the people on the hoverboards?
Then they invaded
That might have freaked me out more than the hoverboard because it goes upside down. That's my daughter do those things. It always lands perfect. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on in Russia when they feed these people radioactive pigs from Chernobyl? Russian? You heard Russian. I heard Russian. You're Russian. There's most cases. It sounded like Russian sounds. They had just made. Well, assuming it was Russian. I never
one of the ways that they justified it was they had
Russian. The only reason why Russian isn't a racist is
election where the
right. But the tone of it is what.
yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can
What does it say? Does it say it's Russian? Yeah, it's Russian.
Jesus
Jesus
Christ.
Christ. I'm pretty sure I heard some Russian sounds. Yeah, we're crazy. People crazy with it used to be for those things. Like, how do you feel? Don't you like feel sad when someone's a comic and then they quit and they see them kind of hang around a comedy club? They come back and hang around. I haven't done stand up for 10 years. Believe that? I'm gonna deal with the bullshit no more. My family's getting raised correctly.
Also, great
Just
for reasons which
listen, man, you gotta do things the way that you don't like it.
a lot of these
And you recognize that you in LA, how many people have we how many people got these dollars, how many people in Montreal and St. Cloud, and all of a sudden, say, you just don't say it. And then one day you go to town, you go to Facebook, hey, this my uncle died. things are weird that, 2020 has people to go on a professional show. If you're not a professional, like, I get it. That's how people get better. They do get spots, but that should be something that somebody asks you for. It's, would you like to do a guest spot like that? Like, check you out on stage for 3,000 people. But to even ask to do that, like, because some comics are weird. They'll show up at your shows and ask to do guest spots. Yeah. I made a role about years ago. I know what it is to be great. So I'll tell you what I did. I know what it was like for me to feature and to need that $4 for rent. I also get a cool week before that where they bring a feature I get. So I made a deal. I'm going to bring a lot of features. I'm not doing guest spots. And the word gets out. It's so crazy. The word really gets out. You know, guest spots. People will show up to your show. That's interesting. I don't know. Before they were showing up and they're trying to get on you and hang out and bring you on. And here's my philosophy on it. If you're so funny, you wouldn't be here. You'd go on stage. Well, you know, it's television. And, people come to the green rooms. They want to go. That's great. I love seeing my old friends and stuff. But I'm working right now. And you're not working. Well, not with that. You don't have to be on that show. Here's the thing. When I was a kid, I was starting out. I loved doing shows. I still love doing shows. Going to the stage to enjoy a show. So if I go to a show, then I'm going to try to get guest spots on the show. I'm going to know that person or barely know that person. That's fucking weird. I don't know anybody who did that. None of us did that. You got asked, or you just kept working. You kept doing shows that were at your level until you got better. That's just what everybody does. Because guest spot thing like that is not how it works. You can't just show up and in front of a couple thousand people. I didn't have new big theater. I might do. So you might have to go to the ice house. I know you work on it. I don't care what I'm doing. That's pretty good. And sometimes I go to the ice house and there's 18 guys up before you. And I go, this is mine. This one guy did us all injustice. And now motherfuckers are doing 20 in front of me. And I go, the way they get mad at me is I know it's like feel like get to the fucking club. I'm ready to go. Steam's coming out of my nose. I got 8 new stores to calm me down. I already ate. I worked out. I'm fired up. I got wait for the fucking comics now. The last 15 minutes I'm pacing back there like a fucking animal. You know, I just want to get up there and do my fucking thing. And now I gotta wait. And it's not that. It's just that some comedians come into a room. They're ruining the show. You know, blow this fucking place up.
Collaboration.
Like on Thursday, you work with the other 2 guys. You get the ninjas. You know who you're working with. And then some guy wants to come to Saturday. You go, you guess that's not gonna happen. So especially Saturday, because you get 2 shows. And 2 shows, especially fucking Friday. And it's like, my heart goes out there as a comic. I know it is to be a struggling comic. But there's nothing going on there. Who does it? Guys do guest sets. Who does? There's a lot of comedian national headliners. Local guys do guest sets. I mean, you don't have to worry about putting on a good show. You can find a guy who's there who's ruling the show. People want to look for a show. I met someone who had a guest spot once. And this was a show like in one of those ice house type shows. And so bad that it tanked the rest of the night because people had to sit through 10s of like really clumsy, shitty jokes, like from someone who like barely does comedy. I had to find out later. And then afterwards, like the audience had a lowered expectation. Whereas before, it'd be like Ian Edwards, Tony Hitch, Tom Segura, smash. Everybody would be experiencing that all night. Well, there's this 10-minute gap where it's just sludge, just like really shitty ideas and just not done well. And the audience were like you can see them get super bummed out. Especially when they're a good show like that. I've been lucky enough to go the past few weeks to Open Joey. When it's really good shows, it's fine. But when there's like, I went to a show once and there was a magician on this on stage. And it just, I think of him because I know he hates it. But it's so weird how important it is to film a good show and to go to comics who go well together. You can't just throw comedians up there and have a good show. The problem is like really funny for the last hour and 10 minutes. Really funny for the first 20 minutes if you fill in the blank with the name of the comedians. There's a bunch of crazy fucking comedians that will open for other like national acts and they'll work anywhere else. They just work as like opening acts for big time national acts who don't want to be like showing up on stage. They don't want someone going on really funny. But isn't that the point of the opera to warm up? Like that's what they have studio warm up people for TV shows. They want to have good energy and be excited. Great.
And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration
Because they have a star of the show. There's some stuff where I'd rather wait till the school with fun with one year. I think it would be fucking great. Because if the guy in front of me is fucking great, I'm like, they kick him punches. I'm gonna come out from the way shows. If the guy in front of me is like a bitch, I did have one time we went around with the gifts. The guy's energy was low. When he sucked me in when I went up there and won because of him. Because I didn't want to make it with him so bad. And I said, I'm not going to do it. I just go up there and do it. But it's a bad thing that does happen when you watch really bad comedy, which is more amateur level comedy. Something weird happens when you get confused as to what's funny, what's not funny. It's like, it's almost like a smoke screen, like one of the ink things that a squid shoots out. You see someone on stage that's really challenging as well, really bad. Just, you gotta get out of the room. It's like, your mind can get locked into their way of thinking. Because that's what I think is happening anyway on stage. I think the reason why comedy is so funny is because you're thinking like that guy. The guy's taking you for a ride. And when you let a bad comedian take you for a ride, like you get stuck in like what they're doing on stage. Say if they're doing like real obvious hack material, cop donut jokes, tampon joke, price check, that kind of stuff, and the audience is really laughing. You get confused. Your whole set, you have to shut them out. Like, listen to this music. You gotta go on stage fresh, like they didn't exist. You're better off not seeing them. I don't want to see them. I come out like Gladiator. If you come out like kids like Gladiator, I'm like going up like Friday hero, Saturday hero, show on Wednesday, other acts. And I start getting into it. Until then, I want to come out of the box like a fucking savage. Right? If you work with people that you love, like you do a show with Duncan, or you probably watch one other Saturday. Yeah, but that's the cool thing about when we do the road. Everyone watches it. It's fun. It's like I get to see a show and then do a show. It's fun. I love going to schools and laughing. Telling my own favorite things. To get on that little early. Like new spots at 10:45, getting on there at 10. And you watch a few guys that really get you in the swing of things. Like it really does get you going. I don't want to sit there all night. Well, that's no telling the story. So some shows going on somewhere, it's 3 rooms. Come all around, watch a bunch of different shit. I think that's not to be taken lightly. I think with anything. I think if you were a knife maker, custom knives, you want to be around the dudes who make those things. That's why they have those expos where people get together. So we're doing this too. It's doing this stainless steel. There's a dude Anthony Bourdain did this thing when he said these videos about people making shit. This guy makes knives with metal from meteors. What is it? Meteors. Like they fucking land on Earth. You can buy them. They're super expensive. So he's getting his iron from space. Look at this guy. And then fucking knife. Gone. It's a creamer knife. This guy makes these things by hand. I'll see if you find a video. It's fucking crazy. He's got like this hearth. I guess that's what you call it, right? When you call it some sort of an oven where he's baking these knives. But with Bourdain is like he's a real lover of craftsmanship. So this guy is making these things sort of a similar way to what samurais made them, where you have big plates of metal and you compress them and heat them up and smash them and get all the layers into one layer. But it's all done with iron that he's getting from fucking your house. It's cool. You can say space. I don't think it's any benefit. I think it's probably just really cool looking and awesome to say. It's just fucking steel. It is what it is. Yeah, right? Isn't that correct, Jamie? Yeah, makes sense. Captain American shield. It's got the crimes. It's exactly. So this dude, I think his name is Steve Kramer. Bob Kramer, excuse me. Bob Kramer. Alright, Bob Kramer throws this giant chunk of metal. It's unbelievably hot oven. And then he pulls it out and he puts it in this machine and he hammers it. He's just talking about all the different methods of hardening steel, adding carbon, all the things they add during the process. It's crazy, wild shit. So he pulls out this orange, white, glowing thing and pounds it down. So he takes it and all those layers get smashed down into a thinner and thinner layer. It just keeps doing it over and over again until it becomes like a blade. It's wild shit. So when it's down to being a blade, that fucking thing is so compressed and smashed down. It's just really interesting shit. So what is the name of the video people are watching? Rockcraft with Anthony Bourdain. He's got a bunch of these this time. How the fuck that guy has so much time? He does so much shit. There's like a few of those guys where I think for some reason dude does personal speaking gigs. It's great week. What we did. Just the end. This guy's making fucking swords. I mean, those guys want to be around each other. You know, like you're making knives like that. They want to be around people making knives as well. It's like one of the things about places like the store is we all meet each other and hang out. Like the other night at the bar, Stanhope, Broadway, me, a bunch of us just hanging. I'm like, wow, where's a place like this where we can be like this fucking saloon where fellow travelers can meet. I think it's on Broadway that's really taken to the store. Yeah, it's really taken to the store. Like these one of the guys that hang out here and think, look, he's got a drink in his hand. He's happy as fuck up there. He goes up there, he burns the fucking room and slow methodical way. But at first he would just stay back there and go, what the fuck is this shit? This ain't right, man. And I watched him, and I'm watching him just become a guy at the store. Yeah, he's always in the back bar. He's always hanging out. He's always in the bar. Yeah, there's a bar open. He's close by the fucking distance, okay? That guy's the real fucking deal. Yeah. He shows up with his own bottle of ice cubes. Well, he has his own brand. Right. He has his own brand of tequila. What is it called? Fuck does something. That's what it's called. What's it called? Number one? Yeah, that's it. Number one, I'm racist. Number one, tequila. Bam! It's good shit. It is really good shit. He had it, I mean, as far as that stuff goes, it don't taste like shit, bro. You know, I mean, let's be real. Even the best tasting tequila tastes like shit. The best tasting alcohol, like wine, I still like the white wine. I can drink a glass of wine, you know, I still like Jack Daniels and shots. It tastes almost the shit out of me. It tastes like shit, and I love it. You told me about that. I still remember I was a little boy in New York City with my mom. We went Joe Frazier. Like, I lived on 88th Street. Like, I still remember how big that event was. Like, if you ask me about events in New York City, one is my mom, Joe Frazier. Two, the early 70s when Elton John came to New York City. He fucked that city up, dog. Kept it fantastic. And Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, I was a kid, he fucked up traffic. Michael Jackson fucked up traffic in 84. You know, a couple went to the garden. But my movie, Joe Frazier, when I was a kid, was fucking huge. It was huge. I remember crying. I wanted to watch it. I couldn't get a road job from my babysitter. I was a kid. She was a Puerto Rican chick. I get past that one block. She goes, I'll give you a buck. So I give her a bag filled with quarters I had. And she came in and I took a shower. She combed my hair and put the robe on. And she came into the room. I said, I'm going to use it. That's a blow job. It took like $20. she said she was gonna suck my dick and she didn't go. I was like, what the hell? Like 6 or 7. I said, I had one of my job. I gave her $20. And she took my $20. I'm gonna fucking kill her. And my mom's like, you fucking crazy. Why would she suck your dick for $20? She get 50 of the bar. Why would she suck your dick for $20? Shit. How old is this? 6, 7. How old is she? 32. Something one maybe, right? Something one. I was probably 8. I was looking at it. It was just still. My mom had to give me back 20. I made my mom give it back to me. Damn, my mom's a lawyer. It's around this big. So she gave me 20 to check for her parents. She knew I would have anything to sleep. I would kill her to sleep. She would sleep on the couch. I babysit the house, sleep on the couch. I don't want to sleep. You give me the $20, I'm fucking kill her right there. I was like, are you fucking crazy? I'll give me the 20. Just leave Gina alone. I drove the data for a year. She never talked to her again. Why was it? And so I was 8. She's a powerful kid. She was great though. Great babysitter. I didn't like my mom going out at night. My mom got home, so I would spend the whole day with my mom. And then at night she got to go to the fucking bar. And it would drive me crazy, Joe. I want to go to the bar. Right? They all go to the bar. You go to school. I don't give a fuck when they come protected. Besides, I would fucking wait for her to get to Jersey and I'd cause a war in the house. And she'd have to get back in the car and come home at 88th Street, fuck me up, put me to sleep, get in bed, put me and lay down, and then she would go back to the bar and fucking go smoke hell. And then when we moved to Jersey, I would call her up. I was scared at night because I thought my house was haunted. So I would call her up at night and I'd be crying and shit. She's just taking a cab to your friend's house. There was a year of sleeping in my house. Like a year when I was in 7th grade. I didn't sleep in my house. I would go to the school get clothes. Go to my friend's houses. They were in the house. Scared of fucking ghosts and shit. My grandparents insisted their house was haunted. They had a guy in the 50s who rents a room upstairs. So look, guys, the bachelor, he just rents a room. Because, people didn't have any more. And that guy died. Took the time when he was at the house. They insisted that the fucking guy was still in water. I lived there for months. I was in a marriage. I realized, you know what a problem that is? People just get bored. They want to see a ghost. They want something crazy to go on. They're bored. They don't have any excitement. So the only excitement is like being dark and having feelings about something that's not real. I feel something. I feel a presence. I feel a presence. I feel something that's real. Something that's real. We can't look at this from one part that happened. Just you're in the dark. You're in the dark in the whole house. You're bored as fuck. That's what it is. I don't know, Joe. I don't know, dog. I live in a haunted fucking house. My mother bought this house in Burbank, New Jersey, on Given That Terrace. Given That Terrace was originally given that when kids died, when parents died, when kids go, it was an orphanage. The orphanage sent 5 people. In the 40s, they took Jones Court and Given That Terrace and built an old orphanage. There was an article about it on Facebook about 6 months ago about the whole Given That Terrace fucking spooky shit. So in that house, my mother bought, the reason why my mom got an LTA lease was because a kid would have a cash. And the guy killed himself in the garage. I found myself in the fucking garage in the 60s, so his kids were selling the fucking house. We didn't know about this. I never knew about this 2 years later. Once I moved in, I'm in the beginning of going to Catholic school, so I only slept there on the weekends. Once I moved in full time, I got a 67th grade, was when I would hear the ghost. I told you, they had to come up the fucking stairs and shit. I would cry, you know. So they sent me to the Santeria lady's house. So she told me to put a glass of water under my bed with a red apple on the top. And I was sleeping, but I was still hearing fucking noises at night. I was fucking there. That's all that spooky shit. Now, you might have waited to avoid this years ago. My friend called Joe, you know why you don't know. Okay, right? My brother died on that block. But he was 16, 15, I don't know. That's the cities.
Purportedly,
If you think Jewish people are creepy with this after Rish,
was a letter of
nobody's creepy with most
introduction
rules.
for a Khazarian
She wrote me back. She kept telling me I told my husband I was Sicilian, don't live on dead streets.
what we call the modern
Because they're bad luck.
our
I paid like when I see them literally stuff like that, especially house and go on the streets of bad luck. Oh yeah, the Sicilians, she's a old school Sicilian that she took the fish eyes from the fishes to help people see better. So fix it with sleepers. Sleepers. Sleepers.
one of those
No, it's fears. These kids, this is for kids. I know, made a mistake. The guy died. So I sent him to a jail. That was podcast. Was the priest. I did not know it's a lot, but they suck because they put nobody's on. They get sent to an orphanage and they get beat up. What the fuck it is? But before that, they put a word for mafios. If you've never watched any mafia movie, every mafia movie loves the characters. The only mobster that was ever any good in the Italian movie beside was the guy that played the mobster in this movie. But see if you can find Sleepers King Benny. King Benny was a bad motherfucker. He was an Italian actor. He recruited to come over. He got to speak that guy English. When you see the King Benny's explaining to him that he takes eyeballs to this lady for headaches when I was a kid. King Benny.
what happened
Benny is a
overrun by the Mongols.
He has to go deal with fucking brothers in Harlem. And the guy says to him, he said this movie sucks. The movie's a fine. But then, after Dano's in this movie, you're jumping with the guy you did softball with. That play start? No. The Spanish kid. Then you did that series with the Spanish kid. No, Puerto Rican kid. Oh, I know what you're talking about. He's the kid that he was on the scene. He was lost. The kid, the Spanish kid, plays Fat Pancho. See if they haven't seen this thing. The black guy, when the black guy says to him, see if they haven't seen the movie that sucks. No. He says to him, no, look at you. You bring style to the game. And the guy goes, I cannot help you. My dealer is dead. I mean, this guy's got lines in this fucking movie, and they never told me died. Years later, they were saying, who the fuck is this guy? The guy is just a monster. Just, my point is, fucking Sleepers, so the fucking guy. What's the point? I have no idea. I'm seeing this guy. I'm like, I wonder how he's going to with a talking about 4 kids and shit. Like, he's Sicilian at the same time. It's just simple. We're talking about that. It's just like, he believes. So they came to me years later with this plot down. How many people had bad luck on that block after that? Like, the Mahoney's died from cancer. Both of them. Parents, the Yorks died from cancer. The girl across the street died in a car accident. Raoul, I just wrote that. Raoul and his family just took a stare off. They wouldn't let him in my fucking bedroom for years. Some of these houses, I don't know if they just years later we became friends. Raoul and his family. And I took the stereos and picked up the fucking desk. It was amazing. And then you talk to people, Raoul, ended up fucking moving to the Bronx in the 8th grade overnight. They left the old money on the rent, so will you come to my house? How can we go here? We went to the stereos. Look at that. No, he did really bad. He passed. He was a fucking kind of like an upstanding citizen. I became a regular person. Last night I was telling you these stories that I was shaking. Well, I remember when I first met you. You were always great, but you were way more dangerous. You're a dangerous person. You can do some ridiculous shit. You were very volatile. There's a part of me that's a very, very nice, law-abiding person. There really is a part of me that's always wanted to try to be a nice person. But there's a part of me that does not comprehend what part of human being. Because it would not be allowed when I was raised by no means at all. What do you mean? Just stupid human being that I see every day there. I see except for and how I was raised.
And ultimately, they
So when I look
organize
at that on
themselves.
my Alex book, I really can't handle
Those
it.
that
I didn't.
organize them all,
I got beaten when I was 19. It was such a great beating. It was more than not happens when I'm Felix Dread. And that's it. I made my decision. My hand-to-hand combat days are over. Like, I don't need this shit in my world. If you come into my world and you disrespect from me, you go up and lay you in a chair or like a lot of bottles and steal a dog out of glasses and they throw some shit at the store. I don't fuck around with people because I don't like people fucking with me. I'm really sensitive. I don't know how to handle it. But I think it's one of the things we were talking about. We were talking about big people go hard and how they get addicted to that feeling. And then it's almost like that becomes the world, right? But I almost feel like with some people, they become real addicted to like bad situations. I was, you think that's drama, right? You don't know how to handle life if there's no drama in your life. There was times I would rob Joe Rogan, knowing that Joe Rogan knew I was gonna rob him. And my state of mind was now what? Now what? Now what? So you cause pictures I didn't know how to live without all the hate. Yeah, let's be honest, the last 10 years I did blow, and not because of an addiction. The last 10 years I did blow because I was addicted to that state of mind. Always in the innocent. The thrill was going to get the coke and driving down and go in the car. And that's something that you told me that it was the first time anybody ever articulated it that way. Like what you were addicted to was not even necessarily a drug. It's the whole thing, the driving and the danger of the police. Going to the guy's place to buy the cop, everything. I would look at myself back in the store at 3 in the morning and see this person that I go back in the mirror. I don't even want to look at it because I was so ashamed that I let that position take over my mind. It wasn't the fact of the dog or whatever, or getting my dick sucked or doing dirty things. It was the fact that you would drive in front and all the scale that went with it. And somebody told me when I got locked up, they said, you think of all the time you put into scams, you put that time into doing something on a positive level. And there's no surprise that my life has changed as much as I did without the drugs because 60% of my mental state was always non-drugs. Yeah, no matter the other 40 was in comedy, the other 37 was in comedy, and the other 3 was in God knows what the fuck it was. But 60% of my day is dominated by that addiction or whatever tribe. Some people they describe it as like the addiction and having an addiction was like almost like a built-in excuse to not live up to their full potential in anything they try to do. Absolutely. Well, for starters, it's not, it's a personal blame. You want that just in case if you fail. You always have a fucking excuse. What you expect? I was having those problems, those years you having problems with, you get shit. Your family member has cancer, that's a problem that happens in life. The coke and all that shit is your own enemy. No matter how you want it, is the things you create, all these things you create. I think about that last year I did blow. I was ready to call 60 minutes. Like I think of the state of mind right now. Like I had already impeached for 60 minutes to explain to them that I had found the code for cocaine. And you do heroin on Mondays. Just a little bit. You will not snort the rest of the week. Like I was really going to take 60 minutes. I was going to get an agent and go to CBS and all this. I got a groundbreaking idea. There's no reason for me to get that white powder. You motherfuckers are going to walk. Get that little white powder. See them make it into some pill. Get people high on Monday. Twice a week. I didn't want to get out. Crazy thing. I would come there on a Monday and let me do coke the rest of the week. I look forward to Monday. See, yes, I might have one. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. It's just that it's very well. It's just a snort. Yeah, snort that little lines of heroin just to get me on. What's the feeling? Tell me what it feels like. Oh, it takes a couple minutes to you feel this weird thing. You feel like your blood pressure going up. You feel like this euphoric. What is it? like this fucking hard weight, but I felt like my body didn't even take a wet shit. You can save your shit outside, steam's gonna come out of it. That's what your body feels like that warm. And then I'll get an urge to puke. For a couple minutes, I would gag and puke a little bit, come out of yellow, and then after I puke a little bit, I would just go into this state of fucking awfulness for 4 hours. It was like smoking this whole thing. Like just sitting there, smoking cigarettes, looking out the window. And I didn't believe I was writing John Lennon type lyrics to my jokes. I looked at them the next day, this burning into the refrigerator. Like I remember writing a bit about a refrigerator once. And looking at it the next day and saying, thank God. Thank God I didn't try it. I was like, oh, he was like, just look at what's in for his drug of choice. And his jokes. I think he's probably the best non-sequitur joke I have, because all his jokes are unrelated. It's like, here's a non-sequitur, here's some other things I was thinking about, here's some I thought, here's some I saw. And it was like, I was listening to it the other day, like, half of his jokes were only funny because he was saying them, you know, but they were hilarious. Like, he had a way of doing it that was kind of like, you know, sober Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Look forward to the big bumper Monday. Kids did. He used to send it to me. He used to send me $7 bags. His name was Bonehead. He died from an OD. How weird. Yeah. Rest in peace. They say Bonehead was like you, boy. He was like going through 90 motherfuckers who called him like a big town. Bonehead was a bad motherfucker. I love Bonehead had 3 brothers. I love both. But Bonehead was big. 2 of his brothers were very successful. Bonehead was successful. As a plumber, he had owned his own company. He only went on crazy at night. Bonehead, when I was 17, take me to McSorley's house in New York City. No money to eat. A little bartender would give him 3 mugs of beer. Give him 3 mugs of beer. Give him a bowl of chicken. Mughead would take $10 from both of us. He'd go to Washington Square Park. And he'd come back and he'd give me $8. And by the meantime, he would go buy his heroin and he'd buy these mixture pills and he'd melt them into black and whites. And he'd take us to a strip club in New Jersey or something. And he'd take us home. And the next day, 7 in the morning, that strip had this Bonehead in the fucking plumbing grade up in there. He was a functioning addict. He wasn't like your regular. And he had a chick. There was a 13. She was half Asian, half Irish. And they used to do heroin together, and they'd pass out on the way, fucking, they'd both go to sleep. And then I'd be in the bedroom because I knew they were both Italian. Okay, they were Italian. They were real fucking Italians. And the mother was the first person to read me in that grade. She was a little Irish chick. She used to say the word girl. She could say oil, and she was the bookkeeper for years, 50 to whatever the Teamsters, the labor shit. I was over there one day when I was 16. She was one book. I worked tomorrow, get you a book. Instead of fucking being a habit. So I had to, you know, like hot carry. For brick business. She was like, get you with the Italians over the brick business. She was mobile. So she got me a book and financed it. She got a little shirt to finance it. I love these people. This is, I don't know if I'm thinking right, I don't like doing documentaries, but I need to do a documentary about this family because it's a rise and fall of an American family that I saw before my eyes. As a child, I went over there and ate with them. I hung out with all 3 brothers, by the way. Like I wasn't just friends with Bonehead, I hung out with Chrissy Fish, and I hung out with Bill. Whatever his name was, but Bonehead was my nighttime guy. Bonehead used to take me to the murky waters of the underworld. He would get me guns and shit. My brother was a drug dealer. In the 80s, he dropped me. Sold big times coke. He used to buy jewelry. He used to put it in his brother was sleeping in the drug dealer. So they just put him in the tackle box and they take the $40 out. He took the whole tackle box. And then $20,000 in cash, another 30 in jewelry. He went to the bonus. These are the best times when I look at it. My comrade has said that's not better. That's your war story. The house was haunted. That was scary. This was not a haunted house at all. Thanks to the time being, there was a longshoreman, and the mom was in charge of the teamsters. They hung out with Westies. They hung out with the fucking Harlem's friends with this dude. That was whatever for the Westies. He used to get me jobs. He would get me jobs chasing joints. You know, you have a summer job now. You tell me, come in. I'm waiting on that warehouse. I'm going to give you 200. They're going to give me 180. I'm waiting on that warehouse, and right now all you want is and tell me where the safe is. Who walks around the safe and pay me money? This is a great house. So one time I went back to Loaded. Loaded has the fishing tackle boxes. But the box there's a fire on the shooting. He puts the tackle box in the garbage can in front of the building and puts a lid on it. When he slips that shit there in the garbage back up. And they take the 40 large with the 30,000 fucking jar. Do you understand me? I mean, this was non-stop. All night long, had you know, high on heroin. He decided to make French fries. So he put the pot out where I did this. Remember the 80s? They had those pots you could bring out with the hot oil. Well, you could throw French fries over everyone. Crazy old, I forgot what they were. Bring it, get the French fry machine out, and make fucking rings and shit. We did heroin, knot it up. Look at the fire, that thing went on fire. Of course, it was fucking house. Alright, I went to oil. I went up to Labo and the farms. I bought some goods waking me up. Go out of the house and the father's outside. My grandmother and the fire department crawled on top of the roof, Joe. They hit the front door to let the smoke out. And fire trucks are coming from the side. Laying before they got the siren. In the middle of all this, it's 8 in the morning. We all look around and go, oh my God, ain't you still in the house? Oh, we're still in the house on fire. Bro, they turn the fire on. They go in and it's out with his feet up. Just heroin down his watching TV like that. He's not on the fire. Oh my God, everything. He goes on my fries. That's how crazy this family was. Oh, my fries. And I go ahead and grab 2 fucking medallions out of his He was still fucking sleeping. Oh my God. Burn hands down. Burn the fucking shit out. I've been for 6 months. And I had a grandmother downstairs who was old all the time, but she couldn't smell. So every time we smoked pot, we just got on that blow smoke in the face. And grandma would pass out in the wheelchair. That was the end of it. It didn't stop. It didn't stop. So this is why you get mad at people for reading audience and Netflix, and this is what you're talking about. I get mad at everything. I get mad at people like he used to hide the coke. Meaning brother used to hide the coke under his car. I'd be walking around there like a ceiling container. Happy Maserati. What's the other Italian coke? There's how much we get these motherfuckers. What's the other Italian coke? Feeling the facility of our tennis. Okay, remember that piece of shit. Fucking pieces of shit. You show me a piece of car. I didn't trust anything to tell you. Oh my God, that was he tried to sell it to me once. It was like he had this one money for $2 grams. He had that drive down a morning bus. Like I feel like you drive a Ferrari. I feel like you drive that thing to a full front.
Here on this map,
I'm like, I trust German cars. You know, I don't trust people in cars.
the white line.
What's the other one? The other one that Lamborghinis and it's like 6 fall apart. Do they really? Guarantee you. No way else to review these fucking cars. Actually, Lamborghinis don't. So who knows? They might be like much better engineered. I'm talking shit about this. I don't know much about things. I know about Porsches. But there's a lot of cars too. God, those things are disgusting. Okay, piece of shit. Disgusting. Look at that thing. It's crazy. Lamborghinis are like the biggest, like, here's my dick car you can get. Right? I thought it was this way. They had the doors on the upside, but you walk out underneath. That guy just walked out like that guy, like, what, just bringing up $20 bills and shit. Not get a naked jockstrap. That's what I was at this fanny bags. Oh, really? I got my fanny bags, which is he's got giant fingers. Really good for the travel on the road and get a lot of stuff. Yeah. No, that's true. Glasses, license, passport. Oh, yeah. Canadians have to come down to America to see him, and they have a great time. They don't get money. It's a road trip. That's what I do. Toledo, I drive the really good. Seattle, Detroit. I do Grand Rapids. I'm trying to get things out the next year. I think Ari, back in the day, that's a tech college too, right? Yeah, but some oh, hey, what's up? You can't back and don't let it go. Yeah, some good spots where people can come down, Canadians can come down, well, you can't do Seattle. Fucking near Seattle Park. It's so sad. You can't get into Washington State. They're still breaking my balls too. Yeah. Like 2 years ago. They want cash, and they still want to go up there and surrender myself. Fuck all that. I'm not surrendering myself. Fucking surrender yourself. What is that? Come on, man. It's really so big and brief in the process. 12 hours of holding tank and that shit. Very much fucking jail for that shit. 12 hours of holding tank. So, hard to society. You know, tell you how weird formality is that. Sorry, we have to cuff you. I have no feeling to abuse. I've always gone to court. I don't have a feeling. I even went to court with alias. Like I used an alias when I arrested. That's the class I got. I covered the spread. When they arrested me, I gave my Jones. So you would get a warrant. I went down and did the 16 hours community service in the AG. So next time you look at me, tell me I just get beat my fucking wheel. This fucking time I did my fucking thing. That is so ridiculous. Getting arrested in Boulder. I think about the words you told me about Boulder once you always driving. My wife, I can think this must have been a candy store for Johnny Davis. I was in jail for 3 weeks. This whole thing is waiting bail for getting better. I sat from December, November 18th to December 10th. I had the jail wide. You don't know they can just go up to the guards and leave me alone. This is going to let me out of business. I listen. I was smoking weed and I had all access to cocaine because I don't like I ain't fucking milk. I like milkshakes. I had all access. I got arrested 3 months. Not even jail. I got arrested a whole month after I made bail. And they put me back in that jail. I went back to Jimmy. And everybody was calling me Jimmy. No. My name on the fingerprint was the alias. And they fingerprinted me calling me Joey. I know Joey was a family and I see it back in here. Meanwhile, on that card, it literally says Jimmy. So they hit that card. They just assumed it was you. You was silences. Yeah. And then what happened? And I called the girl. I said, yeah, without a license. So I drive around. I didn't have a license. I paid. In those days, there was no paper scratching James. And she goes, okay, James, this is the last name. I go, yeah. She went down there, they brought her in, they said, what's his name? James, where does he live? She told them. And they go, okay, we'll let you out. That was it. They gave me one thing I had to turn myself in that way, I stood before they got charged and pled guilty. Because I didn't want to fuck with it. I didn't want to take a shoplifting thing to trial they had me, right? And I fucking did that. Community service at the age under this guy's name. Under this guy's name. 16, I was in the fucking community corrections. But I met the cop that was there, so everything works itself into the other. Because when I was there was a cop that would put detail there. In those days, the police age, that age unit was getting death threats from like people involved in people up on the hill. The cop there, and I would talk to the cop every day, talk to the cop all day, how you doing, officer? We talk about this and that. And one day, I got told me I had no families. And my ex fucking boyfriend thought he was tough for me. And I said, you know what? I gotta smack this guy. I gotta get him back. And I went to meet him and I fucking smacked him. Guess it was the first cop on the trial. That dude from the age. This guy's holding on to his face. He gave me his joy. What happened? I told him the truth. They gave me a ticket. So life is a circle. Where we get a ticket, you get for 7 months. He got a ticket 30 minutes. I got a misdemeanor. Assault when he got using a racial slur outside the city limits. Whoa. Is that really the case? It's really something that's always been like that. Yeah, because the football players in '85, those football players that were really powerful, those teams that won the national championship, there was always beef with them. Over the cops always had beef with them. So that there was a couple of incidents. It was kind of Amos McGee. He just smacked the motherfucker's eyeball out and said, I don't know. I think I'm getting my grip and the jokes he broke. 6'5", 245, was smack. Those knocked and slapped eyeball went out of his fucking head. He went in the ring and another lady called JJ Flanagan and he punched her in the face. So they dropped the charges because she said a racial slur. That's hilarious. So a woman can call a guy and just get punched in the face. Oh, he slapped her, so they called it the JJ Flanagan rule. So that's so crazy. When I got arrested for that racial thing, they told me to go and get straight what she did in front of my daughter. So I smacked her. So everything from like smack her or punch her. And he smacked her, JJ Flanagan. That's a street law. Street law or something. That's how strong that word is. And so he's the only one that has a letter. Like you can kind of say, yeah, for most people say, fuck, but even still, this is still 88. This is 88. This is 90 days of the time when they were coming down and seeing football. You know, but they had a lot of shit going on. Like there's a documentary 30 for 30. Oh, really? So you wait for 30. Let me ask you this. Why football has always been so liberal? Because they want to be. They had that right to be. These are people that want to live, you know, to older now. I'm going to go to them and say, well, the same fucking people. What do you mean? It's the same people. That was not the rules when I got there in 1980. Not even close. What's the difference? I don't know what they were Gentiles, you know, Starbucks. That's not what Boulder was supposed to be. Boulder was totally brought up to be anti, very much establishment. Very, you know, people have soap companies. Right? People have shirts with designs of the Grateful Dead. But that's what it is. Right? And that's what it is. Let that be that. Well, as much result more Boulder, they'll just go Democrat no matter what. Which means they just vote Democrat. Oh, they'll vote Republican ever. It's like when I was there, it was during the Obama election after he got elected for the first term. That's when I was there. And it was like, it's just so weird that there's so many different people that have the same thing on the front lawn. It's Obama. You didn't see any Republican candidates on anybody's lawns. You just didn't see. What is the rest of Colorado? It's way Republican. Way more Republican. The rest of Colorado like Cowboys and shit. Denver's kind of mixture. Denver, you get a little bit of everything. It's sort of like Austin, Texas. Like that's sort of like no. Because Austin is more like cowboy funky. Austin's different. Austin is like a lot of badass music comes from Austin. Fucking Gary Clark Jr. like the state of mind of Boulder and Washington were pretty much still representing their states. I mean, you can't compare them because New York's 100,000 people. It's a tiny ass place. Boston's a million. What's the population of Boulder? 100,000. Still, it's tiny. They just can't build. They don't need build. They got that place locked down. That's what I'm saying. They buy an open space. Boulder always wanted to be different than everybody else. Yeah, I wanted the Boulder. The first beat with Boulder. July of '83, and I was like, I'll never come to this fucking place. Too boring. But I was in New York City. Guess the population today. I find out all of a sudden I'm getting more pizzas and sweaters. It's about 300,000. It's 100,000 in the metros, 300,000. Yeah, but okay. So it's been about 100,000. Hang on, Joe. I do step back to you. You're in the middle of a storm. Yeah, Austin's totally different animal. Austin is much more like.
I just meant in the way like Texas is.
Right. Oh, yeah, for sure. But there's a lot of Republicans in Austin. Austin's not entirely liberal. Austin's a mixture. It's a weird mixture. Boulder's not much of a mixture. Boulder, like Greg Fitzsimmons said it best. He's like, it's just too one note. He liked Denver because we were talking about like how amazing Colorado is. He did a weekend at the Comedy Works. He's like, you know what? I can fucking live here. He goes, I don't really say that about many places, but I can live there. And we were talking about Boulder. He's like, I think Boulder's just a little too one note. They're a little too college influenced, super liberal, social justice warrior type, vegan, barefoot, handcrafted, all that nonsense. Right? You know, there's like a lot of the people from Republic of Boulder. Yeah, they call it. They have Republic of Boulder. Yeah. Oh, it's listed peaceful attraction. They're very nice people. I live my life. Boulder just meant something to me. Peaceful. I don't know. Well, the place itself is so fucking beautiful. I mean, you're there in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, and you just sit. Sometimes you just, like, you go to Boulder, you just, what's that street? That Pearl Street? Pearl Street. And when you just look up and you say, look at that fucking, you leave the street, you look up, and you're looking at, like, mountains. Rocky Mountains right there. Like, you're in this beautiful, amazing spot. And the people, it's not that many people. I think that's a big thing. I think when you get too many people in a place, it gets annoying, that you fucking don't appreciate each other as much. There's too many fucking people. There's 3 million people. Why not just grow since I left? It has, but you can't grow much more than it's already grown. What they've done is amazing. Buy up so much open space and make it super difficult to put up apartment buildings. If you're like, that's bullshit, we need affordable housing. Drive to Boulder, stupid. I'll drive there. Just fucking be part of the Denver metro area is limited to that 300,000. Okay, it's Armada and places like that. Yeah, well, it's like, it's also Longmont, not Wilton, Longmont, Lafayette. You know what's the hidden gem? Evergreen. Evergreen's a shit. God damn, they have some views. Evergreen has some ridiculous views. Where you just tucked in with like this giant elk herd that walks down through the middle of town. A giant elk herd walking through the middle of the street. A buddy of mine moved there, and he was living in Vegas before, and you know, he was asking about Colorado. I said, you gotta check out Evergreen. He went there once and bought a house and immediately moved. And he texted me that these elk to get in the middle of the street, and someone out of town barely was like beeping and trying to get the elk out of the road, like revving his engine because he was in a rush. And some old cowboy got out of his truck, walked up to the dude's car window, punched him through the car window, and then got back in his truck. The guy was harassing the elk herd. Yeah, that's no joke, dude. That's really what happens in Evergreen. This is a herd of elk walking down the middle of the street, and you can't do a goddamn thing about it. And because the people in the town itself, I mean, they don't really hunt them when they do that, so the elk feel super calm about walking on the highway in front of everybody. Because if they were in the woods with you like that, they would fucking bolt if they saw a person. They smelled you, they would bolt. But meanwhile, these things have chosen to go like by the road. It's interesting too because they don't recognize people as predators in those situations. It's like people around urban areas are predators, and people in the mountains are predators. It's real weird.
So for generations, that like urban elk is just been walking down the street.
Yeah, it's the case everywhere. Like in Yellowstone, there was a video that someone sent me today. I think I retweeted it. Someone sent me it. I didn't watch it. I wasn't getting cell service. But there's a video that someone sent me today about some woman who got too close to an elk in Yellowstone. I guess it was real recent. But for the most part, they don't worry about people. They worry about wolves and grizzly bears and shit. If they see a person who there's no one's hunted in Yellowstone for over 100 years. So they'll see people there and they're like, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Got some carrots for me? Is this it? Yellowstone elk decides woman's too close for comfort. Yeah, go live, go. Yes, did you get that video? Oh, she just got launched. I didn't get it. Look, she went sailing. Thank you, sir. That's I just got home, sir. That's a certain kind of sir. Have you seen the video of the hunter getting beaten by a deer? Yeah, I've seen this a bunch of those. They'll fuck you up, especially in the rut. They're horny. They think you're cock blocking them. They get mad. Jack you. Oh yeah, people have died from deer. A lot of people have died because they get gored. Like they're either hunting them or they're hiking them. Or whatever reason they do like that lady, they get stupid. Like she was lucky that was either a cow elk or that was an elk that didn't have antlers yet because they shed their antlers and then they grow them back. So she got lucky because if that was a big bull elk, here's one. This one is you just kick that guy is dog shit jiu-jitsu. First of all, you're spinning for one of those rear legs. You try to get him in a heel hook on that railroad. I Kimura a deer's leg and snapped it in half. It was already dead. I was like, I wonder if this would work with a deer. Snapped its leg. Cal and I had one hunting in Montana, so I'm feeling real confident that I can heal a deer. Fuck it up. I'll take his back. And show him. Take that fucking ass track. Probably just recovering. Yeah, he's in the hospital today. He got his discs replaced. He's that thing. I don't think the operation is just a few hours, and the recovery time is ridiculously low. I think in 6 weeks his left started to twins. So 6 weeks his body has to heal up. So I'm talking out of school because I don't know the exact procedure, but I know this is what he told me is that they're replacing a disc with a titanium disc. They have some sort of new technology in disc replacement where they used to take the disc out and fuse it together. Right now, instead, they're putting an artificial disc. It's supposed to be just as good as a real disc. The difference being that, like, when they would fuse those discs, it would limit your mobility pretty drastically because you don't have any articulation in between the two joints. Now that they have this artificial disc, that artificial disc actually moves around and it allows your spine to be flexible. So, one of the guys from school, Victor, got it done, and apparently he's never been better. He feels great, no pain at all, and it's bothering him a long time. And Eddie's been bothering his for almost as long as I've known him because he does so much stuff with his back. It's all guard work. It's getting stacked all the time and compressed all the time, and not the most diligent about stretching the back out early in his career. Just you take your stretcher before and after. You definitely should warm up before. But the big thing is mobility training, meaning doing things like bending down, grabbing the back of your heel with your forefingers on both sides, and trying to put your pinkies together, and then extending your legs, popping your back, and stretching the back out. For me, that's big. Hanging by your ankles is big. Any sort of decompression, anything that alleviates pressure. I have one that I put on my neck. It's like I'm hanging myself. Click, 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 click. And I'm like literally hanging and getting a good percentage of my weight from my neck. But I have a bunch of them in the back. I have different decompression devices in the back. I've got the reverse hyper, which strengthens your back, and also it's like an active moving decompression of the back. That's created by that Louis Simmons guy from Westside Farmville. just genius guy. He had a back injury too, and he needed to get it fixed. And they wanted to cut him. He's like, I think I can figure this out. I think there's going to be an exercise of strength resistance to the surgery. So that's what he came up with. Was he in Eddie's position? I don't even know if that would have helped because Eddie's was so far up. He didn't have any disc left. There was like almost nothing there.
You know how we're they do the normal club class, and I want to see this mobility class for a half hour.
Is that that kettle jitsu guy?
No.
But isn't there a guy?
Yes. No, but he's got tick fit.
Tick fit.
He's got tick fit.
What does that mean?
Tick fit is that he train with the bats.
How do you say tick? How do you spell it?
TICFIT.
Tick.
Tick fit is the stuff with the bat.
Okay, like Escrima, like that kind of stuff?
No, like what is
Police baton?
what do they have on it now? What do they do for
You mean maces? Like steel mace? Club?
they have the club for
I'm sure.
the club.
Yeah, the metal club. Yeah.
They do something with a club. They have a class at 9.
Okay.
Then they have a class at 1. Then they have a class at 6:30. What he's doing, he's like, you know what, man, my one has been like, when I come out here and do mobility with you guys from 1:15 to 1:45 after the class, when you up already after the jiu-jitsu, they just does, squat, touch the ground, lift your foot down, and go up and switch legs, stuff like that. 6 exercises, 3 minutes with them, then you're out of there. You stretch and you're out of there. It's no big deal. You bring the sweat on, so, downward dog, something else, do it in the push-up.
The problem with jiu-jitsu is that it's fun. And when it's fun, you're going in there, you get smashed all the time. And overall, you don't give yourself a lot of time to recover for those rolling sessions. And there's little micro injuries in those rolling sessions. And some of those micro injuries become chronic after a while. Like you get it back, while like for me it was my neck. Just like over and over again, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're out with sore. The next day, you just keep training, you develop scar tissue, your discs get compressed, and you start getting weird shit like numbness. Some guys get like numb feet. Like Kane, remember Kane, his lower leg is still numb. My hands, I was getting numb hands. Bosworth's got like a whole, his whole like neck area is fucked. He's had several surgeries in his neck, and he's getting at least 2 discs, maybe 3 discs frozen, and fucking like the discs are removed, and the bones are fused in his neck.
I try to take the day in between, except the days I have to go on the road. The weeks I have to go on the road, I only get 3 in. So I just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, get on a plane Thursday. But the weeks I'm in town all week, I do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And sometimes this week I did Sunday, now I'm Monday. But Sunday is very light. It's just 3-minute rolls and bar and pad stuff. He's a great guy. He doesn't really, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are hard. Wednesdays and Sundays I go because the guy is just so great technically. I always learn one little stupid thing, just one little stupid thing. You roll like 2 or 3 times and you're out of it. So I always try to, even if I want to go that day, even if I feel okay, if I'm not sore, I'll take the day off. Because I don't want to go every day. I don't want to do that. I'll do a light kettlebell work.
So, but then there's other people that think you just keep doing it, and eventually your body hardens up. I don't know. It's like, I guess it depends on how you approach it. I know Bourdain does it every day. He trains every day. Sometimes does it twice a day. He'll take a good drive in, he'll take a good class.
Well, it's an age thing. It's the time barrier. And it's also, like for me, it's the weight. When you drill for a weight, it's 300 pounds. You try to be 5. You do that 10 times. The next day, something's going to be rattling in my fucking hips. Right? Okay, last week we had a guy, Enrique Machado. He's trying to raise coach in the Amazon. You gotta take a plane, a boat, and a fucking bicycle. I'm not gonna be cute this joke. We had a plane at the one place in Brazil. Then you gotta train 10 hours, then you gotta walk a mile, then you gotta go across. And one of these things is someday somebody would steal the paddle. Can you imagine? 10 hours of fucking fucking around, an hour mile walk, and now somebody steals the fucking paddle, like getting a paddle to my fucking house. There was shit in the water. And there was shit in the water because the house, the sewage would go into the water. No, then you wonder what it is. See, and everybody said, you can Brazil and shit, it's small. That's not how houses
Let's guess. 2 million? 3 million? How many people do you think? Probably around it, but it's not in America. I think it's in, like, right. Do you see that picture, by the way, of that ladder in China? Ladder in China? People climbing? It's like a place like that. Like, it's like a 2,000-foot bamboo ladder that, like, 6-year-olds are climbing up. Why are they doing that? The only way to get to their town. So they that's yeah, have you seen that, Jamie? Jesus Christ. A 2,000-foot ladder. It might not be feet, it might be. Oh my god, children in China climb 2,500-foot cliff to get to school. They'd be given stairs. Pussies. They're 6 years old. So it's like this. Look at this, dude. They're climbing with their backpacks on. Imagine sending your little baby. Your baby has to climb 2,500 feet on this janky ass wooden ladder that looks like it was made when Columbus was sailing. How fucking wanky that ladder looks. That's insane. You see just any other pictures? That is fucking bananas. Whoa. Those poor kids. They got a hard look on their face, man. Jesus, that's so crazy. Where, there's one fucking weak ass bitch kid that starts crying. I can't make any falls. I was rolling out in China. China, they don't make it. They don't make it. Those kids don't make it. That is bananas. See, I think it's places like this where people are dying of viruses because you don't really hear about it in America that often. Well, people definitely die of the flu here in America. That's still happening. I bet thousands of people die every year from the flu. But as far as how many people die from diseases worldwide, I'm going to say every year, I want to say 20 million. How many people?
I feel like what kind of diseases? There's lots of disease, cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, that's killer. But that's just like poor health.
It says, in 2012, an estimated 56 million people died. Just died in America. I think it's the whole world. No. 56 million the whole world. America, that'd be like in 1 year. That'd be a sixth of the country dying.
It wouldn't happen in just America. But the whole world, 56 million people out of 7 billion.
Their estimation. They can't count all.
Would you guess that would be a good one? I don't know. I would have thought it'd been higher. Would you think, like, for a year, like, how many people die in a year? Actually, I think 56 million is a pretty big number if you really stop to think about it. And they're not counting anybody in Africa.
No, it's 35 million people in Canada. That's twice that, at least.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. When you're saying disease, you should say HIV, syphilis, banana crabs, flu, Zika. I don't think Zika is really killing many people. It just fucks up kids. It just really fucks women up when they get a apparently you get it and not even know you have it. Pregnant. It fucks your kid up.
Non-communicable disease is responsible for 38 million of those.
Okay, so that's like heart disease and
Cardiovascular
cancer.
6 million.
I'm interested in is like malaria and shit like that.
HIV decreased slightly from 1.7 deaths in 2 million to 1.5 million, so only 2,000 or 200,000 less.
1.5 million people die every year from HIV.
Diarrhea is no longer among the top 5 leading causes.
Diarrhea. AIDS, neck and neck. People die from diarrhea. Of course, yeah, they get dehydrated. But how bizarre is it that AIDS kills that many people? HIV death decreased 1.7 million to 1.5 million in 2012. That's still crazy. Like, when was the last time you heard about someone in America dying from HIV? You don't hear about it very often. You just say complications. Yeah, they just say HIV. You talk about pneumonia or something later against some deficiencies. Yeah, that definitely can be it. My uncle got cancer 4 years ago. Got whatever with cancer, they got diagnosed with cancer. Like a crazy one. Really? Yeah, but he's still alive. That happens. What does he do? Change his own diet. No sugar. Everything is organic. Really? Everything is vegan. What happened? He's still alive. He still works with answers from testifying. His household was he was 35. He had 3 households. He's got 3 households. One man, he had a wife, and a kid. Oh, this you told me. And he cheated on her. But he had the hooker for 30 years. Who he still has a relationship with. And he fucked her cousin. And she had a kid that lives in the backyard. Oh my God, 3 households. Oh my God, it's just they all know about each other at least. That's good. Everybody's all too much pressure. Don't want to find too much. The kid home after he fucked the cousin. Because it's like, he was fucking the street when he fucked the cousin. When she had the kid, and she goes, "What back with my cousin?" She just walked the kid to his house one day. She goes, "I don't want this fucking kid." This is your problem. She never seen that kid since. Oh my God. My uncle got him in the back like Boris. Oh my God, weapon of this shit. Jay's got no rights. That's so crazy. It's a fucking 3 households. I have a hard time with my daughter and my wife. I want 3 fucking households. Like, do you think a guy like that does that just for a distraction? Or is it just retarded? He's just retarded. My uncle's just retarded. He's retarded. And he's married to a one that's like 40. And how old is he? 78. He's got a 4-year-old? 4-year-old. He goes up on Thursdays and he takes it to the fish market. It's all real. Real white place taking girl. He takes it down there's a fish market. So he's eating all the natural fish and shit. Right? And he fucks the shit out of it. He brings it home. He gives it some of the kids and dick. He gets some of the kids and dick. He fucks them all out. So the whole family's concerned because they know when he punches the ticket, he's gonna leave all his money there. So everybody's pissed off. They go like, "We bills on Thursdays." I do. I get your clocks fixed. Isn't it funny that people worry about that? Worry about like someone comes to the weather. Where's the money going? Man, it's one of the ugliest. I just got a call from some DJ. He goes, "I'm sorry, I haven't gotten back to you." He goes, "I've just had the hardest 2 weeks of my fucking life. My mom died." What a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare that is. And because nobody gives a fuck. And also it's like Prince. Prince dies, no will. $2 billion, 6 motherfucking savages. He had $2 billion. He had more than 50 million.
Do you think he really had no will? I've heard a lot of things talking about how invested or involved in copyright he was with his own music, which is especially why he changed his name. To think he would not think to have a will seems really strange.
There's some people think it's bad luck.
Yeah, Prince was crazy. Like, you think that would be odd for him to not have a will? I don't know. I don't think it'd be that odd. He was so odd anyway. Being that invested in your money, right? Like, that's what he was worried about with doing all these things. That's the last time maybe he didn't care to value.
Maybe he didn't want to be valuable when he was dead to family members and shit. Maybe he didn't want to like have that. He's like, who cares what happens to my money when I'm dead? The problem is the government gets a big chunk of it. If you don't have it written off, if you don't have it given off to various family members, the government gets a fat piece. But no, they still get a piece. They definitely get a piece. They get a piece. Not only do they get a piece, they get a piece for money that you've already been taxed on. Like, say if Joey makes $1 million, right? Joey has $1 million in the bank and he leaves it all to you. Joey didn't make $1 million to get $1 million. He had to make way more than $1 million. So he probably had to make closer to 2. Because when you get over $250,000, the tax percentage is like 40-something%, and then sales tax and all the other taxes that you have to take into consideration, state tax, all this different stuff, right? Property tax, think about all the taxes you pay to save $1 million. It's a lot of money. So if he leaves out that $1 million to you, you don't get the $1 million. You have to pay tax on that $1 million. So you have to pay tax on money he's already been taxed on. It's not like unless he gives you gold coins. But even if he gives you gold coins, you owe the value of those gold coins in tax. You owe a percentage in tax. Let's say I have a safe. I have a safe. And every day I put a gold coin in the bank. I have to know in the bank. I have 1,000 in savings. And I probably got like 2 million bank coins and nobody knows if I don't think it's a joke. If you pay taxes on it. Yes, I would. You would. Yes, I would. Even nobody would. Well, otherwise it wouldn't be mine unless you write it off to me, right? So once you write it off to me, then it becomes mine. So it becomes mine. That's money that someone just gave me. I gotta pay tax on it. Uncle Sam
damn, it's just a rubber. Just like, oh, what you gonna gift, Joe? You're gonna gift from me. That's nice. That's nice. I'm not gonna gift. What's my fucking gift? Well, my fucking gift was for you and a change. You have to figure out a way that you have that too. See, if someone gives it to you, what is this? Gift tax. Okay, how's it work? The following gifts are considered to be taxable gifts when they exceed an annual gift exclusion amount of $14,000. Taxable gifts count as part of $5.3 million in 2014. You're allowed to give away during your lifetime before you must pay the gift tax. What? Hold the fuck on. Gifts subjects to the. So if I give you something that's expensive, you have to pay a gift tax? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. It really is. It's really sad. That's just sad. It's sad that we live in this fucking country that thinks it's okay to steal money like that from people. Like, say if you don't have anything and you don't make a lot of money, and a guy gives you $20,000, you have to give the government a piece of that $20,000. Fuck them. Fuck them. I mean, fuck that. That's bullshit. Remember when I first moved here, it was my first real adult job. I was working 30% of the time for the government. Yeah, 30%. Yeah, directly, and it just it blew my mind. And then like, I don't know what's going on with Trump, but like the last election, I think they finally came out and said they paid like something like 17%. Yeah, which is like it's so sad. It frustrates people when like the rich people can have all those deductions and pay 17%. Oh yeah, I paid 30. Well, there's tax shelters, and there's also stored money overseas. That's where things get real weird. Because there's a lot of super fucking uber rich people that have a fuckload of money stored overseas. And by doing that, and by these overseas tax shelters, they can fucking hide a lot of money. You know what's got going on? Remember that dude who had those late night commercials? The weight loss secret. They don't want you to know about Kevin Trudeau. Remember that Kevin Trudeau guy? Yeah, that guy made a fucking grip of money, ripping people off, and vanished. And he went to jail. He went to jail, but the money vanished. Like he did. Like there's a lot. Like he's claiming he doesn't know where any of it is. And so they lock him up. They're gonna lock him up for like 10 years. But then once he gets out, that guy's gonna get in a fucking raft. He's gonna pedal out to the middle of the ocean and get picked up by a yacht, swept off to Costa Rica, where the fuck he's got that money hidden. Like a lot of these really rich dudes, they figure out a way to preserve as much of that money as possible. That's why they let a guy like Bernie Sanders comes along. They fucking freak out. Shut him up. Shut him up. The fuck is he saying? He wants more people to pay how much more. And then there's rates. But he was in favor of, like, say, if you make a certain amount a year, like if you make more than $15 million a year, let's just make up a number, then every dollar over that, they can tax you by like some stupid amount. It's only 90%. Yeah. And he said he didn't think that was too much. The idea is like you shouldn't be winning the game that much. Like if the game is about money, and the idea is like, well, we should probably control how much money people make, because it shouldn't be just about money. It should be about productivity, how much you contribute. It shouldn't be that you figure out how to move numbers around in some accounts, and because of that you made $3 billion. Like what have you done? What have you actually contributed to society? You figured out some weird little loopholes, little sneaky ways you can move ones and zeros around servers, and because of that you made $1 billion. Like, so his idea is that shouldn't be possible, and then after, it's not like you can't be rich, but everything after like $15 million a year, you gotta fucking just give it all back. But that's people are hard. They're gonna get to that $15 million a year mark, and they're gonna slow it down and back it off. Just go on vacation, when everything, it slows productivity, because those crazy fucks, as dark as it is, like they have to be watched. There's gotta be some regulation, because greedy fucking people get greedy. But if you don't have their ability to push it to the limit, if they don't have that ability, we'll have a lot less things that are new, a lot less innovation, a lot less companies, like huge companies like Apple and companies where you buy like awesome shit. It's gonna be a lot less of that. People are not gonna push that hard because they're not gonna get the benefits. You get crazy benefits
Musk character. You know, and you've got billions and billions of dollars. There's a crazy benefit to that. Not just the benefit in terms of like being a guy who's like an innovator and someone who makes some cool shit, but there's also benefits financial. The guy lives in a castle, right? Flies around in private jets. If you're allowing people limiting the amount of money they can make that drastically, you're going to lose a lot of those people. It's not a good argument for going against sort of organizing wealth to the point where wealth distribution, but it's the reality of human nature. You know, people are going to work that hard if they can't make a grip money. They want to make cash. I put a box for $2 million. Would you have to? Why? Because you go to jail. How would you find out? How would they find out? They're going to find out because I have $2 million all of a sudden. No, they're not. What are they doing with the money? Keep it in the bag? No. But you know, money is like they can find out. But here's the thing. If they found out, you're going to jail. You have to trust the person. If you have $2 million, listen, if you have $2 million and you go to jail, you will give that $2 million back to get out of jail. You might know somebody who died in cash. It was illegal type shit. And the money went to 3 different places. Now this guy, he should never pay taxes. She just came from you. Just spend it a little bit here and there. Even if I gave you $2 million, the first thing you do is go to me. He's going to arrest you. I'm the dog Boulevard and Julius. I don't know any groceries out there. You got a lady phone, you got a grand hand. You got to pay me 60. I'm not going to show up to work. You got to pay me 60 grand a year. Get my money back. I'll pay taxes on that. So I ain't giving nobody $500,000 and you let me. That's an interesting way to do it. Have like a work job. You have to pay somebody. You got to pay somebody. It's illegal. Shut your fucking mouth. To the day I die. To the day I die, you get an extra 40. Well, that work. If you just die like some people use me $2 million. That's not the television industry. This guy's so cold. Here's the problem. He's saying that person, I ain't saying a big that person has to figure out a way to justify getting that money. Like, where do you get that $100,000? Nobody knows. Listen, there's tons of people that have done shit. You just say, you work hard, you send money to some fucking baby in bank to fucking guys with weapons over your money to fucking nobody sends over 50 mil. Unless they got 50 mil hidden over here. I wouldn't. You see what happened to Johnny Depp in that movie doing the coke? When he went back there and the government took his fucking money, he took about $50 million. That happens all the time. That happens all the fucking time. Don't switch bank accounts. You trust somebody with your fucking $10 million over there. Really? For me to put $10 million 12 hours a day, I gotta get $10 million close behind it. That's gotta be something more thousand. You know, when they watch Narcos, those fucking Panamanians, whatever they were, they're making so much money. They were burying the Colombians. Burying, yeah, like it was seized. Yeah, like just like the money tree. They had to figure out where to put it. When they think he's got 2,500 rubber bands or something crazy. Millions of dollars. That's money. 2,500 is on a rubber band. One time they put $1 million just to stay warm.
So let's move back.
Jesus Christ, it's cold, isn't it? You just put one in just to stay warm. What keeps a guy like that? Here's a perfect example. I mean, obviously, drug dealing, not capitalism. What keeps the guy pushing? He's making that much. What keeps the empire going from a virgin America? What keeps the America going? Drug building and making that. Yeah, no, it's power. Right. It's got to be 3 of the 7 years about addiction to earlier. It seems like we're not creating it. Listen, rats ate $1 million of Pablo Escobar's profits each year. He was earning so much a year, we'd write off 10% going because rats would eat it in storage or be damaged by water or monster. Shit. I was spending $25 million on rubber bands the whole night. Oh my God. Those are crazy stats. But the thing about Escobar is he made more money than he could ever
realized he spent, and he kept working. He kept wanting that money to come in. He kept working at it. He would have alone seen people loved him there. You know, as he would build soccer stadiums and do all that. I think that's part of the reason why people get annoyed with small or they want to say here because it doesn't seem like they're doing it. Well, it's also that thing where you're selling drugs. You don't want to dump in a business like Escobar was, where he had so much power and so much drugs himself. You don't want to give that power to somebody else. So once you got that whole thing down, you're making all that money. Like, he must be incredibly reluctant to give that up. I mean, think about how long it took him to put together that network to make the kind of money he was making. Because he had very reluctant to just hand that over to somebody else because the business is always going to be there. The demand is always going to be there. The supply is always going to be there. Like, most making these transactions, you just have to give it to somebody else. And plus, you open yourself up to all these other fucking drug dealers becoming just as crazy as you are when you're hooked up and nuts. I read one of his books. I read one of the books by a Colombian journalist. I just don't read. And the author, this guy was fucking this guy really he was amazing. I can't do anything. The CEO of 500 company. And I'll show you the reputation. He knew what he had. He knew the price. He knew how to buy people off. Like he was a fucking animal. Like people on the street, like a guy makes $6 million an hour. No joke. What was but the guy made so much money. One guy made $6 million every 6 weeks. $6 million every 6 weeks. I know him personally. I know him on site. I know what he did. What is he doing? He was breaking into people. He wasn't even looking at the door. You understand? He wasn't even looking at it. He was coming from Colombia with landed them. And from them, he was shipping to Milwaukee, Hawaii, and all the states around. How would he ship it? Trucks. One family. From the jungle of Congo. Going to ski. Milwaukee going to ski. At 25, 50 pounds. Wow, in the back of your truck. You know, the city. So you go somewhere, you meet somebody. You don't even to get the car. It's like a movie. It's like a giant devil. Just give me the car. You see all the giant dipshits? Giant devils trying to touch that whole world. It's scary. Yeah. Well, it's one of two things. Or you meet a giant devil and beat up his girlfriend. Or his girlfriend was lying, saying the giant devil beat him up in a stand-up. And his girlfriend saw the whole time. That stand-up's working of it. I trust him. I trust him very much. I trust him as much as anybody I know. So if he says that she was manipulating him, that she was going to, she had said, and he was worried that she was going to do this. Here, giant devils being blackmailed by Amber Heard. Here's how I know it's called touchdown around. But I'm upset about you tweeting that. It's because you're not supposed to take a side. And if you do take a side, you have to take one side. You should potentially abstain views and get arrested. Okay, so cops came in. I think they found no evidence. You know what happens when the cops come? There's an argument. It's not good. And they take the man away. So if it's he split the scene. Did he split the scene? But there was a problem. They're talking about it. So even with the pictures, there was pictures that shit's broken now because of OJ. You have to respect in LA. You respect in LA. But it's weird how many people automatically assume that he's beating her up. It's why is it that someone wants to pick a side? Is it like to show that you're a good person? You side with the woman always. Is that what it is? Like what's going on? Why people pretend that some people are manipulative? Some people are manipulative. And some we know that, right? We know some people are manipulative. We know some people lie. We know some people set people up. We know some people blackmail people. We know that's real. But why? How come when it's a girl? Why all of a sudden go, well, I can't believe you're supporting white people. She got the scar. She got the scar on her eye. She got the restraining order. I just can't figure out why. Yeah, maybe it's got recordings or something. Maybe you know something. He definitely has a bunch of witnesses saying that Giant Devil was worried about it before it ever happened. First of all, Joe Biden,
just said, I just felt like what you told me personally. Like you went to the European camp to Marty. How is that different from your fucking birthday boy? My birthday in 20 years. I don't have birthday boy. Birthday boy. Okay, that's not. What gives you the right to say you're like 7? Can't be on the law, right? You know, it's not like all your fucking birthday party. You're on firecrackers out here. It's not. It's not the world. I'm watching 15 and get roller skates. Birthdays are over. You got a kiss the blowjob when you're 500 on a cake. Yeah, I'm saying you went to a birthday party, okay? When you live in that brown store, take a little fucking chicken and bacon. And that black dude, what's his name? Get rid of that Philadelphia with that silence. You see the pilot right now? No, you didn't. No, I live in something very interesting that nobody in this country. Nobody said that. I live in the black dude. Here's how long I want to pick whatever. And see him with a young kid that's getting his little baby shoes on. And he's writing a lyric to a rap song and he sees the kid and he makes a movie. What's in the car? Which kid? I'm a famous living in my house. My kid from Cuba, the first family I have killed before the Lorenzo's was a black family. They didn't say the word nigger in the house. This is the 70s. You couldn't even talk about a gay relative. That's why I always knew that gay guys in the NFL, the NBA, they shouldn't go to work. I should have no work. It's like a hidden thing. But when they first introduced the gay basketball in the NBA, people were jumping up and joining up. Little brothers were jumping at this shit's incorrect. I want to be more than my family is black. I don't people can't say that about me. They would be. People can't talk more really like that. People just say shit just to fucking say. We don't come from that fake world. We haven't been sucked into that fake world. We're not the ones that can. We have fun. For me, it's home. She's twice. What they see as reality, that fucking what's going on is not really going on because they've sucked it honest. And what you're looking at is dog shit. And laughing, getting laughing, fake laughing. That's not the world I came from to produce. Fake laughs. That's a real thing. No, I heard they have to keep you on filter. So on the 30th, it's hilarious. I don't know why when I come to your house and tell you this thing, jokes like that. Say a joke, word for word, you're gonna be people like it. No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. These people live in this fucking world. They're not machines on the wall. Right? She called my friend to know 911 and all this shit. Fuck those jokes. We weren't there. We don't know you. 60% he's gonna lose. Why do you get yourself in these predicaments? You're an asshole. Get your legs up, stab in the bitch, put up and open the whole thing. Supposing because California is a 60% state now, please tell me Johnny Depp is a billionaire. 10 years on drugs. If he didn't have a prenup, he was on drugs. Johnny Depp hit a girl. Sex wife says it's not enough. Touchdowns actually good friends with him. Says the last thing which was hits him up. Just doesn't have it. It's not the guy. It's not like a great guy. Oh, man, I had something else happen. His mom's died a week before. Now let's talk about the death. The death takes a while to sink in. But the first 25 days, my friend, you know. Now I'm talking about the actual rabbi. Oh, my God, so the benefits of California law guarantees are a minimum of 1/2 of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. Forbes listed Depp as the 12th richest actor in 2015 net worth $400 million.
finished my race.
Like Lucy Pirates of the Caribbean.
The documents
Darius
like
Raptor
he
and
had a letter
Demigod
just
estimated $61 million to appear and $170 million announced to in 48 the star in Black Mass, 41 greatest playing Boston gangster with Fucking shit.
really have
Oh
clear
my god,
evidence
you
as
dumb
to what
motherfucker.
kind of
What do you know when you walk to a back with I'm a
also very important.
When Stanhope's
How
able
many
to
of them
it's all done wireless.
is it
When
possible that
Stanhope was talking to him, he was saying that his mother, like obviously in trouble with that when he died, but that this was as bad as that. This was like bleeding over. He knew that he was getting blackmailed. And then she was going after him. She had some demands. She said she was going to go to the party press. He like, man, he's an older dude. He's like 52. She's young and hot. And obviously, if Doug and Johnny Depp tell the truth, she's been able to. And some people are really good actors, man. They're really good at pretending. When you're a guy who's like a celebrity to the extent of Johnny Depp, he hasn't been not famous for more than 30 years. So for all that time, he's had like weird interactions with people where he's not exactly sure where they're coming from. It's never balanced. You know, it's always he's Johnny Depp. The other thing is Johnny Depp. I'm saying it's a different head. But the fact that he was willing to marry her and not sign a prenup is hilarious. That's hilarious. Ether.
still have
Ether. I was like, no, they're living in ether. They're not the ether jobs. So you know, that's like that kind of song. There's that, and there's the pussy. She's using a hot chick. She's stunning. That's the ether. That's the real ether. It's ether. You live in this fucking bubble, man. He wants to come to LA to be a star in this soul and come to that bubble. You know, she should just take it to the woods. Why she have to slap her herself? That's all she said that she's making millions. Right? Well, in 15 months, like, do you think that like a lot of hot girls, especially in this town, their entire plan is just to land a rich guy, marry him for a year, and then just leave him? No, but let me tell you something. That girl was smart, and she looked at her attractiveness as like a career and marrying rich dudes. Yeah, there's like a lot of value in being broken up with Johnny Depp. Like, if she breaks up with him and she makes like fucking, like, he's worth that much money, she's getting 10 million, right? She's getting 10 million at least, right? Yeah, right. Okay. So she gets the 10 million. She relaxes, and other rich dudes come in and try to scoop her up because it's Johnny Depp's former ex-wife or current ex-wife. And hell, one of those, like, celebrity. She wanted to quit. If you want to get dark, just go to the next. Just go to the next. Big Jack is one. Just married fucking somebody who got tons of cash. Like I said, what's his name?
A lot of appeal
Jerry Logan's married daughter. Like she's 60 or something.
modern
Or 57. She's a upper murder. Yeah, wait a minute. Jerry Logan's married. Yeah, it's all over America. Chinese families.
don't have a real share.
Hold on a second. Scroll up. It's 55. Beautiful family. Jerry Hall, 59. Post photo with her and new husband, Murdoch, 85. Surrounded by their children on the way. Please expand that picture much larger. What kind of dark prostitution are we living in? This is dark. This is like sorcery. This is so strange. She can't even possibly pretend that he's attractive. That's like her dad, man. She was married to Big Jack. He told her the wedding wasn't the whole point because they got married on an island. Then she had a shot. She had to take the fucking Johnny Louis. See, for a guy like Murdoch, that's a pro. See, look, he's got a bunch of Chinese kids. See, this kid, they're like half Chinese. That's the ex-wife. That's the last one he chose. She talked too much. She didn't bow hard enough. I still see your face when you bow. Like how they have a bow like TMZ and Rupert Murdoch, but he's handsome. Oh, God. My point was that I really think that this lady, if she just divorced him, I guess she won a lot of money. She might have been greedy. She might have been angry at him. I think it'd be more than 10 million. What they made in she paid $10 more that year, and Johnny made $50 million more. Yeah, it's madness, man. I mean, she got him. There's a lot of girls like that, man. They're coyotes. They're strange. They stand outside your fence and howl. They're vicious, man. There's girls like that, and there's guys like that, right? There's guys that will a few girls drink, rape her. There's guys that will rip a girl's bank account off. There's guys that are creepy fucks, right? Well, there's girls that are creepy fucks too. There's human beings that suck. And we have to be aware of both sides. There's human beings that do devious shit. And just because it's a girl doesn't mean she's not going to do stuff like that. Believe me. My friend was killed by a girl who's been shot in his sleep, by the way. People are dark. They do dark shit. And the idea that you have a go on one side or another, I retweeted that article not because I believe 100% that that's what happened, because Doug Stanhope's my brother. So if Doug Stanhope puts something like that out there, I help him promote that. I help people read his work. Because it's not an endorsement, but it's 100%. I will trust Doug Stanhope's opinion on things before I will take some actress on what happened. I would trust at least Doug's opinion that Johnny was at least saying that he was going to get blackmailed. But who knows, man? It's my didn't want anybody to know. So it's my business. My business. I ain't bothering nobody. I'm watching the baby. It's 4:30. That day about to sleep. No, I'm not going to go. I never open my door. You didn't knock on my door. You want to get on phone me? I don't open the door. I just sit there and watch it. Unless you call me, I am coming over. I'll open the door for you. You can do that after 30 years. But the baby is like, Daddy, something's in the door. I'm like, God damn it. So I open the door 3 women at my door, 2 of them cockeyed. I swear to God, I'm not going to be funny. They're from a certain church or Latter Day Saints. Okay, how you doing? Listen, I'm not into this stuff, but my wife is into hormones. I just said that so I can get off the hook. I'm feeling the baby. If you want to come back in 30 minutes, girls, I'm really thirsty. I got a glass of water or a water bottle. You know what, man? That's how they get you in. That's a tactic. The fucking door. You know me, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say my clothes this week. In Tennessee, she saved those fucking bottles. Fills them up with water and takes them to yoga. I throw them away. White trash. I throw these things away. Once they're done, they're done. My wife says I'm gonna put some in the freezer for headaches and shit. So I went to get one of those. There was no bottle. So I give her a glass of water. She takes off. Running against the block. These 3 little bitches are gonna come back. My wife walks out. Once I get out, they stole my pipe. They asked me to get the water. They stole my pipe from the balcony. Nobody else is on that balcony. When the guy comes on that balcony, he sees the pipe. I don't leave weed out there. I'm not that stupid. I just leave the pipe up there to clean it. The pipe. My wife was there, and the water came. I didn't take care of her. They didn't steal fucking Tom Morgan stole my pipe. Let me tell you something. I got in that car. Those people who come in, bitches down all over. I couldn't find them. They never came back. They stole my pipe. Do you think they stole it because they were just stealing things, or do you think they stole it because they didn't want you to be engaging in such horrible behavior? Smoking marijuana while you're taking care of your child. I wasn't smoking while I was taking care of the child. I just always leave it out there. That's what I mean. Like, you have a child, you're still smoking marijuana. Like, how dare you? What are you doing? Pot pipe that would contain this from you. They smoked it. They ain't got that cocaine. Two bitches ain't got that no holes in their feet, in their shoes, arms, what religion sends people to knock on doors of the world. That's a guarantee. Slam that door to the face. And you have another one, they can, like, he can run back. Yeah, Joe, so string them. Come back in an hour. I see you working with my hands that we drinking. No. I said, even though my idea was strong enough to wait 4 months. Every time you come over, you know what I really want to talk. You give me those pamphlets, I'm calling numbers. So some people must be happy that they come, right? They must get some people like, oh, I'm curious about this. Please give me an intro. One time a girl was selling cookies. She put it on. Did you buy her ass? I buy her ass. What happened? She wanted to close the deal back then. It's like 21. Did you buy the cookies? I think so. I think I bought cookies. I don't remember. I remember being hot. Just fucking fancy, but you always smells a lot of cookies. We're knocking
out people's doors.
Speaking about taxing, what about those religions that make you give like 10% to the church tithing on top of the taxes?
Tithing. Oh my God, we had a guy at Fear Factor who won $1 million. You don't really win $1 million because the government takes a big chunk. And most people, they take the one-time payment instead of like the 50 grand a year for the rest of your life, that kind of thing. But this guy, before he did the stunt, started talking in tongues. He was like standing on this like cliffside, like shut up. They talk in a made up nonsense language, so like repeats the same sounds over and over and over again. But this talking in tongues, he really believed it was like a religious experience. And God helped him win $1 million.
I watched a VHS not long ago, and I put one in, and they caught the beginning of Fear Factor, like one of the sex seasons. And I watched like 15 minutes of it, and looking at it now, and knowing you, I don't know how you did that. The show should have been how to take the trouble and fuck you up. Like how long Tony Soprano used to beat people up, like if there's somebody would say something, they just drove by and go, respect you, you know, joined you like 4 times, hilarious, he knocked his eye out. That's what the episode should have been like half the time, like in mid-sentence. You just start punching somebody, kicking them when they're on TV, you know, like the fucking X, like that's the next level of Fear Factor. Like go on there, like with Chris Levy as the host, and every time you like act up, they just beat the fuck out of you. Like America's Rage.
See, Fear Factor was like everyone else. 90% of people, I think 90% of people are working. Yeah, 90% of people just having a good time. Yeah, 90% was so cool. Oh yeah, I wanted to.
Probably, and I know you will look at them and go, oh, the cameras weren't on.
As a grown man, it's the closest I've ever been to street fight.
When I won that one guy, that was
And if that wasn't there, if that was somewhere else instead of like in front of cameras, I definitely would strangle him 100%. Like it just the whole thing was like there was 8 cameras around, there's people around, and I was like, I'm gonna commit to hurting this guy. But he's a dangerous fuck. I'm like that guy could totally sucker punch me. He was so amped up and kept coming into my face, kept running towards me. I pushed him away, ran towards me again, I pushed him away, and I was like, okay, this is on. Like I'm not gonna keep pushing this guy away. I'm not gonna take a chance at him doing something. So I clamped onto him. I was thinking of guillotine him or beating him in the face. I was trying to think like I was like legally the guillotine would be a much smarter one because I have his head. I'm definitely sure I can snap him down. I know he's got good defense. And if I hit him in the face, it's probably gonna be ugly. You know, kneeing someone in the face, it's fucking devastating. It's terrible. It's terrible to do someone's face.
I got hit in the face once. Broke my nose. My eyes got black and blue. I had a headache for 3 fucking days.
After one fucking straight on the nose, straight on the nose. People get that amped up that they want to fucking physically fight you. Like people are so amped up they want to actually throw their fucking limbs at you. Boy, everything's got so out the window. When you're that close, screaming at each other, like you guys getting in your face, it's so close to like a catastrophic injury. Like anybody that's that nuts, that's screaming at you inches from your face, like all bets are off. Like we're on safari rules here. Like this is we're in jungle territory. This is a very dangerous time. If it wasn't for a lot of people being around, particularly if that happens here alone. Imagine if you're alone in the woods with a guy who's screaming at you and getting in your face like that. People die like that all the time. People have a knife. They're in that sort of a situation. People stab people here, just trying to beat the one who doesn't get stabbed. You know, you think it's eventually gonna get ugly.
I had a situation with German and I was so scared, but it made sense when people say that when sometimes it takes to get hit and the fear goes away. Like my ex-wife got some guy with my ex-boyfriend to jump me one time, and they hit the dog with a 2x4. I think I got a lot of that. And his name was Hercules. They hit him with a 2x4. And when I ran downstairs, the guy hit me with a 2x4, but he didn't really break my rib. It just felt something. I could still swing and stuff. And I was really scared. And my arm was fucking back. I got my hands on him. And the pain went away. Like I was a different fucking person. Like so his buddy hit me from behind. And he tripped and he started running. Once I took the first guy down, I was scared shitless. One guy was way bigger than
was just so hot for that. And I kept punching. And then I got away and I started kicking. I just started stepping on him. I didn't know what to do. He was making weird noises. And I went inside the house and I called the bull. The cop was off duty. That was a cool guy. And I was prepared to go to jail. Like I had no idea. The guy was still outside on the ground. The guy was on the ground. I fucked him up. I stepped on his ankle. I fucked up his foot. You know, I did all that dirty shit. I kicked him. Before I went to call, I kicked him like 3 times in the balls just to really keep him down. Fucking kicked him with everything I had. Because, listen, you want to hit me, that's one thing. They hit the fucking dog. You're going to hit a dog. It's not the fucking worst situation, especially my dog. You haven't hit my dog. But only 2 by 4. And the other guy took off, and I'll never forget calling. The guy's name was Durfee. And he came, and he was 400 pounds. Durfee, those big fat cops, all bowler cop, never got out of his car. And I said, Durfee, you don't call the cops. You know, I protected myself. I maybe went a little bit overboard, you know. And Durfee goes, call the cops. This is beautiful. I just wrap him up and drop him in front of the hospital. And I was always a pussy. I was never scared that night. Like at all. I think once that fucking 2x4 hit me, whatever the fucking side.
Well, just the anticipation of violence is almost sometimes worse than the violence itself. Because the anticipation of fight is what everybody's terrified of. It's like, what could happen? The unknown. But once it's happening, it's not the unknown anymore. It's right, what's going on? What's going on right now? Like in competing, once a fight starts, you don't feel the same fear. Like the real fear is the weigh-ins before the fight, like the announcements, walking to the ring, waiting in the locker room. All that's the real fear. When you're there and you're actually fighting, it's not a fear thing. It's just you're so zoned into the moment. You're so reactive. So I would imagine that's probably the same thing with that. It's like the fear of a guy coming over and kicking your ass is way worse than actually being in the fight with the guy, especially if you know how to handle yourself. It's like now it's actually to control something. Something's going on here. I can react. I can move around something that's actually going down. Guys get addicted to that too.
I'm very surprised. I'm not really, really violent. I'm really surprised. I don't know. They always blame shit on your childhood. Yeah. They always attach things to your childhood. And I grew up around one of those violent people I ever met in my life. That's why I know fear. Like I know what fear is to be scared of somebody really fucking great. There's a different degree. Getting spanked is different. And his friends. I agree on that one. And I'm surprised I'm not more violent. Like I don't shoot animals.
Well, you're a smart guy. You would never do that. You've always been a man of law.
But it's just weird that I didn't come out with that. Like I don't believe in I don't know.
When did your violence stop? No. Because when did your violence stop? Because you were still smacking people. I don't know when.
No, my violence stopped when I got beat up. That's when that violent mentality, when I realized that there's always somebody out there that's going to fuck you up. And now, it's not like your mom, it's not like control me. It's real. Some people, you don't know what makes somebody punch you 3 times in the head and stuff.
Isn't that interesting? That is like the answer that everybody always has to us. How many pussies there are out there that talk so much shit? Like, there's a lot of people running around that really need to get a fucking punch in the face. And people go, that is a terrible way to think about. That is a horrible way. But no, there's a humbling to that. Just like that lady that's like, thank you, sir. And she got fucked up by that elk. You need to get thank you, sir. You really need that in your life. Like, people need to get their fucking ass kicked, man. They don't. So they just run around thinking there's no consequences to their actions. Like, they live in this nerfed environment. A guy like you see some dark shit going on, and you know there's consequences. You grew up with consequences.
Heavy consequences. Heavy going to the hospital. That's a consequence.
Plus, you're always around drugs, drug dealers, and drug people, and people that are, involved in illegal activity where they have to protect their freedom. Like drug dealers and being around drug dealers, like they're always one step closer to violence than anybody else around. They're always, because they're living a dirty life. They're living a life of complication and worry. You always gotta worry about someone turning you in. You always gotta worry about someone getting arrested. Where'd you get these drugs from? Oh, where does he live? And then boom, you gotta worry about people showing up at your house. You gotta stash stuff in weird spots. You gotta always be on edge.
drug to the mix. Like once you're dealing coke, alright, okay, take for example, Pablo, Pablo didn't smoke coke. He didn't know. By the time the movies is going on, weed, right? But they didn't even coke. You know, sure, so I think you're right. Once you do coke, that's just being on heroin or prescription coke, that puts your judgment somewhere else. When you do coke, you do coke for 3 hours, the high becomes something else, that euphoric becomes paranoia. And the more you do it, the paranoia, it shoots the window. The euphoric state goes from 3 hours to 2 hours to 1 hour to 2 hours. And towards the end of me doing bombs, I was done. Paranoia was high. My mom was driving, and I saw a cop car over there. Just watching the speed, and that cop car stayed in my mind. Like the weed. Why was he there? Why? That makes you trigger finger a lot quicker. That makes so many things a lot quicker. Yeah, you know, he's calling dubs on myself. That's not a joke. That's not a fucking joke. That's a joke on stage. Where I originated from was in 1986. I spent the weekend doing the best coke in the world. I kept calling the cops. Calling the cops. And they kept coming over. What is a bird putting in the room? And they were all like, time to go to the coke. Listen to their minds. And we've done that. Just put away the bag. And so then the next Monday, I walked to the police station. Like, what happened? 12 hours sleep. Explained to them. I wasn't doing well. It was just a reaction to the orange juice. And then I was, you guys, they were calling the cops. Yes, so, thank God this happens all the time when people ask me. Look, I would say when I was a volunteer firefighter, I asked me, no, they didn't know about it. Then your Uncle Joey, okay, in Snowman's Village, to be you go to a shitty gym, or you go to the Snowman's Club, where they have shaving cream, Q-tips. So you know, Joey, I joined the Snowman's Club because we built someone in 1982, or Penny Howard, oh my God, the Snowman's Club. The Snowman's Club has the nutties. That's the club was like Rainbow got blown up, that drug dealer, nigga, 616, they blew him up, that's the club, Jack. Right by, you know what's white, man? Well, fuck, you know, he held down for 67 hours and let out his ass. He was the chief, he went for life under the chief. So he was somebody had doing this, started his car, this one night, and it was 20 days before on trial, they found aliens in his house in garbage cans. He was just going to a restaurant and say, hi, Joe, how are you? Joe, how are you? His $100,000 total on his own. Well, his second wife trades $18. So he would just give them money, and that way he would never pay when he would go there. Just have the money in your account. He just had so much cash coming in. That's actually very smart. That was what he would do. So when he got blown up, his wife would go, James got married. His wife was single. Wives, they give money when they get blown up. They go, well, that's one thing that Rabbi says. If she just kept her mouth shut and took some cash, you probably give her many millions, right? Even the niggas helping out more millions, you think she'll get through this? She'd have to marry some random dude. Some Persian guy with fucking gold family. So fucking told me this, and I'm not paying the young man. You can be on a volunteer fireman. And I go fuck the 300 and so for 6 weeks they put me through a training program where you just like put out posters, right? CPR, you know, bags, the police shit coming up. Come back every week. I would go, I get told that you be white out, you know, volunteer fire. But if you've been an ass those times, yes, and they're fucking fires. So the ones white people don't know how to do a fire in a fireplace and never fired, so they scope it. They put me garbage and there's a fire. So I would get coked up at night and they'd be outside my house beeping. With the bells, like, come on, there's a fire. I wouldn't come out of the house, I get so paranoid. And then ask the next day, what happened to you last night? I took a sleeping pill, I couldn't, this must have happened. Because every time I did you off, there was always a dumpster. Right? There was no fire. There was a fire for a fucking dumpster. And white people in specs and helmets, radios, you know what? You know what? Over fucking took out a 619, had a 13, they had a mouth to mouth with a parrot and shit.
That's when they realized I was only going to find my ship past. Aspen's a weird place because obviously there's a lot of really wealthy people who called it home for a long time, but then there's a lot of hippies who moved there in the 70s because they just want to get out of society and they somehow or another gravitated toward Aspen. Like, I don't understand how that happened. What it was about Aspen. Colorado jails were number one in the country as far as capacity. In the old days, 10, 20 years ago, Boulder County Jail was the number 2 county jail in the country. They fed you. They gave you clothes. That's why they both democratic. They gave you still nails. They gave you rolling baby on the ball. You were still smoking years ago. They gave you rolling babies. Then cigarette tobacco. Real no other prison. Everywhere else you have cigarettes and boom. In Aspen, they don't even have a kitchen. All the friends used to cater. That's why fucking on the escape. All the friends used to cater. That's when we go to jail. You cater to us. You don't have a jail. You have a county. They tell 10-5 escaped from the Aspen jail. Wow. You left from there, jumped out. Whoa. And they killed the girl still in this village. I gotta escape. Escape. Just escape from the fucking Aspen jail. Jump out the window. Wow. Well, you got to drive. Did you get to drive for a little bit? Like, I would drive, because I was doing all that driving. So they would let me drive to places where people were hearing on the road, seeing inmates pick up trash. I would bring them lunch. At the same time, those people didn't know where they're going the next day, so I called Joe Rogan. Joe, what are you doing? I'm going to be between Long Cane and Compton. Look, do me a favor. By that sign that says save the apples. Don't do weed there. So that's what you do. So the inmates come and pick it up. And thankfully, they give me a bag. And I would drive in the weed would be in the truck in the garbage. So I would leave the garbage on the trucks. Then the inmates come back. I would mark the bag. They'd take the weed in. And they would kick the weed out. Heroin or the fucking speed and give me a cut. It's fucking amazing. That's how they bring jail. You can hear what I thought? You know what's crazy? I'm thinking about it now. The cops are going to action. Yeah, they're rather not dealing with stuff. They're extra income guys. Are you nervous bringing in a portal? Shit. Joe Danson's shit. What's up, baby? That's it. 3 hours. That's it. 10 hours. We got July 8th. You and me at the Con Theater. UGM. That's going to be fun. UFC 200. Yeah, UFC 200. That's going to be chaos. I'm going on Thursday for the fucking thing. Walk around. Yeah, for the expo. Yeah, good. Yeah, nice people. We should probably get a set. See if we can get a set out of the gym club. Brad Garrett's on Thursday night. You can do a show there Thursday night. If you want to fucking set. Fucking just like, oh my god. Alright, I can do a seminar or something. Seminar? Yeah, I can talk about some seminars. That's great. Something like that. On the package. It's a giant week. UFC experience. From there for UFC to get in. So it's right. I went about 5 years ago. First year they did it. You just walked around. It was pretty interesting. Great stuff. They usually have Canada ground tournaments. I don't know if they have that this time. I'm sure they are. They have a lot of key ground tournaments too. Seminars, all kind of shit. Tonight for me is the countdown for the UFC 199. And you can watch the Church of What's Happening Now on YouTube and Vimeo. And you can get it on iTunes. It's fucking hilarious. I suggest you go on that shit. Subscribe. Lee Syat on Twitter. Lee spelled out Billy S-Y-A-T-T. Of course, I have a flavor for young Joey Diaz. Jamie Vernon, still Jamie Vernon, when should be young Jamie. That's a fucking piece of shit name. Beautiful. That's all you need. Fake name. That's all you need. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. We'll be back tomorrow. Sam Harris. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Western Europe and
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Lee Syat and Joe Diaz. My name is Joe Rogan, and I host a podcast called The Experience. Dude, as opposed to Joey Diaz Rockers landscape, and then underneath it says, along with the best rock and roll band in the world, Britain's own Rolling Stones. It was kind of weird. Because you got one band that's the headliner, they're the biggest picture, and it said the other band's the best band in the world. How high are we? No, it's just the power that these guys were bringing over there. It was a powerhouse in 76. Cat Scratch Fever. They go down, Reform, Cat Scratch Fever, and then the live album, Strangle, Test Day. Nobody was messing with Dave was hunting. Woody hunted, nobody had heard these things. He was hunting with some shitty ass equipment too. They had like screw archery bows back then, like recurves, like real shitty compound bows. Like the whole compound, they look like the animal, like the figure. His family has had property in Michigan for he's got a couple places. He's got one place in Florida, and he's got one place in Michigan. They're both like these gigantic private hunting grounds. He didn't do any cow. He just took all his money and then he bought just a giant chunk of land. And then he's got one in Texas there. No shit, right? So that's what he did. He drinks a little wine. He's fucking crazy. But it's like when those guys tried to beat him, like you ever see Ted Nugent versus Pierce Morgan on Gun Control, lit him up like a Christmas tree. Because Pierce Morgan didn't have all that. Pierce Morgan is like, he's a proper sounding British guy, but like when it gets to the fucking red line, the arguments he falls apart. Like Ben Shapiro ate him up, Ted Nugent ate him up, a lot of the conservative guys that are like really smooth talkers, they can eat him up when they get into the really like high ribs of the conversation because he didn't understand that a lot of the gun deaths is also bad guys are shot by guys. Like people are shot by cops, like all that stuff is sort of calculated in it. Like he didn't understand, he didn't have all his facts in order. So if you're arguing with a guy like Nugent who does these kind of arguments with people like gun control arguments, he's got like his words down to a T. He's done a couple. He did one of them in a gun store. They were in a gun store. Hilarious. I'm going to run from Staples and say a song about I mean, you got to be kidding me. On a run, did you ever see Richard Pryor live? Almost Sam Pearson, almost Lenny Bruce. Get over it. That's so funny. Who is a patron? What's shocking is anybody who wants to disarm you, anybody that wants to make me unarmed and helpless, people that want to create new places where more innocents are getting called gun-free zones, we're going to beat you, and we're going to hook you out of the smaller side. You got to take it whichever way you want to go. The whole point of doing the thing is to allow people to control things. Now, you're not going to be able to make it. 18 people break this down. You write this down. 18 people a day die in America. Now, 75 of them, 78 of them, statistics by the Uniform Crime Report from the FBI and the UN study of violent crime, 78 of those 80 are let out of their cages by corrupt judges and prosecutors who know the recidivism is out of control, know that they'll commit the crimes again, and they let them walk. Pre-marketed, early release, and program is still kicking my ass. Where you have the most violent citizens in America, you have the lowest violent crime rate, where you have the worst gun control, you have the highest crime rate. Here's, choose one. You want a lot of crime? We have it. Gun-free zones. You want less crime? We have that. More people with concealed weapons permitted. Why do you guys resist that? You guys. It's you guys. I'm not playing the devil's advocate. I like to play the advocate. You're doing so good. You're playing the idiot's advocate here. More guns equals less crime. Period. That's unwrong. It's like all we do wrong. Like we always say that 96% but they still have to get access to firearms. If you had your way, there would be 10 times as many firearms. people out of jail, people who've already committed violent crimes in their life, which makes sense. Most of the violent shit's gonna be happening by people with a history of violence.
Well, it's crazy. The penalty you get for like it's elderly gun like Gucci Mane just get out after 2 years. This other guy has been for like he went to prison for like 7 years. Like this guy was saying he's in his son. He's in prison for 7 years a year. And there's no handcuffs. Yes,
When it's a guy like Gucci Mane, who's a big time public character, right? He's a famous guy, right? Guy's tattooed on his face, he's fucking crazy. Right? When a guy like Gucci gets caught for something like that, do you think they make an example out of him? And then you think that they take that guy, you already have that law. Don't have a law that you get off with a firearm. Just period. I don't know exactly what the parameters of the law, the breed law or something. You do 2 years, you don't even go to court. It's 2 years or back if you get caught with a gun without a permit. I don't know exactly. Right. The parameters,
does that keep people from doing crimes?
what's that? That 2 years?
Yeah.
Not carrying a gun for 2 years in New York. Yes and no. Yes and no, man. Yes and no. Some people carry a gun and all of a sudden they go, I'm not going to what I do for a living, whatever, I don't know. It's like you're saying Gucci Mane right now. He's a high profile guy. You're out at night, you see some crazy shit at night. There's times I'm driving after one, I'm like, I should have carried a fucking gun today. Just in case. You never know. I don't know. We were just talking about when you came in Denver and Texas. Like, the way you might be alone, I know people from Colorado to live home. But then did you ever see the video of Sonny Liston? Yeah, you ever see it from Denver? No, he told me about it. Yeah, Hedgeman told me about it. One of the guys else. I was like, you check this video of this. Play that. Play both. Let's get that. This was like one of the latest. So he's apparently like screaming shit at Ali everywhere he went. And Sonny Liston was just tired of coaching. That is one of the craziest things you've ever seen in your life. Don't let go out of in the middle of a casino, shot it in the air, and it's just blanks. No big deal. Want to go back to his crap game? Like, dude, what kind of environment did tattoo grow up in? Very fucking startup business and shit. In the 70s, just to get them to carry those type of pistols. How did they get there? It's a real one thing. You fuck that. Sonny Liston thing was so crazy. First of all, how casually he did that. It's so casually, and then how he shot his jacket so everybody knows his black. Like, no big deal. Just go back to the game, right? Like, he just went back to the game. He didn't go, I gotta get the fuck out of here right now before TMZ shuts down. They react exactly one time last night and fucking that shit. It just shows that they all are. It just shows you like, wow, it's so crazy. But then in the league, shooting on a fringe right after somebody shot somebody in Africa, not shot, but pulled up to the hotel when they come in Africa, whether it was Foreman or Frazier, somebody. Now he was at his hotel room, they went over there, it was Frazier. Frazier went over there, went to the building and shit. Yes, some ego or something crazy. Like, these are just built concepts of the fact that we're ready for Ali in the 60s when they found they just weren't ready for him. He was just tormenting. He's still tormenting them at the casino. Still tormenting them at the casino. Like, they made him go down to the bus window. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that that was in our parents' lifetime, and it seems like a different world in your parents' lifetime. Oh man, if you guys just like, I'm pretty sure I still remember a little kid going home to living in New York City. What year was that? What year was Sunny Liston? I want to say that was when I was a baby, like I was 6, 6, 7. Like in 1967 or something. Just the title. What year was that? Wait, me tell you Liston. Yeah, that's what it was. Fucking crazy. Oh yeah. No one knew who he was. No one knew who he was. Fucking like, first I was 64, second is 64, so I wasn't even born. So it was 3 years before I was born. And that was a different world, man. It's a different world. You watch that movie and you're like, wow. So America was just a different place. So like, everybody was fighting. All good stuff. Like everyone was fighting. Well, I remember when I was a kid, I was in San Francisco, and my parents, we went way out of our way to make sure that we watched TV, because Sunny Liston, not Sunny Liston, Leon's Big Swan, we were having a rematch. And the rematch was amazing, because was such a hero. It was so much more than just a fighter, especially then, because he had gone over the 3 years of non-fought, because he didn't want to go to Vietnam. He was the this is the early 70s. I want to say, Leon had no team. Yeah, Leon had no team. Was the one that fought. Yeah, Tyson knocked out his wings. Yes, that's Michael Spinks was the Jakes. He was the former light heavyweight champion. He was a light heavyweight champion. He was just a really good light heavyweight. Really good boxer. Very smart. And beat Larry Holmes for the heavyweight title. It really wasn't. He beat Larry Holmes, and Larry Holmes didn't pull the trigger anymore. And Michael just was real slick, real smart. He wasn't dangerous enough to like threaten Holmes, like to try to knock him out, but Larry just didn't have it in the tank like he did later on. That was a controversial decision anyway, but anyway, he beat Larry, so he became the champ. Like, because it was like an IBF champ or something like that, I don't remember. And then Tyson just whipped him. It was awful. That's never seen a real heavyweight and a light heavyweight. There's just a difference in fighting. Michael Spinks was so good. He had a nasty right hand. He was fucking dudes out at light heavyweight. But he was also had a long career. Fought a lot of really tough guys. And gets the money fight. Tyson knocked him out right into it. Yeah, it was so pissed off about it. What vows to otherwise the fight that's on his house. So here I am, chasing the fucking Joey Hillians to that before the fight. I'm just waiting the dog off. And all of a sudden I get called as I get my fucking car, I got to go. He's coming back, he calls me, I get the lights on, I grab my nose, what he told me, but oh god, I can't go early because he knocked him on 13 seconds. I beat that up. I'm never in Colorado. Colorado rain. I was casing motherfucker out. Those are the days where, do you remember the big closed circuit days? We used to watch fights in movie theaters. Really? Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, your friends would get together and we would go to a movie theater and watch a fight on like closed circuit, or they even have it at the Boston Garden race on the track. I have and that's why I saw Big Boy, the Detroit man. Tommy Hearns fights him like a great fight. Like, I don't know if it was Duran or Leonard Duran or Duran. They fought somebody and we watched it on the track on Monday night. You ever seen that knockout that Hearns? Yes. Tommy Hearns, man, was such a freak of nature because he was so tall and long and he had muscle. Like, he wasn't just tall and long, he was tall and long, but he was fucking strong. And if he caught him in the end of that right hand, it was one of the most devastating punches in all boxing. Which is why I'm so crazy that Hagler was able to just walk right through him. Hagler just walked right through him. Hagler could just take it like nobody else. Hagler had like nasty power, but one of the things that was most impressive about Hagler was you could just hit him with anything. And when you were able to see him through, oh yeah, that was a great fight. That was a great fight. just had his distance, man. And he can fuck Durant up in distance.
On the production, installation,
He would just like
sale,
come in with that whip punch. God damn, dude.
and so the Jews
You know, they do the same like, oh, there's a right hand drop. Oh, shit. Like, really were. Durant started off his career as a 135-pounder and moved up to 147.
where
And I don't know what this fight was. Probably 154, I guess.
providing a service, which was obviously
Find out
appreciated by
what this fight was at, what weight class. Because he
especially
fought as high middleweight.
credit.
But he fought had it when it was in middleweight.
As well.
He was fighting guys at some pretty heavyweights. 154, yeah, so that's light middle.
Society.
Or super welterweight.
Also,
Durant was like 20 pounds over his ideal fighting weight. His ideal fighting weight was lightweight.
and so you can
He
see
wasn't
why
a little bit framed guy like these guys. He still was skillful enough to hang in with them for the most part. But, yeah,
something that was
that's the work shot. That's what they didn't count for. He hit it like that, and they look out.
living
I
in
mean, it's just so proud of you, feel about that. But now at this point, you know, what a family, what's going on in your life, how you feel about guns. This is the real problem with guns. The same problem with everything else. People are fucking stupid. There are a bunch of people that are fucking stupid. Now, if you had to ask me, do I think that everybody in this room, I think that they're responsible enough to handle a firearm and hold a firearm? Yes, absolutely. Everybody in this room is. I believe so. But is it everybody in the world? Fuck no. But you can decide whether or not wrong. The point was, you can't let some tyrannical dictator decide who can and can't be armed. Because at the end of the day, what we really have to worry about as much as crime is you worry about the government turning into a crime. Because the governments of nations all over the world have fucked the people over and done shit that people don't want. Imprisoned them, enslaved them. We're supposed to ignore that. We're supposed to pretend we're past that completely. People never be like that again. And our bullshit is in the possibility that it all goes wrong. That's what it's for. It's not for when everything's going right. It's for when it all goes wrong. Just deny the possibility that it can all go wrong. To me, you're lying. You're lying. You're pretending we're better than we are. Because you look all over the world, there's war everywhere. There's war everywhere in the world. There's murder everywhere in the world. There's robbery and thievery everywhere in the world. It's not equal with the amount of chances people have. It's not equal the amount of time you do in jail if you get caught for things. There's all sorts of inequalities and all sorts of real fucking problems. And to deny, to say that we've reached some utopian place where you don't have to worry about the government turning into a tyranny, bullshit. No, I don't think the government right now is a tyranny. I don't think they're controlling us. I don't think they're doing anything unbelievably oppressive. I think they respond to it in a certain extent to the amount of pressure that people put on. And when people say things like, we don't want to go to Syria. Remember that Syria thing? When Obama was on TV, we were like, fuck this. No one wants to go to Syria. At the end of the day, people that are used to going to war like to go to war. They make a lot of fucking money doing it. And you have to be aware of that kind of shit. You have to be aware of people who are trying to force you into things. You got to think about Kent State. And that was in our lifetime. You know, during the Vietnam War, they fucking shot kids who were protesting. They shot them on their college campus for doing nothing but protesting. That wasn't that long ago, man. It's not that long ago. I'm not advocating that there should be some fucking uprising and people should know that. But I am saying you can't just have one group of people wanting other groups of people. There's no recourse. With no, the people don't have any ability to stop them. So the people in power, we just have to trust that they're going to be good. That's crazy. Why would you do that? They're just people. And people, if you give them too much power, they almost always fuck it. They almost always abuse the shit out of it. It's very rare that someone gets in a position of power and all of a sudden does wonderful, selfless things for the world. People, they do weird things. They have weird fucking people that get paid off their subsidies for like oil and corn and crazy dealings with private prisons. Like, there's a lot of fucking weird shit power. So to say that we're just like, oh, everything's gonna be fine, we don't need to do it.
And in fact, many of these studies
You're still in some weird fucking quasi-imperial state.
large numbers of
The scariest thing though is like if you go on Facebook and you scroll through this video after video of people fighting, like cold swords, people fighting, because it's scared people, people got guns, like yeah, that's true too. But to be honest, like with all the road rage, I feel like that guy didn't want to go. No, well, got his car all fucking gun to be on the offensive. I want a gun to be on the offensive. I want a gun in case last night him and I were talking shit to Walter and on my side street. 3 cops, 3 guy kept shooting. Our cop came by, so we actually called our cops. So we're standing out there, ton of bullshit. Look, the shot just telling stories and guns. My dog came around the second time. At the end, I don't know what people are thinking. No, you don't know what people are thinking. You could say when you could have said, you wanted to someone who's out there fucking thinking, no, we never did a being or that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you can't let the government tell you whether or not you have a weapon. It's just not, it doesn't make sense. So you have to have the felony, which time the felony is and the government tells me I can't have a pistol. Now, my crime was with a pistol. Alright, did it go long? No, but there was a potential for violence. There's also always a potential for violence. In my heart, in my mind, I did a probationary period. That was 1987. I did a probationary period again. I'm on the probationary period. I feel it in my heart right now. I'm capable of carrying a gun as much as I fucking hate those things. Because I know what they bring. You know what I'm saying? I know what they bring to some people. And I gotta bring it to me because I'm not young and stupid anymore. Do you understand me? I really wanted to protect my daughter. I really wanted to. There's weird people, and every time you watch that, every time I see something stupid, what happened to Houston last night? You see that just tell me what happened to soldiers now. 4 fucking doors in Afghanistan. And they got some fucking machine gun. They shot somebody at a gas station. There was so many fucking bullets at the gas station all over the suburb. And it was all the cops running this because of the cop cars. It was like heat. Those cars, the windshields and shit. So there's road rage for somebody. Why the gas station shot a customer. And from there, the party started walking down the street. One dead, 6 injured. Shot up 30 fucking cars in the middle of the street. I'm walking with my daughter. I'm minding my business. Late instead of fucking driving. Let's walk to the top of the street. Right? That could happen. That could happen. I know this going in. I leave my house going. I know this is possible. You have to let them work because he had a gun. He had the right to have a gun. But it's someone else who's trying to have a gun. So that 6 inches. Randomly just that one. You hate that guy. I'm not a sharpshooter. I could shoot him in the fucking leg. I believe in shooting him in the leg if it's a great cover. Yeah, I'm not looking to shoot the fucking guy like the cops. I'm sure I heard the tapes. That's Texas too. But you know, many people are not trained. That's also a part as well. You have no idea. Let me tell you something. You have no idea what happens to your body when you hear a gunshot. You have no idea. No matter what you try to do, I know you're not a fucker. But you're cool. Where you have to see people's faces. I want to see people's faces. You need that clip for real. This ain't no stuff. What's the other guy that played the mechanic? This is Jason Statham. You know, it just shoots you. Yeah, that's why people freeze. Shut up. I use that to make me go and they take their family for ice cream. They don't need that shit. That was a bad times. I live in fear of this. You know, I was listening to this TED podcast. It was really interesting. And they were talking about camaraderie. They were talking about the people that go to war together. And one of the things they all say is that their camaraderie and their love for each other is unlike any love or friendship that anybody else could ever possibly experience. Because it's so intense. It's like life or death every single day. And that when the wars are over and they're back home, they're after they're safe and with their family, they look back and they go, the best time of my life was being like that. That's crazy. What does that say about people? And I'm not judgment. I'm not like a moral judgment. What does that say about people? What I'm saying is, what does that say about the way the brain works? Like, how strange is it that people can get so excited about being in danger and the camaraderie that comes from being in danger? It like reawakens us almost, puts us in this like primal state that we used to exist in. And now instead of that, worst case scenario, some guy fucking snaps and he's on the highway and starts shooting people. That's kind of like worst case scenario that we all worry about. But most people fucking keep it together, which is one of the most amazing things about being a person. But where the experience is flat. There's not enough excitement. There's not enough happening. There's not enough stimulation. There's not enough creativity. So you live a different life. You live a different life. You guys are podcasting and doing stand-up shows. There's all this outpouring of creativity and all this room for expression. Some people just feel like compressed. They feel like they've gotten bored, tied to their chest or to their back, and every day someone pulls the fucking strap on that board. And that's every day. It's just boring as fuck. And when they deploy, and they're over there, and having a Mr. Family, you're gonna be risking their lives. Yeah, all those things are 100% true. But for them, that experience was the best time of their life. That's amazing. We're strange, because you and I work in an office together. Me and Jamie and Lee work in an office together. We come every Monday. We talk about the UFC. And then an hour later, it's back to fucking Sparks and Bonds, whatever the fuck we're doing. And then we go away on Friday, and that's it. The same works for the people in crimes with earlier. I still talk to those people because I went through a weird experience with them. Something that you don't do with most people. Something that they accepted me one for. And I talked to this kid Tim every fucking day. At 5 in the morning, we talked. He was the getaway driver when I robbed the jewelry store. I have a loyalty to him. We were at a light, and the cops came by, and the trunk opened up with the gold chain, bullshit up hands. It's something about that. I always had the respect for the camaraderie. What gets you through those first 6 years of comedy when your life is shit? Yeah, what the fuck gets you through? What gets you through? Smoking on the right out of my boy, when I go driving to Quincy tonight, motherfucker. That waitress is there. Oh, shit. What I'm talking. I got like $11, Joey. I got like fucking $9. We get a steak, right back. It's fun. That's the best part of comedy. It's hard to believe, right? That's the best part of comedy. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. Standing ovations, selling tickets. That part of comedy you gotta remember is when you go with Brody Stevens to the car with Josh Wolf. And I got Brody in the back, tied up in the fucking back of the car. It's called. Stop it. Like this. I'm in that fucking box. On my mission to wild the fucking borderland. That's what I was thinking about. How good of a time I had. It's some of my brother Sam book. Brother Sam, about Sam. Yes, I did. Sam can send his brother Bill runs behind that fucking story. That's part of that whole story. And every time I see Cobra, I give him a hug because I can relate. Is when they talk about how broke they were, and they were walking to the comedy store eating their fruit. The bartender at Java. What makes that? Way behind the scene. And it's well, there's a thing that's happening too when you go to those gigs where you don't know if this is gonna be successful. Not just a gig, but this is a career. Like you're not like I'm a comic, fucking I'm a comic. You're like, am I pulling this off? Like, is this? I got a gig now. I'm trying. I'm out here, listening to me and Fitzsimmons do these gigs. Don't be like, barely should be talking to people on stage. Barely. We were rookies, man. Rookies. And in Boston, if you get straight together 20 minutes, they had so many rooms. Everybody was working. It was crazy. Were you able to have fun during that time? It's fun. Really unbelievable. So fun. But I was like terrified it wasn't going to work out. Terrified that I was wasting my time because it was a big chance. I quit everything.
So I'm like, yes, I can't believe I'm paying for it. But I quit teaching at Boston University, and I quit teaching classes. Because I said I don't want to have classes. I'm not thinking about it the way I used to think about it when I was teaching before. It was like it was life. I was teaching life, and I was teaching people kicking and punching. It was like as important as life. It was everything. I was thinking constantly about techniques and movements and strategies, and constantly. So when I was teaching people, I wanted people to be as into it as I was. And if they weren't, I wasn't into it. If they were, I had a bunch of students that pretty good level, like below black belt, but pretty good level, and they're getting really good and starting to win tournaments. It was really exciting. I was doing all this like from the time I was like 19 to 21, and so teaching and competing at the same time. And when I first started doing comedy, I realized right away, I was like, I gotta go out and do whatever. I'm just gonna do that. So it was such a fucking every gig, I was terrified. I was like, is this a stupid thing I'm doing? Am I retarded? Why the fuck I think I'm funny? Why do you think I can get people to pay me to talk? And I'd see the guys that were killing it in town, the guys that were making it, it was just like, they felt just out of reach. Just out of reach. So you never know, and then you go and you do some gig and you heckle me dick. Just fucking ball on stage. And they go, oh my god, what else can I do? If this doesn't work out, what else can I do? Because there's nothing else you want to do. Go home and write that mom and just grab you and circle. Except just the last newspaper. Yeah. I remember the back section and all the clubs state by state, Alabama. Yeah. Circle the clubs. I just want to show them. So I'm going to show them. I'm going to do a Seattle underground. And one day they like, what is so weird that there's so many things in life you can pay for. You can't pay for love, you can't pay for camaraderie, man. There's something about your camaraderie, a real camaraderie. Like sometimes you go to jiu-jitsu and this guy fucking is on and he taps you. At the end you get him and you hug him. Man, that was great. You sweat my face. Jesus Christ, I could smell the cheeseburger last night. And it's camaraderie. You can't pay for that. But it's weird that, listen, you're one of the people every day, they got your back. I can't imagine that camaraderie. That's real. Yeah, so the camaraderie that we're talking about, that just makes you understand, like, what that story about these guys that work for back, like the movie Rocker. But that was different because that guy was kind of addicted to disarming bombs, right? The other one, the police were one of the sniper. Oh, right. This guy just couldn't figure it out. Why did people want to play and watch it? And then he was watching the and this kid, I don't know what's going on. Let me go over and at least kill people because then you feel a bit like, oh, yeah, right. You got thrown out of school. Yeah, you fucking, you becoming, you lost, but all of a sudden you realize you let it take your mind. You're thinking that you're just in that position when you're 18 years old, 19 years old, and you realize that you're taking your first tour back to the United States. Now you finished your year, but you survived the 11 that went over the 6 and 11 that survived. And in reality, in God's eyes, you got 18 kills. Nobody knows that. And look at 19-year-old now, you go back to civilization. And you can pay 10 bucks an hour to change the tires. Why do you think? For years I kept selling gold. Because nothing really paid for that. Excitement. This is excitement doing something not supposed to do. So my wife trying to manage jobs with a fucking family that be killing motherfuckers right now. You get that money there, you get a lot of love for doing that. It's like you get love and respect from the people that you work with for doing your job correctly. But for me, I'm just having a motherfucking take this guy behind me and this stuff from me, your heart's beating, they're not there, bro. It's like a shark when they get that taste of blood. Those 18, you might think they should be all they want to make money when you're 18. But when you're 31 and trying to go in, you already got beliefs and shit. That's why I think your central nervous system's already been set. They gave you chemotherapy with an 18-year-old. Once you get rid of it, what's that fucking say? Sacrifice why did you was the only thing. Stand by plane, talk about
this happens, there's always going to be a small percentage for this guy used to get the 4 doors. How old was it, Jamie? 4 doors? What the fuck? Are you going to do it in the United States? It's going to give you that door unless you go on stage. So even that is nothing in comparison. You said earlier like how crazy how things are. It's crazy how different. When I was 18, it was 2007. I was also like, in Afghanistan. It was like that time I had friends who went over. When he was starting saying it's exciting, what I would want to live with it. There's no part of me like 5 years old. What doors? Oh my God. Yeah, well, you're a smart guy, Lee. There's smart people there. Yeah. Oh my God. It's just people that are willing to do stuff that's more dangerous because it feels better. Because it feels like even though there's risk involved, at least you feel charged up and alive. It's a life of excitement versus a life of, why do people climb rocks? They climb rocks because it's actually enjoyable climbing a rock? No, they climb a rock because it's fucking scary. And no one knows you can make it. You're pretty sure you're gonna make it, but there's a real risk that you get a fucking hand spasm. You just fall for a long time until you splatter on the bottom. When you watch someone crazy like Alex Honnold ride no ropes, he does it with no ropes. We had him in the podcast. He's a super nice guy, real interesting guy. Lives out of a van, just travels around, climbs rocks. He's an adrenaline junkie. Okay, the climbing of the rock, it's like, I mean, I guess it's kind of cool to be up high, and it's sort of like a version of hiking for him, because he can kind of make it. But what's really going on is you recognize that you're on the edge of like your adrenaline's not flying, you're not freaking out, your heart's not pounding. Your heightened focus and sense is keenly aware that you're holding back a waterfall of adrenaline. You're keeping it together. And so you're a lot of times guys that are doing like crazy shit like tightrope walking and stuff like that, they're sort of addicted to trying to control. What is this guy doing? Well, this part works. I think it's really scary to hear about 2 seconds. Oh man, no, it's not. Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy did. He jumped and did it. He's still doing it. Oh, have you seen the video of like the people on the hoverboarding on like the tops of buildings? That might have freaked me out more than the hoverboard because it comes upside down. I watched my daughter do those things. They always land perfect. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on in Russia? What are they feeding people? Radioactive pigs from Chernobyl. It's Russian. You heard Russian. I heard Russian. Did you hear Russian? Ours equals most things. It sounded the Russian sounds. My hands are sweaty. I'm assuming there's Russian on their races. It's all based on Russian. The only reason why Russian isn't a racist because they look like us. Right. I mean, they're totally not regular white people. No. What does it say? Does it say it's Russian? Yeah, it's Russian. Jesus Christ. Just absurd. I'm pretty sure I heard some Russian sounds. Yeah, Marvel crazy. People crazy with weed. And juiced up weed for those things. Like, how do you feel? Don't you like feel sad when someone's a comic and then they quit? And they see him kind of hang around the comedy club. And they come back and hang around. I haven't done stand-up for 10 years. Believe that?
spots, but that should be something that somebody asks you for. It's, would you like to do a guest spot like that? Like check you out on the stage for 3,000 people. But to like ask to do that, like, because we all know like some comics are weird. They'll show up at your shows and ask to do guest spots. I made a rule years ago. Comedians and artists to big comic. So I'll tell you what I do. I know what it was like for me to be featured in everyone on the story. And I also get a cool week before that where I was bringing a feature. I made a deal. Boom, right a lot of features. I'm not doing guest spots. And the word gets out. It's so crazy. The word really gets out. Guest spots. People won't show up to your shows. That's interesting. Which I don't want. Whereas before they were showing up and they're hanging out and they want to hang out in the real room. And here's my philosophy on it. If you're so funny, you wouldn't be here. You go get on stage. You don't get this exposure. And people come to the green rooms. They want to hang out. That's great. I love seeing my old friends and stuff. But I'm working with them. I'm working. Well, not only that, you don't have to be on that show. Here's the thing. When I was a kid, I was starting out. I loved doing shows. I still love doing shows. I don't have to be on stage to enjoy a show. So if I go to a show, then I'm like trying to get guest spots on a show. I didn't know that person. Or barely know that person. That's fucking weird. I don't know anything. None of us did that. You either got asked, or you just kept working. You kept doing shows that were at your level. That's just what everybody does. This guest spot thing like that is not how it works. You can't just show up and get out in front of a couple thousand people. I didn't have that big deal. I liked it because I know you were asked me to go to the access. I know you were I just run I just sometimes I go to the ice house and there's 18 guys that look away and I go, this isn't right. This poor guy did us all with justice. And now motherfuckers are doing 20 in front of me. And I go get 20 when it gets mad. I know it's like the feel when I get to the fucking club and I'm ready to go. Steam's coming out of my nose. I need two stars to calm me down. I already ate. I worked out. I'm fired up. I gotta wait for 3 fucking comics now. The last 15 minutes I'm pacing back there like a fucking animal. I just want to get up there and do my fucking thing. And now I gotta wait. It's not that. It's just that some comedians come into a room, they're running the show. This fucking place up. And they really all the way when I get down Thursday, you work with the other 2 guys. You get an interesting little already working with. And it's like everyone's coming Saturday. Like, oh my god, I know you went down. It's not gonna happen. So especially Saturday, because you get 2 shows. And 2 shows, especially fucking Friday. And it's like, my heart goes out to you as a comic. I know it has to be a struggling comic, but there's nothing going on here. Just like guys do cassettes. There's a lot of comedian national headliners, a lot of local guys do cassettes. I don't know. You don't even have to worry about putting on a good show. Like if you put on a guy who's there and it was for a show, you know, I'm looking for a show. I let someone have a guest spot once, and this was a show like one of those ice house type shows, like 10 people on it. And he bombed so bad that it tanked the rest of the night because people had to sit through 10 minutes of like reading clumsy, shitty jokes, like from someone who like barely does comedy. They had to find out later. And then afterwards, like the audience had a lowered expectation, whereas before it'd be like Ian Edwards, Tony Hinch, Tom Segura, smash, 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 and everybody would be experiencing that all night. Well, there's this 10-minute gap where it was just sludge, just like really shitty ideas and just not done well, and the audience would want to, like you can see them get super fucked out. Especially on a good show like that. Like, I have to go the past 2 weeks to this one with Joey. When it's really good shows, it's fun, but when there's like, I went to a show once and it was like magician on the stage, and I think of him because I know he hates it, but it's so weird how important it is to build a good show and to build comics who go well together. You can't just throw comedians up there and have a good show. The problem is like people are friends with people that you know, and then they know them and they know you, and then you make it for Rothschild'S. Sure, no doubt, do a set. just have Jesus fucking Christ. And if you do that, like this guy like has written jokes that day and was doing them that night and never done before. If you try to do like a whole that's a long ass story. But when that does happen, the audience feels like you fucked. You know, and people always say like, why would I take the best comedians of the world? Dude, when you want to like stand out in front of the other comedians, you know things like you fucked them, man. Like you made up for the fact that you fucked them up. Being really funny for the last hour and 10 minutes. But you know you fucked them for the first 20 minutes. If you fill in the blank with the name of the comedians, there's a bunch of crazy fucking comedians that will open for other like national acts, and they don't work anywhere else. They want it's like opening acts, big time national acts who don't want to be like showing up on stage. They don't want someone going on the floor being really funny. Like isn't that the point of the opener to warm up and let him studio warm up people for TV shows that love to have good energy and things that I didn't agree. It would agree that you really have to hold back a little bit because they're the star of the show. This is why I'd rather we come to the school and thought we wanted everybody to be fucking great. Because if the guy in front of me is fucking great, well, I'm back there taking classes. I'm gonna come out from there and get the wheels now. If the guys in front of me is like a patient, I didn't have to be. One time when you were around, we left to get a sip. The guys on the juice low, he sucked me in when I went up there and wrong because of him. Because I didn't want to make it, it was so bad. Like I said, I'm not a victim. I just go up there and go, but that's a bad thing. It does happen. You watch really bad comedy from someone who's more amateur level comedy. Something weird happens when you get confused as to what's funny and what's not funny. And like, it's almost like a smoke screen, like where ink thing, the switch is out again. You see someone on stage that's like really bad. It's just, you gotta get out of the room. It's like, you can, your mind can get locked into their way of thinking. Because that's what I think is happening anyway on stage. I think the reason why comedy is so funny is because you're thinking like that guy. The guy's taking you for a ride. And when you let a bad comedian take you for a ride, like you get stuck. You know, like what they're doing on stage. Say if they're doing like real obvious hack material, cock donut jokes, you know, tampon joke, price check, you know, that kind of stuff, and the audience is really laughing. You get confused. You're all sitting, you have to shut them out. Like, you gotta listen to some music. You gotta go on stage fresh, like they didn't exist. You're better off not saying them. I don't want to say them. I come on like Gladiator. Come on that case like Gladiator. I'm gonna get caught up like Friday or Saturday or I'll show up Wednesday. Acts. And I'm getting into it. That's all they want to come out of the box like a fucking savage. Right? If you work with people that you love, you doing a show with Duncan and Ari, you probably watch one other Saturday. Yeah, that's a cool thing about when we do the road together. We watch each other's shit. It's fun. It's like I get to see a show and that show. You know, it's fun. I love going to the schools and the back and laughing. It's just one of my favorite things. To get back a little early, like we get spots at 10:45, we get down there at 10. And you watch a few guys that really get you in the swing of things. Like it really does get you going down. I don't want to sit there all night. Well, that's a cool thing about the story. So it's the show's going on, so it's 3 hours. You can go around and watch a bunch of different shit. I think that's not to be taken lightly. I think with any, I think if you were, if you were a knife maker, if you were making custom knives, you want to be around other dudes who make those things. That's why they have those knife expos where people get together. That's why you look at it. Let's do this dangerous deal. There's a dude who Anthony Bourdain did this thing. He said these videos about people making sure this guy makes knives with metal from meteors. Where does he get the meteors? Like they fucking land on Earth. You can buy them. Yeah, you can buy them. They're super expensive. So he's getting his iron from space. Look at this guy. Look at that fucking knife. Come on, dude. It's a Kramer knife. This guy makes these things by hand. It's fucking crazy. He's got like this hearth. I guess that's what you call it, right? What do you call
a similar way the way samurais made them, where you have big plates of metal and you compress them and heat them up and smash them. You get all the layers into one layer, but it's all done with iron that he's getting from fucking 80 ounces of different it's cool. It's as far as I know, I mean, there's ways to harden iron and steel. So I see the actions here. We're talking about steel. They're making steel, but using the iron from space, I don't think it's any benefit. I think it's probably just really cool. Awesome to say. It's just fucking steel. It is what it is. You know, right? Isn't that right, Jamie? That makes sense. Captain America's shield. Right. Exactly. So this dude, I think his name is Steve Kramer. Bob Kramer, excuse me. Bob Kramer. And Bob Kramer throws this giant chunk of metal. It's unbelievably hot oven. And he pulls it out. And he puts it in this machine and hammers it. He's just talking about all the different methods of hardening steel and adding carbon and all the things they add during the process. But it's crazy wild shit. So he pulls out this orange, white, glowing thing and pounds it down. So he takes it and all those layers get smashed down into a thinner and thinner layer. It just keeps doing it over and over again until it becomes like a blade. It's wild shit, man. So when it's down to being a blade, that fucking thing is so compressed and smashed down. It's just really interesting shit. So what is the name of the video? Rockcraft with Anthony Bourdain. He's got a bunch of these. He's done. Fuck, that guy has so much time. He does so much shit. There's like a few of those guys where I'm making it feel lazy. Dude does personal speaking gigs. Great ways. One way things. This guy's making fucking swords. I mean, those guys want to be around each other. You know, like if you're making knives like that, you don't want to be around people with knives. It's like one of the things about the place in the store is we can all meet each other and hang out. The other night at the bar, stay at home, Ron White, me, a bunch of us just hanging. We're like, well, where's a place like this where we can meet like a saloon where fellow travelers can meet? I think so. What they're really taking to the store. Yeah, this is really a big thing to the store. Like it's one of the guys that hang out here. Not a crop. He's got a drink in his hand. He's happy. He's fucked up that. That comes up big. We're just a fucking road. So out of the way. Finally, but at first he would just stay back there. What the fuck is this shit? This thing right here. I watched him. Watching him just become a guy at the store. Yeah, he's always in the back bar. He's always hanging out. Yeah, there's a bar open. He's close by. We're walking the fucking distance, okay? That guy's the real fucking thing. Yeah, he shows up with his own bottle of excuse. Well, he has his own brand, right? He has his own brand of tequila. What's it called? Something. Something long. Something long. Fuck's it called? Number one, yeah, that's it. Number one, how much is that? Number one, tequila. Bam! It's good shit. It is really good shit. Yeah, I mean, as far as that stuff goes, I'll taste like shit, bro. And let's be real. Even the best tasting tequila will taste like shit. The best tasting alcohol, you know, people say, wine, I still need the white wine. I can drink the glass of wine. You know, just still like Jack Daniels and shots. It tastes the shit out of me. It tastes like shit. I love it. I still have I was a little boy in New York City. What Joe Frazier, what they have about 88th Street. I said, how big that event was. Like, if you ask me what events in New York City, might as well know Joe Frazier. To the 70s and how John came to New York City. Fuck that city up, Captain Fantastic. And Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I was getting fucked up traffic. Michael Jackson. Fuck tried to get a blowjob from my babysitter. I was a kid. She was Puerto Rican. She was Indita. And I kept asking her about blowjobs. She was, I'll give you a blowjob. So I gave her a bag filled with quarters that I